This conference will now be recorded.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order the regular town council meeting for Tuesday, June 22nd, 2021. We'll get into the meeting and then I will make a few brief announcements about the virtual meeting process. Please rise for a moment of silence. We'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes, Fishman,
Here.
Morgenstein,
Here.
Shortell, Tata,
Here.
Testa,
Here.
Zandri,
Here.
and Chairman Zervoni.
Here, Councilor Shortell did advise me that he may be running a bit late. I'm going to make, before we go into the agenda further, I'm just going to remind people that we are running a virtual meeting here. So members of the public, please keep all of your microphones muted during the meeting unless you're the person asking a question. Also, kindly keep your camera inactive unless you're speaking. This system does not deal well with multiple simultaneous speakers. The audio from only one person will come through at a time. Therefore, please only speak if you have been recognized. And try not to talk over each other if you are in the middle of an exchange. No traditional wooden gavel needed. There is a mute all button, and if the background gets noisy, I may pause the meeting to mute all and then unmute the person who should be speaking at the moment. Also, if people aren't participating respectfully, I'll be forced to do the same thing so the person who should have the floor can be heard. We'll now proceed to go through the agenda. If you wish to question or comment regarding a particular agenda item, please type into the chat bar that you do. If you look at one of the top corners of your screen, you'll see a cartoon text bubble. When you click on that icon, you'll see a strip appear on the side of your screen. Please type into that strip your request to speak. I would kindly ask meeting participants to refrain from using the chat bar for chatting. If it makes it difficult for me to keep track of who should speak next or who should be recognized next. When discussing individual agenda items, I'll first look for questions from those who are using a computer or participating through a tablet. And once I've heard from all those logged in digitally, I will look to those who have dialed in on the phone. If you intend to comment, you must introduce yourself by giving us your name and address. It does not appear that we have executive session items at this point. The other thing is I'm going to take just a minute to look at the parts of our council rules that have become relevant. Again, if you're not participating, please mute yourself. I'm already hearing background noise. Individuals wishing to speak on individual agenda items will be required to address their questions or comments to the council chairman. Limit his or her speaking time to a total of 3 minutes. Public comment on each individual agenda item will not exceed 20 minutes. Also, when comments are being made, both members of the public should refrain at all times from rude or derogatory remarks, reflections as to the integrity or abusive comments and statements as to motive and personalities. With that, thank you for your patience. Can we have a motion on the consent agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move we approve or accept consent agenda items A through M.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Councilor Fishbein with the second. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing all ayes, the consent agenda passes. On to item 4. There are no items that were removed from the consent agenda. On to item 5, which is the public question and answer period. All right, there appear to be no takers for the general open public question and answer period. Oh, we have a Bob.
Sorry about that, couldn't type it in. Good evening, Bob Gross, Long Hill Road. Question through the chair to the mayor. With the funding from the state, has the town decided how they're going to spend the $4+ million? Or have they given it any thought, or are they leaning any which way?
We are currently going through the process of registering with the state. Economic Development Commission is looking for examples of programs that would provide grants to businesses, organizations that suffered losses during COVID. And we are, beyond that, we are awaiting more detailed information regarding what we can spend the money on. I think at a previous meeting, I indicated the 4 areas that were permitted. My review thus far of the information from the U.S. Treasury Department is that it really does not vary from what that summary information is, but we are continuing our efforts to analyze it.
Is infrastructure included in that?
As I indicated at the last meeting, infrastructure includes water, sewer infrastructure, and broadband.
Nothing else?
That's correct.
I just see some other towns just doing other things with the money, so I was just curious of why. I mean, maybe they can't use the money they say the way they're going to use it. So I was just curious. We have many needs.
We will follow exactly what the Treasury rules are. I can't answer for what another municipality may seek to do.
So you're saying that the money can be used to give to businesses?
There is a permissible use for households as well as businesses, organizations that suffered losses during COVID. We would look to set up a program where applications can be received and make grants basically available based upon those needs.
Okay, I just, because the government had that program already. They had a couple of those programs. They had the PPP money, had 2 rounds of it. And then there were some other grants, EDIL grants, etc. So I was just wondering, so we're going to go on top of that. But there's
Well,
other,
where a business has received assistance, at that point, they have not suffered a loss. So it would have to be a loss beyond where assistance was received. In some cases, of course, the programs were loans. So to what degree a loan left expenses uncovered, I can't answer that either. But
so
any applicant would have to show a net loss if they received assistance under existing programs.
So just to wrap up, so but you said also households. So are you including renters insurance and a renter's reimbursement for this?
The rules indicated households was a permissible category, so we will look to try to include that as well.
I'll be interested to see what you have. Thank you.
Next up, Sonia Wolf. Name and address for the record, please. Yes. So I see one other question about item 8 for the Gotspace item that will have its own public comment time.
Okay, yeah, so I'm Sonia Wolf and my husband is Scott Gray and we're using the same, we have separate questions, but they were both related to that. So thank you, you answered our question. So there'll be comment time after that.
There will be.
Thank you.
Mr. Bradley, I suspect you'll also defer until that.
That is correct.
Thank you. Mr. Gross.
Good evening. To their points on question 8, are you going to limit the amount of time that the public's going to be able to speak on that?
I didn't last time.
Okay, that's what I was just asking. Thank you.
And the council may decide something different, but I did not. We certainly went well over the 20 minutes and several commenters went beyond 3 minutes.
Yeah, and it's a very important issue. I was just hoping that you would keep it open. Otherwise, these people should ask their questions now if you're going to run the clock on 20. So they should use them now. Thank you.
Well, thank you for trying to run my meeting, Mr. Gross. That being said, it appears that we are out of questions for the open public question and answer period. On to item 6, which is a public hearing on refunding or refinancing is what more of us would understand, certain bonds. Is there a motion and a second to read the title of the proposed resolution and to waive the reading of the remainder of the resolution, incorporating the full text into the minutes of the meeting?
So moved.
Is there a
Second.
And from whom was the second?
It was Jason.
Thank you. Moved and seconded, moved by Councilor Laffin, seconded by Councilor Zandri. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Fishbein,
The motion is merely to read the title.
as opposed to reading the entire funding ordinance.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be clear. Thank you. And I vote aye. Thank you.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. And I will read the title. This is a resolution with respect to the authorization, issuance, and sale of not exceeding $2 million Town of Wallingford general obligation refunding bonds, authorizing combining into one issue and making determinations funding bonds, any other authorized but unissued bonds of the town, authorizing agreements for the investment or refunding escrow and its reinvestment over its term. At this point, Attorney Fozzie, are we not following the typical bond ordinance protocol by having public comment before the council moves on the item?
Under the, this is Joe Fazzi, the bond counsel. Under the state statute, this refunding bond and all refunding bonds are authorized by action of the council. So it isn't necessary to have a public hearing or to accept public comment. You certainly can if you wish to.
Okay. Understanding the protocol, we will have public comment after the council discussion. That being said, is there a motion and a second that the proposed refunding, I call it refinancing bond resolution, be adopted?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Again, was that Councilor Zandri?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Discussion on the council. First up is Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if we could, all we have before us is the authorization. I don't recall refunding bonds being issued before this coming before us. So if I could know why we need to do this?
My understanding is that we are refinancing the bonds to take advantage of a lower interest rate on some of the bonds where we have currently a higher interest rate.
Okay, so it's, the authorization is for refunding bonds.
With the term, that's the term of art in the bonding world, if you will. We are, by refunding, we are actually refinancing. It's like remortgaging your house to get a
Okay.
lower interest rate.
I understand that concept, but certainly there's no backup saying that we're refinancing bonds. So I think it would be important to know what interest rate we're cashing the bonds in at, what interest rate we're going to be issuing the bonds at. Are we actually going to be issuing these bonds? Because as you know, in the past, many times we do these authorizations and no bonds are issued. So if I could get answers to those questions so I can proceed accordingly.
Those are questions for either Mr. Senna or Mr. Fozzie.
Mr. Chairman, this is Tim Senna, Deputy Controller.
Thank you.
We are actually going to be probably selling bonds by the end of July. And in part of that process, we evaluate whether we could do some savings, and there's some water bonds outstanding that our financial advisors thinking that we're going to save about $150,000 in interest by doing this refunding.
I didn't know if that was the complete answer before I could continue.
That's the complete answer, yes.
Okay. And that would save us at one end, but are we having to like have a longer term with regard to that? You know, because if a bond is going to mature next year, but we are issuing bonds that are going to be 20 years in length, you know, many times when you refinance, that's exactly what you do. You pay off the current, you get a longer term. So are we getting a longer term? What's going on?
We're not getting a longer term. Attorney Fozzie can probably answer that, but I think we're just swapping rates.
The bonds to be, this is Attorney Fazzi. The bonds to be refunded have 10 years remaining. The refunding bonds that will replace them will be 10-year bonds.
Okay, so then looking at the authorization in the last paragraph, it says section 8, the first line, it is hereby found and determined that it is in the public interest to issue all or a portion of the bonds, notes, or other obligations of the town as qualified private activity bonds. So is that how these are usually characterized, as private activity bonds?
No, that language is in every bond resolution you adopt, and it simply addresses a situation where if part of an issue or all of an issue is required to be categorized for tax purposes in one of the categories in that paragraph, we have the authority to do that. That won't be utilized in this situation. These are simply tax-exempt bonds.
Okay, and then it goes on to say, or with interest that is includable in the gross income of the holders thereof for the purposes of federal income taxation. So can you just unpack that portion? Or is section 8 just totally irrelevant?
Actually, that's the short answer. Section 8 is irrelevant for this financing.
Is there any other portion of this authorization that we're approving that is irrelevant?
Well, I don't think you're going to need the reimbursement bond section. You don't incur costs for refunding bonds before you issue them. That's more of a capital project problem that arises. So I don't think you'll be using that section either.
Okay, and I understand based upon the answers what we're doing. I'm a little concerned about the authorization that we're giving that I'm hearing we're not going to utilize. It's totally irrelevant. So I'm going to vote in favor because I understand where we need to get, but I just want to be clear that what I'm hearing is the only utilization of this authorization is to refinance existing bonds at the same term. That is correct, correct?
I don't exactly know what that means, Counselor. I can tell you that we're going to issue bonds. The bond proceeds are going to be used to pay off outstanding bonds. The bonds are going to be tax-exempt bonds. And we're going to do everything that we normally do in connection with an issue of Town of Wallingford bonds. And the entire bond resolution addresses those points. The bonds are not going to be taxable bonds, so you're not going to have to, the town will not have to utilize Section 8. You're not going to be reimbursing expenses previously incurred, at least as far as I know. So you're not going to be using that language. But the other language of the resolution is all pertinent language that can come into play. So without going through it sentence by sentence, I'm not going to say that the only thing that's happening is refunding bonds and that section of the resolution.
No, I said refinancing bonds, right? Is it, what I'm hearing is the only thing we're doing with this authorization is we're refinancing existing bonds at the same term at a lower interest rate.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought Mr. Senna said originally. So, okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Testa.
There we are. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've seen over the years that there is a set established, rather lengthy, rather involved resolution language, if you will, that is pretty applicable to most of the bond issuances we have. And lately, we've just had a lot of questions about those. And I don't understand the purpose behind it, other than to say, hey, I'm on top of this, but we know what's going on here. We're refinancing bonds. We typically do it on a regular basis. And questioning all the language in this, I would just remind my colleague that at previous meetings on a regular basis, he questions what we're paying Mr. Fozzie for. And I would assume if we ask Mr. Fozzie to rewrite these resolutions every time we're going to use one, we might find ourselves getting billed extra hours rather than just accepting the fact that this is how we're doing it. There's no reason to question every I and T in this. Thank you.
Councilor Fishbein.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't feel it was proper, but I guess the statement was made directed at me asking questions, and certainly it would be helpful if the administration put some sort of a letter as backup for the item that's before us, so that when a constituent calls me and says, why did you vote on that? What did you vote on? That I can answer that question. I'm sure the mayor could have put something together, because all we have is the authorization. So due diligence never hurt anybody. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Doesn't appear to be anything else from the council. Does anybody from the public, members of the public, want to comment on this item number 6, the refunding or refinancing of $2 million of bonds? Seeing no indication of questions or comments from the public, Madam Clerk, would would you please call the roll?
Fishbein,
Yes.
Laffin,
Yes.
Marone,
Yes.
Morgenstein,
Yes.
Shortell,
Yes.
Tata,
Yes.
Testa,
Yes.
Zandri,
Yes.
and Chairman Cervoni.
Yes, that passed unanimously. On to item 7, which is discussion regarding the arbitration award of WEM LU Local 219, 2019 NEPSU case number, docket number. We have a decision on a contract that's effective July 2019 through the end of June 2022. And we have the town's Labor Council here with us, Attorney Ciccarello. If you'd like to give us the Cliff's Notes version of what we're looking at here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you've indicated, this is a 3-year contract. The wages are almost perfectly in line with those of all other town and board units at 2% for the first year, 1.9% for the second, and 1.85% in the third being the one that's just upcoming. This unit will also be in the HDHP HSA style health plan come July 1 with a 15% premium cost share, which is also in line with all other units, plus or minus, within the town and the Board of Ed. It's primarily a status quo contract. I mean, other than those wages and insurance that I just mentioned that are typically decided every 3 years, whether by agreement or by award. There are very few other changes in the awarded. They're relatively minor changes that were awarded with virtually no dollar cost attached to them. This is a final award by statute, but for the council's rejection of this award by a 2/3 vote, I don't appreciate anything that ought to be considered in terms of rejection here, and I would recommend that there be no motion to reject.
Thank you, Attorney Ciccarello. It sounds like this is a result that we can certainly live with. Certainly if it brings this unit into a position that is comparable to all the other bargaining units in town, if I understood you correctly.
Yes, that's what it is.
80 acres. So it's like 14, it's like
Let me find that.
it's like $140 million.
I think I identified the source of that noise. All right, any questions or comments from the council? Any questions or comments from the public? All right. Well, as you indicated, if we're satisfied with the result, there's no action to be taken by the council. So Attorney Ciccarello, thank you for your time and thank you for your work and your contribution to the result here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. We are on to item 8, which is discussion and possible action on an agreement with Gotspace LLC for the development of data centers. We have representatives of Gotspace here. I think we have members of the EDC here. And we also have Attorney Small, who's participated in the negotiation of this agreement. So I'm wondering who we should start with to bring us up to speed with where we are since we last talked about this.
If I may,
Mr. Mira.
thank you, Chairman. Just want to bring up today on EDC's input. We had a special meeting of the EDC Commission, and it was a unanimous vote yesterday on moving this project forward. We've followed up with a letter to the council. And if you had a couple of minutes, I'd like Tim Ryan to kind of review that letter at this time.
You can. We did get that letter. It was probably not until close to 5 p.m. today.
Well, sorry for that.
I understand.
Tim, would you like to review it?
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chairman. Is that okay?
Mr. Ryan, please go ahead.
Okay, very good. So I will just, the summarized version of the letter, and again, my apologies for the lateness, but we did have a special meeting last night to discuss this opportunity, and we do in fact see it as an opportunity. I think we spell out in the letter that we are in support of the municipal host agreement. In conjunction with support of the mayor's letter dated June 18th, that basically says let's start with 2 sites, which is the North Berm site and the Northrop Road site. We think a measured approach to this is wise. That still is a significant amount of land and provides the applicant with a significant amount of opportunity, and us as well. I'm going to say at the 11th hour, we were told about some interest in finding more about the emissions from the diesel generators. So we recognized last night at the EDC meeting that was not something that was in the agreement because it was, again, brought up so late Friday afternoon, but we felt obligated to speak about it at the EDC so that we could give you our thoughts. And our thoughts are simply this, that it perhaps doesn't belong in the agreement, because I think that the sites that Mr. Quinn and Gotspace are proposing to build, we go on the premise that every company that manufactures diesel generators does so to a certain EPA standard by regulation. So those standards are there for a reason, and we also have some confidence that the brands that Mr. Quinn and his team are looking to attract also are more likely than not going to be brands that are going to be very environmentally sensitive and not going to, I guess, someone has a concern about these diesel generators spewing, clouds of black smoke into the air. I just refuse to see that as reality. So, but we felt we included it in the letter because we did not want it not to be mentioned by our commission. But long and short of it is that this project supports the purpose statements in both the IX zone regulation language. It supports the purpose statements in the I-5 regulation language or zoning language. It also is in direct lockstep with our POCD. In our POCD, as they stated in the letter, it makes reference to the fact that Wallingford has more than its fair share of manufacturing, and we're very proud of that. We know that warehousing now is a very a popular category and a very hot category, and we certainly have a lot of that. But in that POCD, it talks about us taking and changing our direction and strategy to becoming a little bit more keeping pace with changing needs in the business community, and what does that better than data centers? So we see this as in lockstep with the POCD as well. And I have visited with, I've spoken to many of the neighbors. I have visited the home of a neighbor that was kind enough to invite me out. And the issues at hand and we are all neighbors of something. So the issues at hand are simply this. It is visual. What are these things going to look like? Will I see them from my front porch? I think the applicant has been extremely flexible and shows that they've worked hard with us to take and address that. You see new setback language in the agreement of 350 feet. That gives a significant amount of space to put any type of landscaping architecture in place, buffer zones, berms, etc., so that visual impairment is just not an issue. You won't see them. I was at a house, as I mentioned earlier, and given those natural buffers, you're not going to see these buildings, which is, I think, tackles the visual issue. The next thing was traffic on the roadways. The applicant again has come back and very cooperatively said, listen, okay, we'll put together a plan where we're not going to be using North Farms Road. We're not going to be using Tankwood Road for traffic at all. There's an allowance here for that the emergency responders insist on having some sort of a breakaway gate emergency road, which I'm assuming none of the neighbors would oppose for emergency uses only. So all of the traffic for construction and the minimal traffic that will be day to day on this project will be driven through the industrial parks. Again, the applicant had to go back out and negotiate with another property owner. So I give them credit for that, and I thank them for working with that, which really then comes to the only issue that we are concerned about. We've said it from the beginning, and the applicant has shared their concern and shared their cooperation, and that is the sound. And the language that is in the municipal host agreement, that it was generated by our law department in conjunction with sound experts, takes and covers that. And I think, so we look at that and say, so our control mechanism on sprawl here is the sound. And they're not going to build a building unless it meets the sound regulations, and they won't build a second unless they can collectively meet the sound regulations, and they won't build a third if they don't collectively meet the sound regulations. And Mr. Quinn has made it very clear that through sound architecture, baffling techniques, encasement of generators, your rubber pad mounting generators to control vibration, that there are engineering solutions to that issue. So we continue to remain very cognizant of the fact that that needs to be addressed, or it has been addressed, but that needs to be a major focal point on the application. And I just want to make it clear, I've been in too many forums where the Economic Development Commission gets accused, I believe falsely, of saying it's all about the money, all about the money. Well, it's not all about the money. It's all about developing projects responsibly. We feel as if we've taken an extremely responsible approach to this. Again, kudos to the law department that has worked tirelessly on this. And I give credit again to the applicant, who has proven to be extremely flexible with the numerous requests that we've gone back and forth with. So, and I know that can be tiresome. But lastly, I will mention the financial side. So, we have asked ourselves and challenged ourselves, and I'm sure you will ask yourself, given the tax exempt status of this opportunity, however we will generate monies through the municipal hosting agreement, is this in fact a good financial deal for the town of Wallingford? So I met with the assessor, and we felt the best way to measure that is revenue generated on a per acre basis. You saw this in Mr. Quinn's report because we've shared the information, but right now in the Barnes Industrial Parks, north and south plural, we are generating, this is on non-exempt businesses only. So we pulled out any of the tax exempt businesses to make sure that we didn't dilute the number whatsoever. So we are generating $8,900 per acre in tax. That is real property tax and personal property tax. So $8,900 an acre. If the 5 buildings that are proposed are approved to be built, and again, this has to do with the fact that they have to adhere to the sound as this thing starts to ramp up. And there's a possibility it could be stopped at some point beyond or before 5. But let's just go on the premise, since the developer proposed 5 to begin with. Given the municipal hosting agreement, we would generate $23,400, $400 and change, call it $23,400 per acre versus the $8,900 per acre that we generate now. So I share that not to try to influence your decision based on the money, by the money alone, but it is a good financial deal for the town of Wallingford. And I would submit that if they built half of the buildings that they propose to build on the site, we would still generate more money per acre than we are right now. So from my standpoint, the financial question has been, that check that box, it's positive. Visual impairment, check the box, no negative there. Traffic, check the box, no negative there. Sound, check the box. We've got a managed and proposed way to make sure that we are managing that sound. So we feel as if we've got the best interests of the town, its taxpayers in their entirety, and the abutters, which are certainly a major concern. And we feel as if those issues have all been addressed. And as such, we support this project, and we ask you to do the same. And thank you. I'm sorry I got a little bit long there.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. That presentation was made at the request of Mr. Mira, who is the chairman of the Economic Development Commission for the town. I would ask for comments from the Gotspace representative, perhaps Attorney Fasano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I just want to update with respect to the last meeting. The last meeting, there were concerns regarding the location of the buildings that were too close to residences, particularly along Tankwood. And the concerns that we had roadways not off of North Barnes or Tankwood subject to land use provisions. And we said if we couldn't get the land use provisions, we would be required to come back and say we need to use North Farms Road and Tankwood. And I don't think that sat well with the council folks. So that was an outstanding issue. Noise being an issue in a number of locations. So since our last meeting, I want you to know what my client and his team have done. One is we have completely removed North Farms and Tankwood as an access, the main access to the site. And we did that by meeting with a neighbor, as Tim Ryan said, and I want to thank the administration for giving us a person we could talk to. Met with one of the neighbors who owns a commercial piece, and we worked out a situation with them that is agreeable to both parties. So we're gonna have a main entrance off of the industrial roads that don't go anywhere near the residential roads, and that can be used for construction and all those other things. So that worked out very, very well. We worked hard, we secured that deal. We got the engineers down there, we did some maps, so that was done. The next issue, and the only caveat I would put in, would be if a state agency or a town required an emergency exit, which would be a total blocked wall that would be a breakable wall in the case of emergency. That would be the only reason why we don't believe we're going to need that, but I say that out of abundance of caution that we may. The next thing is the buildings along Tankwood. So once again, my client got together with his team. We secured more land. We were able to push those buildings further back away from Tankwood. I'm going to show a map in a little bit, Mr. Chairman, that can help illustrate how far back they are. So by going out and securing that land, once again, we move that back. The other issue that came up in talking to the administration, as well as listening to all of you, was the fact that it was just a lot all at once. So looking at it, what there is on your list of properties known as Wallingford 2 or Campus Number 2, it has Gillespie Trust property and Ringrose Trust property. I believe the total were 3 buildings there. We have removed the property off the Ringrose property, if you would, But because we have to stay off of William Street, we need to keep that property as an easement to get to the Gillespie property, so we don't use the William Street. And out of the 2 buildings on the Gillespie property, we're gonna only do 1, we propose. With the balance of the property at Ringrose, we were going to donate that to the town. That is listed on the paper of list of properties at Schedule A to the agreement that I think Attorney Small sent over to you. So we heard the issue of trying to downsize some of it, and we did over there. I'm not gonna lie, this was a difficult property to begin with. So rather than pressing that issue, we decided to abandon that. So as soon as that meeting was over, within 10 or 12 days, all this was done to help alleviate the concerns that neighbors and as well as the council administration brought up. So let's talk a little bit about noise before we get to other things. And obviously we understand neighbors being concerned about noise. One, I think it's going to be kept in this reference. In the current commercial zone, the industrial zone, there is a noise ordinance that must be kept when an industrial zone backs up to a residential zone. That ordinance is well stated. In the hosting agreement, that noise level is going to be considerably lower than what they would experience if that industrial site remained an industrial site and an industrial building went there. We would do it by virtue of having it, the ambient noise as being sort of the background testing. And that's that whole testing thing. Now, in the petition that you all received, that I got a copy of, the bullet points, the last 2 bullet points talk about the monitoring of the protocols for the ambient level must be approved by the town, not just solely reviewed and commented on. Attorney Small and I talked about that. The import of that language, I think, does say that. But what we did is we changed the hosting agreement to make it more clear that that would be approved by the town. So the wishes within this petition were met with respect to that. The second point of the petition relative to sound talks about the corrective work. And I think the argument in this petition was there's a maximal allowable time to correct the work in the event there's non-compliance, but it was left solely to the discretion of the owner. In reviewing the documents, I could see how it could be read that way. Attorney Small came up with some language, and we have changed the language. I put that in that little memo I sent to all of you over the weekend after the petition came out. And it would be that the town, through its expert, and the owner, through their consultant, would get together on the corrective work, which be approved by the town, and they would both approve the time in which they would settle that corrective work. So it is in the hands of the town. Those were very solid suggestions, and both of them were incorporated in the document. So I thank the neighbors for bringing that out. I know what this town went through with Oakdale, so I know that once bitten, twice shy, as they say. I was, in my other life, involved with Oakdale. And with Oakdale, the issue was different. First of all, you had the Oakdale Theater that has been there for forever. And the technology within the Oakdale Theater has gotten better as the sound and so forth with the acoustic equipment has gotten louder, the only way to say it. And Live Nation just simply refused, absolutely refused, to put in any money whatsoever to solve that problem. They just said, we can't get that money back. Eventually, you all came to an agreement. The heavier sound or louder sound was moved to a separate part of the building. They did some acoustic issue, and they took it, and then that went on its way. But in this case, it's different. First of all, we have a tangible line in the sand, which cannot be crossed. That's number one. Number two, by virtue of having it in the hosting agreement, the heart and soul of the construction project is noise abatement. So that's going to be followed very carefully. And if they can't meet it, the place cannot open, period. So I don't think it's really the Oakdale situation. I know that there's this video regarding Arizona data center floating out there and the humming noise. So a couple of things with respect to that. First, Arizona does not have a defined decibel level. I sent to all of you the ordinance out of Arizona, and what it says in there in the ordinance is talks about disturbing noises shall not be disturbing to the neighbors. So there's not a definable standard. It is subjective and argumentative, I would argue, that no person shall disturb the peace and quiet and comfort of others. Once again, here we're going to have a defined level, which is easily measurable, and therefore there's not a guessing game. Secondly, that building was built about 10 years ago, which means they ordered the air conditioner, which is the issue of the humming, years before that. The equipment over the last 12, 13 years has gotten a lot better on the air conditioning units for these type of facilities. And all you have to do is look at technology today versus technology 12 years ago to figure out what that means. I mean, just how it is advanced so much in every area of our lives. Air conditioners are also much, much more quiet. Third, the acreage of the building that facility sat on was only 57, or much larger. So once again, and finally, I would say the video was taken relatively close distance. We'll talk about the distances in a second, but this was taken relatively close distance. So I understand the issue. It's not going to happen here because all of the safeguards have put into place that it's not going to happen. So let's, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, if I may, the ingress and egress, as I said, is no longer off for Tankwood unless there's an emergency. And if I could ask, as we talk about these setbacks, either you, Mr. Chairman, or I have Mr. Rossman, the engineer, if we could put up the map showing the setbacks.
I've just made Mr. Rossman a presenter, so he should be able to share his screen, put the map on the screen and share it. And before you start, I'm just going to ask or remind those participating in the meeting, please don't use the chat bar for chatting. That's how I keep track of who the next speaker is going to be. Thank you.
Hey, Jim, I'm going to ask you, is there a way you could zoom in on any of that, or are you fixed? Okay. So if we stop there, Jim, if I'm going to, actually, it's probably easier if I just turn this over to you, and you could point out the setback distance that's in the agreement and where it is on the map, the shortest distance for the buildings to the houses, rather than me try to figure it out from here, if you don't mind, Jim.
So in the plan that's currently visible on your screen, the minimum distance proposed to the property lines and or street line are those distances indicated in black. So for building 3, the shortest distance is 395 feet to the southerly street line of Tankwood. Those distances you see in blue are the distance from the proposed building to the residential structures on the opposite side, or the residential uses on the opposite side. So you're looking at a minimum distance for building 3 of 511 feet to the closest building. And that is true for the rest of this plan. All dimensions in black are from proposed building to the property line / street line. And all distances shown in blue are to the residential structures.
So with that, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, of the council, you will see that if a football field is 300 feet, we're the closest one, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, is about a football field and a half, is about where we are in Tankwood. And the same is true, as I understand it, with respect to North Farms. So there are quite a big differences on the way the old layout was versus this new layout in response. And let me just add something to that. This, I would argue, is the most we would be encroaching. There is a chance we'll be even further back. And there's 2 reasons why I say that. first, the further back we are, the less expensive it is to build the building because there's less sound attenuation you have to do. If you get further back, there's less money going to put into the building. So there is a mutual goal here to be further away from the neighbors. We don't know what all that topography really looks like. We could look at some maps that are satellite maps that are accurate, but not super accurate. There's wetland issues. We know we can put these about where we're putting them, but they could be further back than where they are. But this was the worst case scenario, and that's why we did it. If I can, Jim, can you go to the entrances and exits just while we have that? So if you look, Jim, would you point to the Fairfield Boulevard exit? So where Jim is pointing now, Fairfield Boulevard, that's where that's our main entrance in. The neighbor to the left of that, right there in that white is a pipe company. That's the person we dealt with. So that's our main entrance, and that road goes with one turn out to 68, as I understand it. And then we were coming in or either off of Tower or Sterling. This shows Sterling as a second one. That would use some land use issues there, but they're, I think, remediable, if that's a word. So anyway, if you look at this setback, relative to the zone currently in, which is the industrial zone, those buildings would only have to be 50 feet back. So we are 6 to 7 times more setback than the current zone. So if this was industrial, you could have a Butler building within 50 feet of the road, plus a curb cut, plus the traffic of trailers for warehousing going in and out as a matter of right. I would also add in, that's been pointed out, although the hosting agreement would say 350 feet, as it talks about, the total project still has to go to planning and zoning. And that's where we'd be more specific if we could set it further back. And there'd be another opportunity to talk about how far back they could be set. But this would be the minimum by contract. Thank you, Jim. So now we have attempted to comply with the noise, and I think we've gotten there. We've gotten off the streets. We've pulled the building back. And I don't know if I could add to anything more regarding the economic gain to the town of Wallingford, except to say that there's a minimum amount of money. And if you were to take what we're proposing, 6 buildings at $1.5 million a building, our talk, which is what Tim talked about, $9 or $10 million a year. A year, it's 1.5 million a building. So $9 or $10 million a year just for the hosting agreement. What that does not include is we enter into a power usage fee agreement with the town of Wallingford. And what that is that we're going to be buying power at a set rate from the town of Wallingford. And you know from your general fund that the Wallingford Electric Division puts, quote unquote, I'll say excess, I'm not sure I want to call it profit, but money into the budget. This is going to put in our calculations $2.1 million per year per building for a total of $12.6 million of extra revenue in Wallingford Electric. So not only are we talking about the $9 million from the hosting agreement, but 2.1 or $12.6 million from the electrical. If you add the two together, we're talking about $21.6 million, if this is built out, of revenue to the town of Wallingford. Now, let's just say we're off by half. It's still 10 million, which I don't think we are, but just for argument's sake, it's still $10 million a year extra money to the town of Wallingford. When you compare that to the industrial park, I think that Mr. Ryan summed it up right by doing that analysis. But I think it goes a little deeper. Not only because I think Mr. Ryan is right, that it's not just about the money. So not only is there a $9 million versus, we'll say, $20 million difference, but the following differences are also there. One, the buildings, if it stays in an industrial zone, are much closer to the road. Number two, there are curb cuts on the road. That's a matter of right, curb cuts on the road. Somebody buys a parcel in 2-3 acres, whatever the zone is, they have a right to have a curb cut on that road. And if they're a warehouse and a Butler building, that's not the best looking Butler building somebody could put up, and it's a warehouse, you're gonna have truck traffic, road issues, noise, and not the most attractive building. So there is an economic, and there also is a real life aspect of it. Some people have raised the issue, the question, about phasing. Here's the problem. The problem is because we have to stay off all the main roads, and because of some of the topography we know exists, like gullies that are 30 feet slope and wetlands, and mostly because we got to stay off the main roads, we can't do this in phases. It's kind of like telling someone, build a 50-lot subdivision, put all your infrastructure in, do 10 lots, and then we'll tell you about the other 40. It's not bankable, it's not investable, it's not reality, with all due respect. So we can't do it that way. What we have done on the other side, as I said, off of Ringrose, is made some adjustments. So we have tried, so that's the best we can do, but we can't phase it in. It just economically cannot be achieved. We did look at that. Let me talk a little bit about what Mr. Ryan hit upon and what happened yesterday. Mary Mashinsky wrote a letter/email to all of you. And that letter email said, just give me a moment while I grab it. Basically, if you cannot get the link, she said she did not want these generators to produce electricity that could be sold. She doesn't want that to happen. And then she goes on to say, if you can't stop that from happening, then you need to have them, Gotspace, the owner, reach a certain level of pollution. Now, the amendment that they tried to put through the House to a bill had a problem, and it was defeated. One, I have talked to Mary Mashinsky. I wasn't able to get a hold of her for a while because she was in the mountains. But she did come down to where she could get cell service, and we talked. I explained to her, and I think this is totally accurate. One, there is no plans of selling electricity by Gotspace or owner. And you can't do it. It's just, you cannot do it. Janice Small will tell you, you cannot do it, so it cannot be done. Mary didn't know that. So she now knows that, and she's comfortable with that. That being said, the standards for which she put in her letter to all of you, our standards for the generators are going to beat those standards. That's why and I apologize for sending the memo out last night at 8 o'clock, but that's why we said we can meet all those standards. You know, I wanted to get a hold of Mary before I sent you all a letter, so we tried, and then by 8 o'clock, I felt I had to respond because I didn't want it to take a life of its own. But so we are going to meet all those standards. We're going to be better than those standards, and we're not selling power. When I explained all that to Mary, she was very comfortable with that. Not only that, but Mr. Quinn has offered to help get legislation passed next year, that would do exactly what Mary wants it to do. The reason why it can't go in or shouldn't go into the hosting agreement is the onus would be on the town to enforce this. You guys just don't have the wherewithal to do that in your town. You can't do the measurements, you can't do the enforcement issue. So it doesn't necessarily make sense to do that in the hosting agreement. We'd be happy to give a side letter that we're not going to do this if it helps. And we've made the representations, and I'm making them here to you today. Clearly, the power will be written in that we can't sell power. But the whole thing about the levels of pollution is something the town just can't do. And this is in a contract between us and the town. So if you put it in, the onus is on the town. And I don't think that's right or fair, and you don't have the means to do that. But we are telling you that these generators are going to be better than the ones that are proposed in this letter from Mary Shinsky. With respect to the petition, there's one more issue in the petition, which is require developer the minimum buffer. The old hosting agreement did not have that language. Once again, we thought it was a great idea. So we put the minimum distance in, and we're showing you the distances on this map as they come to life. So we agree that we have to put them in. So I think we've worked really hard to address any and all issues that came up. Once again, I know I did it in a letter form, but I apologize for sending stuff out, but I don't know any other way to communicate except through the clerk's office and then directly when I ran out of time Monday night. But we have worked very hard to do what we have to do to make this a palatable project. We think it's a good project. We think it's a good project for town of Wallingford. I understand the concerns of neighbors, but we don't even get to the development issue. I want to be clear. If you approve this hosting agreement, that doesn't mean we get to pull permits tomorrow. There's still a whole regulatory hearing we have to go through planning and zoning. There's still another huge phase to go where a lot of these issues can be pegged down even more. So there's a whole nother level of decision-making, opportunity to be heard, and revisions. But by then, we will be in the field, we will know what the land looks like, we will know how far we could push back and where we could go. And I think it'll be more a fertile conversation at that time. But we've done the best we could to meet the challenges that we were presented, and we would ask for your support tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Pisano. Before we start fielding questions from the council, I just thought I'd see if there's anybody else from the administration who'd like to be heard.
Vinny, can I just interject a couple of things?
Attorney
Janice,
Small, is that you?
That is me. It is me.
Okay.
Just a couple of things. One, the conceptual map shows 7 buildings. I think Tim said 5 and Attorney Pisano said 6, and there's 7. So just to be clear. Also on the distance, the agreement provides for a 350-foot distance from Tankwood. It was my understanding they needed a 300 from North Farms, but yet I think the map shows that might be taken care of. So I think maybe they should address that, and that can be easily corrected. We've given you a revised agreement. We've cleaned up the cross references. We've clarified some of the language. We did revise the sound section in response to the concerns raised in the petition. I do think the approval was in there, but I think it needed to be clearer. So we did do that. And I don't think that I really have anything else unless you have particular questions. We did clarify some language that, there has to be a binding power agreement with the electric division upon terms satisfactory to both parties. We don't let our customers sell power. So, I think either Jerry or somebody from the electric division is on here can confirm that that's not something. We have a franchise for the town of Wallingford, and we're not letting anybody else sell power. I don't think I have anything else specifically at this time, but we can answer any questions that you have.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, this is.
Go ahead.
Attorney Farrell, is that you?
Yes, it is. And I can confirm that there's no way that Godspeed or any of its assignees could sell power to other entities.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Can I just add one more thing to the sound issue that I think Janice Small and I made a correction to? We clarified that when they do the sound, it is cumulative. In other words, we made this, and Janice made this change to the agreement. The mayor pointed it out. If building 1 is below the sound level, and then there's building 2, building 1 and building 2 collectively must be below the sound level. It isn't measured per building, it is measured collectively. So at the end of the day, no matter how many buildings they are, that accumulated sound is treated as one sound in order to make sure that it doesn't disturb the neighbors. Is that fair, Attorney Small?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Mayor.
Yes, I just want the law department to confirm. Our recommendation is to reduce the number of properties at issue. I think the contract as it stands includes a multitude of properties beyond the 2 indicated. So I just wanted everyone aware of that. Is that correct? Law department?
Yeah,
Jerry,
we have
or-
not modified, I mean, it's not our decision as to how many you approve. So as it sits, it includes all the properties that were listed. So if it were.
I agree.
Okay.
With that, first request for comment or question from the council is from Councilor Zandri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everybody. I have a few questions, most of which have come up from speaking to a lot of the residents in the area, going through a lot of the emails that we've gotten. I've had a number of people reach out to me on Facebook with questions as well. So I would like to ask, everybody to understand, everyone, the developer, Attorney Fasano, the public, and my peers here. I don't think I've ever seen the council and the law department, really everybody, go through this much homework on a particular item. And I can't stress that enough. I've been doing this for 8 years. And there's been a lot of dig in on this. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that on behalf of myself, who's got to make a decision on this, and for all of the homeowners that are there that are going to be affected, and for everybody that's involved with this in general, and the town at large. I mean, one of the things I think people don't understand is this is a decision that we have to make, and it's important because it affects every single thing that's touched. There are landowners that want to sell their property. This is an opportunity for them, and if this doesn't pass for the wrong reasons, they don't get that opportunity. I think that if it passes for the wrong reasons, then the people that are there get affected negatively. And so there's all of these different things that have to be taken into consideration. So I appreciate everybody's patience and all of the legwork that everybody's done to let us do the homework to get where we are tonight. So I just wanted to say thank you, just to start. So my first question is, and a lot of them actually are based on the proximity to the homes. So my question with proximity to the homes is a discussion about how tall these buildings might be. I can't tell from the map outline how tall these buildings might be. And I actually do have another question on that map. So the map that was given to us originally and then was rewritten with some of these buildings moved, had some of these buildings shrunk up on the map for their footprint, like building number 3. But the square footage is still wrong. Like the number 3 building looks like a very small square on that new map, but it still outlines itself as a 32 megawatt building at 156,000 square feet. And I wouldn't believe that to be the same when building number 5 and 4 right there are that exact same size, and they're larger rectangles. So I guess I'll start my question with that. Can we confirm the size of building 3? Is that a 16 megawatt building that's about 87,000 square feet? Or is that actually going to be a bigger building somehow by, I don't know, height or some other design?
So I'm going to turn that part of the question to either Jim or Tom, but just Councilman Zandri, just in terms of height, 45 feet, not including any soundproofing required for the air conditioners, which are, so Tom, did you want to answer that other question?
I can. Thank you. I appreciate everyone's time. I know this has been a big process for everybody, and I appreciate everyone's efforts. So some of these buildings are, again, not actual buildings. It's a conceptual plan only. We have placed these numbers as, for example, building 3, to answer your question directly, as a proposed 2-story building, proposed. We don't know if it'll be a 1-story or 2 building yet. We won't build higher than 2 stories. The market doesn't prove any higher than 2 stories unless you're in the Far East. Data building number 5 is that it looks like the same square footage, but that's considered a 1-story building. So just to give you an idea, none of these are actual hard numbers. They're just conceptual at this point. And until we can get out there and do the hard surveys, the hard phase 1 and 2s and so forth, once this agreement, if we can get this agreement done, we'll be able to come back with those exact numbers. But I will tell you just quickly that if you took building 3, 4, and 5, you may see when we come to planning that those 3 buildings are actually 1 building. We're not trying to hide anything, but if we got Facebook, for example, if you took those 3 buildings together and pushed them into a box, a square box, you'd have to change shape a little bit here, in the middle where the roads meet, that would be the approximate size of a Facebook building. So we're trying to model this in such a way where we could maybe condense it or have these buildings available individually. It's very difficult to get people to come to Connecticut, so we're giving them some 1-story, 2-story options in the plan. I hope that answered your question.
It does. I appreciate that, and that explanation helps me to get a better understanding of why the numbers may or may not match. So that was great. I appreciate that, and I'm gonna ask you to answer a question that you've already asked, but I want to make sure I hear it again, and I want to make sure everybody else hears it again. If topography allows, and this would be after, like you said, after this gets approved, if it gets approved, and then of course as you go through zoning, if the topography allows, and if it makes sense to move these, your plan is to set them back farther if it's permissible to do so. Is that not correct? You did say that earlier.
That's 100% correct. For example, you'll see a large green area. In some of that green area, there's a wetland, so we couldn't go into that area. We're trying to put it on the what we can tell from Google Earth and what the engineer's best efforts are, and he's extremely experienced engineer. You can look at his resumes and all kinds of public works and so forth. We will try to get the topography to work for us. We might be able to combine these buildings. And frankly, if we were to combine, just as an example, 3, 4, and 5, and put those together, if we have the right customer, we do have someone interested in coming to somewhere in Connecticut. It's a big building, and it would be the assemblage of that. That would automatically bring it back probably another 150 feet roughly. So we'd like to be able to work through this process with planning. We will actually have a plan, a hard plan from a JV partner that would say, look, we want to do this and we want it to face this, and we bring it into planning. We have already pledged to make sure that we keep as much of this stuff as far away as the road from possible, and we will stay with that. Yes, we will. We'll get, if topography allows, for example, building 5, I'm not sure it can go any further to the center. Possibly building 3 could, and 4 could. So yes, we will try to do that. And I'm sure planning and zoning will be pressing us to get them as close as we possibly can.
For the benefit of the record, that was Mr. Thomas Quinn from Gotspace who was speaking. And for those who are merely listening and not watching the audio, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. And then, so my next question goes on to the cooling system, and it's a generic question because it's going to lead for my next question. The coolers and chillers that you're using, are these electric, self-contained systems? Are they water induced? Can you just give me a real 10,000 foot level? Is it like a big air conditioning unit with a bunch of Freon in it? Can I get an understanding of the type of system that would be used to keep the data?
Okay, so there's an awful lot of information to answer that question in whole, but the 100,000-foot view is this. I'll give you an example. We're in the Northeast. The data centers in the South do use water, and they use a lot of water because it's more efficient for them to use the water in hot climates. We are in a cool climate. There is, for example, in Minnesota, at the Google Center there, they have 115 days where they didn't use the chillers at all. In other words, the AC system. Instead, they used replacement air from the environment, and they pump it through filters and so forth and pumps. It's like the difference between running your air conditioner at your house and running a fan at your house. Okay, that's the difference. And they brought the air in. Great savings and quieter, but it has to be done just like peak shaving does, just like utility management does on the necessary days. So we will use all of the economizers necessary because we save money. And while we're on the generator talk, I just want to set the record straight. We agreed 5 days before the legislation was brought up, and that was March 5th, the governor signed it, voted in a couple days before that. We agreed to use tier 2 generators as backup, which this states, and tier 4 generators for peak shaving, the very best they make. So we've already agreed to that in writing with George Jepson, 2 Deep and 2 DECD. So we've already agreed, we fully support it. And the reason this other measure failed is, frankly, no one told us they were going to run it. It was the very last bill in the implementer of the entire season. We didn't know it was coming. We heard after the fact. So we will support that, and we'll already hopefully have some construction happening by then.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Quinn. So knowing that we're not going to be doing what they do down south, and like you said, replacement air, there's plenty of cool days. You can just bring that air in, filter it, and forward it back out. So I'd like to get a better understanding in general of the type of water service that's going to be required for the buildings, and then any output to sewers, because I want to get an understanding of the volume of water you'll be pulling off our systems and what you'll be putting back out into the sewer systems.
Okay, well, data centers down south use an awful lot of water, millions of gallons a year. Up here, we're going to air cool. It's going to be like your home air conditioner. There will be some condensate water. There's a whole methodology that's used across the country to treat the condensate water to make it safe and so forth. And that water goes to wherever the engineers put it, whether it's acceptable for sewerage or whether it's an on-site or whether, they decide the process.
All right. So then would it be fair to say that you're expecting to use the amount of water associated with the people there as opposed to the equipment there?
Well, we will need some water for people, but we just have 85 people. So there'll be a few, facilities for restrooms and stuff, and a kitchen in each of the buildings and so forth. So that will draw some water. But the air conditioning systems will have some condensation pull up, but we're not going to be using water cooling systems whatsoever in these buildings. These are air cooled buildings.
Okay, thank you. And what I was trying to do by asking without leading too much is not, I didn't want to lead the question too much. Basically, what I'm trying to make sure people understand is the facility is going to use an amount of water that would be comparable to people being in it. So whether it was a huge book warehouse, a big mail processing center, it's basically however many people are in there is going to be the amount of water you're using. You're not using the water at a level for a lot of equipment for cooling, as you mentioned. It's just going to be people use, bathroom use, and so forth. It's going to be nominal use for the people that have to be there. And it's not going to be like we're a fleet of washing trucks there. It's going to be normal use for people. Is that a fair assessment of the water use?
That is, and to make it super simple, it's the difference between using like a water system in your house to heat your house with, as opposed to an electric heat in a house. It's basically that thing. So we will be using the electricity primarily for all of that stuff. Yeah.
Okay, great. And then so with the, I think you kind of answered all my questions with the power usage agreement, and I think Attorney Small kind of helped put a punctuation on it, and I wanted to just make a generalized statement on top of it, because I've had a number of people that had concerns to me that you guys would be producing your own electricity, trying to use your own, sell it onto the grid. And so we've all heard that. Wallingford owns what it owns in this territory. We produce ours. We produce the service to sell it. Nobody else comes in here and gets to do it. And the facility being close to the right of way, it's not like they can hook up to CLMP and say, hey, Eversource, you offered us a great discount. We'll buy it from you. This cannot happen. I wanted to alleviate those fears for everybody. And then on top of that, there was concerns. Well, what if they pull so much power that Wallingford can't provide power to its own residents? And I went back and I stated, listen, Wallingford has contracts in place to bring the power in to service across its system to provide for all the homes and all the businesses. If business moves in, we have infrastructure. We may have to increase infrastructure. We may have to put in substations to handle it, but we will be able to have the infrastructure in place to service our customers. And the substations that are going here, you're going to be installing and setting these up. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
All right. So again, I wanted people to understand, we're not investing the money to put the substation in and then making money off of the power agreement, the power usage agreement. Gotspace is going to come in here. They're going to set it up so they can utilize the power that they're going to pay for from our system. The light pollution question came up, and I kind of wanted to address that a little bit. You need lighting for data centers. The lights have to be there for security, especially at nighttime, parking lots, on the buildings. Can you confirm for me that while they are flood-based lighting, that you're going to be using the angle downs for that flood lighting so that it is projecting away from the buildings and down, as opposed to flood out, and where it will be more of a nuisance for the surrounding area?
I can confirm that. The only lighting that would be on the building, never turned on, would be for an emergency. That's it. So the buildings are not lit up at night. There's no reason. Data centers don't want to attract people to these buildings. Often they'll put a sign on if it's on a major highway, like the one, for example, in Norwalk. Okay, so they will, if there's some reason, there's no reason on any of these buildings to light any buildings whatsoever. You'll probably see a front entry light. Often these buildings will have an area where you walk in and there's some glass structure. But these are not going to be high rises. They are not going to be lit. Bollard lights are fine with us as long as the town approves that as a solution. In other words, we don't need mall style parking lots split 40-foot high lights. We do not need that. We just need bollard lights. And if the town approves that, that's what we'll use for parking. We can have low voltage walkway lights to come in. We'll be sensitive to all of that with planning and zoning. This is going to be a high tech build. We're even going to have electric car chargers outside some of the buildings. I can't promise you all. It depends on the JV agreement that we have with a company that's recently gone public. So all of these things are intended, and we'll work on the lighting. You won't see these buildings unless you really look for them and come into the project. These buildings will be fenced off, biometric security, of course, to get in, but it'll be infrared security. So you won't be seeing any of those like security lights around the buildings.
So if I can, Councilman, in the agreement, it says lighting fixtures facing a residential street or within 150 feet of a residential zone boundary shall not exceed 15 feet in height. And also, I think under the zoning regulations, Wallingford doesn't allow any uplighting. So to answer your question, the short of it is, yes, no lighting would be directed towards a residential. And to go on what Tom was saying, in fact, they have very little lighting anyway, not to draw attention.
Yes, and thank you both for that outline. And Mr. Quinn, I'm glad you volunteered that so that I didn't have to do it, because I work for Microsoft. I don't even know where half of our data centers are, and I'm an employee. And I think that was very important to outline. Data centers are designed to be tucked away. There's almost no reason for anybody physically to be there other than the staff and other than security. So the entire idea, it's not like, hey, you know, Facebook is here and Microsoft is here and Google is here. People don't want you to know that their data is where their data is. It's safe, it's secured, it's encrypted, and no one knows where it's stored. That's the prime idea of a data center. So I really do appreciate that you outlined, because again, this goes back into lending for the entire area, why this is going to be as scaled down of a footprint based on by the design and setup, just by the design. A data center is not an advertisement. It is not a warehouse. It's not a storefront. So thank you for that as well. I have one more question that I want to ask, and then I'm going to yield to some of the other counselors, because I've got most of mine answered, but I think some of the things that they're going to ask are going to dovetail off of some of the other ones that I would want to get asked, and I could always come back if I needed to. I really want to get a better understanding myself of the sound, the noise, because I spent a lot of time walking around with my crude little sound app on my phone, and I walked a lot of the area. I walked the streets. I walked along the curb line. I went up to North Farms Road, and what I want to outline is the differential to the existing ambient sound or the background noise, which right now runs between, with my crude little experiment, 30 to 39 decibels. When I stood out on North Farms Road, at the corner at North Farms Road, as cars would go by, the sound would increase up to about 49 decibels until the car completely passed me. A change in 10 decibels is a doubling of the sound, and that's a big difference. So, and the reason that I outline it is the normal sound in that area, if you want to average the difference between the range, is about 35 decibels all the time, except when you've got an exception, a car coming through, somebody blowing a horn, whatever the case might be. A new normal of 10 decibels higher than that all the time by whatever ambient background noise might be is twice as loud as what they're used to today. So when I look at the agreement, and I don't want to get into the sound level limits because that's been talked about. We understand what the maximums can be. But what I want to get a better understanding is the continuous sound. There's a section in there that says acceptable amounts of facility sound, and there's a continuous sound designation of about 10 decibels. And you explained just before I started asking my questions about the fact that building 1, building 2, building 3, everything's balled up. So if the loudest building is going to affect all the buildings, you got to bring it all down. But I'm curious if there's an idea of that continuous sound. If the area today is around 35 to 39, what could the expectation be going forward based on the design or based on expectations? Would it be, 41 to 43, or would it be higher all the time?
If you're asking Tom Quinn that question, I'll try to answer that. The town hired a sound engineer. The sound engineer put a protocol together. We got on with, it's important to know how this plays out. We got on with Turner Constructions, and I know you know who they are. They're a couple of their team, and we walked through the process to check to see if this was something that we could actually attain. We weren't sure of that at the beginning because it's a fairly strict sound code. I said, give me some other examples, and we looked. And it turns out that the sound attenuation is probably the most aggressive they've seen anywhere else. Now, I know it's not answering your exact question because I don't have that in front of me, the decibels and so forth that are there. But Jim, do you have anything to add? You might be able to add to that. I don't have that paperwork in front of me.
So this is Jim Rossman with Stadia Engineering. So Commissioner Zandri, you're asking for a number, and that's right now nobody could provide that number. There needs to be that actual sound study of the existing background noise, and from that, the soundscape modeling by the acoustic engineer would then set that number in conjunction with the procedure set forth by the town's expert. So you're asking for a specific number that we can't provide to you in any reasonable aspect of being accurate. So it's very difficult for us as engineers to address that question directly. So there
Jim,
is a
I'd like to add one more thing. I'd like to add something that it's important if you understand our process. What we intend to do is once a hosting agreement signed, if we get that done, we are going to simultaneously start working on phase 1, phase 2, and we're going to bring a sound engineer in immediately. We have someone that has been suggested that's got national credentials, and we're going to bring that engineer in, and we're going to start that process very early because one of these buildings at a cost of 300 million, the architectural fees are 6 million. So before we get too deep into this, we're going to make sure that we have some insurance to make sure that we're going to meet these sound levels. This is not going to be taken lightly. We don't take it lightly. We're put in a position where we're going to have to guarantee this to investors and so forth. So this won't be a casual effort. This is going to be a full-on, full blast, ton of work for us to get this all done in a fast enough manner because you can't spend money on road development, for example, until we have a pathway. So once we get this hosting agreement put together, we'll be able to then get into those details and I'll be able to better answer those questions. But we have agreed to the town sound engineers levels as part of the agreement.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that. I see, you know, I see the outline here of being measured in hourly increments, you know, for a full week. So somebody's gonna have to take a measurement in more than one location. It's all over the parcel. And then we're going to be working from, you know, the background level reading of the average of the lowest occurring each 24-hour day. So to actually one of the questions that came up in the chat, I didn't get an opportunity to go out there at 2 o'clock in the morning, but I did go out at midnight. And I went out at 5 o'clock in the morning, and my reading sat right on 30. It barely moved beyond 30, again, until a car went by on North Farms Road. So when I look at those numbers of the outline saying, you know, we're going to take the lowest reading occurring each 24-hour day, that's a mighty lofty goal. And that is my concern. That is my main concern among a lot of the other things that I've asked. And because there's a difference in, you know, again, everybody that lives over in that area, they understand that they're next to the IX zone. They know what's on the opposite side of the street. They expect the activity during the day for the places that have 2 shifts. They understand that 11 o'clock of the night, there might be some people coming and going, and then it ends. You know, again, and as we've kind of discussed before, the data center is always on and it's always running and it's always making some level of sound. So I'm appreciative. Again, like I said, I'm done for right now. Thank you very much. But I am appreciative of all the work and the answers to all the questions. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly. Up next is Councilor Testa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need to begin by asking for some assistance in getting myself organized here. And if I missed something, I apologize. But I guess my first question would go to Attorney Small. And I'm referring to your email that we received through the town clerk yesterday. And your letter, well, first of all, I printed the whole thing and it looks like I got 2 complete copies of the agreement. Might understand at least, so I know what I'm supposed to look at, that it had both the original and then the redlined revised one. So there were 2 copies of the agreement in that attachment.
They're both the same agreement. Those, I gave you the red line to show since the last meeting what's been changed.
I understand that. Oh, very good. And then it just was followed by the original. So there were 2 copies of the agreement. I just want to know what to throw away. Very good. You also make reference in your cover letter to attachments, which I never got. And I don't know if I missed that email. The attachments, it says attached also are maps and the properties. And then the statement from the administration that you don't endorse the listed properties, but I don't see a list of properties. Did I miss that email?
You know, I don't have the particular email in front of me, but I do know that I think Attorney Fasano sent that list to everybody directly. I don't actually have my email in front of me, so I'm looking for my memo. Hold on, I found my memo.
Well, the memo is dated June 18th, and it just says attached is a revised draft. Also attached is a revised list of properties, and the administration does not by this submittal endorse the listed properties. But I don't have that list. I don't have that attachment. And then the maps I didn't. Now I got the maps I'm fully familiar with. I just want to make sure that the maps you're referring to in your memo are the two that Attorney Fasano forwarded to us that everybody is looking at.
Correct.
Cool. So how about the list of properties? Because my question goes to that.
Did everybody else get it or not get it?
Anyone else?
We got that before the last meeting, and it was in a spreadsheet in an XLS document.
That I can refer to. I'm trying to follow the memo, and okay. So my question about that is the following: we have an agreement before us that we could be asked to accept and approve. However, the administration has said they do not endorse the listed properties. So how would we go about specifying which properties, if any, are in any agreement that we may or may not approve? I don't want us to get too lost in the weeds on stuff like that.
Do you have the list? I thought I wasn't aware that I did not attach that, but the list that came from Attorney Fasano, it went directly to, I thought, all you counselors. That lists Wallingford 1, Wallingford 2, and Wallingford 3 as the list of properties.
I have the communications from Attorney Fasano. Yes, I'd have to refer back to that. I was just.
That's
again,
the list. I
yeah.
don't know what happened with my memo. That's the current list, unless Attorney Fasano can correct me if I'm wrong. So if I understand the list correctly in the administration's position, it would seem to me that the administration is recommending going forward with Wallingford 1 and Wallingford 3, but not number 2.
Where, pray tell, is Schedule A, which is on page 4 of the agreement? I guess that's my question.
That's the list I was just talking about.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I should have written Schedule A on top of that.
Okay, thanks.
I apologize for that.
No, that's okay. No, I'm trying to follow where this might be.
Correct.
May I ask Attorney Fasano, can you easily refer me to that? Is that in your recent submittal to us or not?
So that's, my head was cocked over here because I was looking at my iPad to figure out if I don't believe I sent the list. It is the same list that you all had from the first meeting, with the exception of removing basically 2 properties in Campus 2. So Campus 1 and Campus 3 remain the same. In Campus 2, we had the property which is shown as Gillespie Trust and Ringrose Trust, and that was already submitted at the first meeting at Schedule A to the document. And what we revised that I sent to Attorney Small was, we're not going to do 2 buildings on Gillespie, we'll only do 1 building. And at Ringrose, we weren't going to do any buildings. We were just going to drive through it to get the Gillespie property because we can't come off the Williams. So the list that you originally got had more properties, and we revised it just to Campus 2 to remove 3 buildings and make a right-of-way through one that we were going to develop, that we're just going to give it to the town of Wallingford, subject to this right-of-way, if that makes sense. So it really hasn't changed other than we reduced the amount of development. It's the same Schedule A.
All right, I mean, I have in the past seen that, and I remember talking about it. I'm just a little perplexed and not, frankly, not a little annoyed that I don't have Schedule A in front of me as I'm being asked to consider this agreement. So maybe at some point, especially tonight, while a lot of us are sitting around while others are talking, if somebody may please send or get whatever agreement attachment A is somewhere where I can see it, I'd appreciate it. But if my understanding is correct, the administration has submitted us with the revised host municipality fee agreement with the mention of Schedule A, but the recommendation that Schedule A be limited only to what we are calling Northrop Road and North Farms Road. Is that correct? Tankwood Road, fine?
So I'm getting that Schedule A out. What was the question? I apologize.
Maybe this is Attorney Small.
Oh.
You do not endorse the listed properties. What properties do you endorse?
Okay, it's the mayor's endorsement, so maybe the mayor can comment as to whether or not that's, so that my understanding is he's endorsing Wallingford 1 and Wallingford 3, but not number 2.
Okay, thank you. As we're talking, what are we referring to those as? Wallingford 1 is which property? By street, please.
Wallingford 1 is the Northrop Road project, and Wallingford 3 is the North Farms Tankwood project.
Thank you. That is very helpful. I appreciate that. All right, let's move on. There's a lot of things in here that I'm concerned about, but from a language perspective, is there a reason why we cannot limit development on agreed upon parcels? I know we can't, our agreement says they can't, the agreement only applies to the specified parcels. But is there any reason why, because there is concern about this, why we can't reach an agreement with the expected and anticipated development limited to a certain number of buildings or square footage? Was that ever discussed? Is it just not possible? Why can't we do that?
When you say, give me an idea of what you're thinking about, Councilman Testa.
Well, it seems to me that if we've got maps in front of us, but my understanding, and if I'm wrong, thank you, and please correct me, down the road, there could be further development on that parcel under the terms of the agreement. That's my understanding. Is that true?
So the list would be the property that we wish to develop and that we would go forward. If we added any more property not on that list, we have to come back to you and ask permission.
No, I'm speaking about development on the specified property. I know that the host agreement says you are not required to build out to the extent that you've demonstrated, but there's no limit to how much you could build out in addition to the buildings that are shown on the map.
That is correct. So what we would have to do is go to zoning and seek that permission from zoning. And if we wanted to do, and that's why these are conceptual only, because we don't know what it's going to look like.
Well, that's it. I think that gets to part of the problem that we are all having. In just, this is rather unique, where we're talking about something that is usually in the purview of planning and zoning, where we're seeing a property with 7 buildings on it. We are addressing concerns about the location of the buildings. And I wouldn't be surprised if many people would say, if we went ahead and approved it, we were limiting the approval to these 7 buildings, when in reality, these buildings may not even be where they are because it hasn't gone to planning and zoning. So it's a hard thing to be talking about. In reality, what we're all really doing is potentially agreeing to an agreement that allows for the development of this parcel in the way that you want to do it, with nothing really more than, well, not that this is not a big deal, but no more than setback provisions. And then, of course, the noise provision. But as far as the development of the property, it's roadway usage, access, egress, and setbacks, which is, again, typically planning and zoning. They're free. My understanding is they're free to even add more stringent setback requirements. However, these are the minimums that we would allow for. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do. So generally what happens with hosting agreements is with the hosting agreements are generally done, just set out the financial terms. Generally, that's what they do. They say, okay, this is what our contract says we expect from you economically, and the electrical agreement. And then it goes to planning and zoning, and they do the setbacks and density and all those other things. The town wanted to have some say in the sound and some say in the setback, so that they could have a chance to weigh in, and you all could have a chance to weigh in. So we said, okay, it's unusual, but we'll try to comply. Once again, without getting on the property and doing all the measurements and studies you have to do for topography, we take the best guess of where we're going to be, giving the worst case scenario in terms of how close we're going to get to neighbors. As Mr. Quinn mentioned, we want to be further than what we're showing, if possible. And that would be all at the planning and zoning stage. Absolutely. And they're going to be, and we have to go with zoning regulations. And they're going to be able to say, no, you have to be this far apart, or whatever they say, and we'll work with them on that end. But you're right.
Is it fair to say that planning and zoning could deny the permit for this? Could they not?
They could.
Is there anything in the state law that was passed that in any way allows for our host agreement to usurp in any way the authority of the Planning and Zoning Commission?
Not that I am aware.
Okay, that's something that came into my head.
Good question.
Yeah, thanks. All right. See if I can bat 1,000. Okay, let's get to the meat of this. Again, language. Let's put this in plain English if we can. I'm reading the agreement. I get to defaults on both parties' part and remedies somewhere in section 6. And this gets to the type of question that has been presented to me by several concerned residents. In other words, once we approve it, once you start building, once this thing is operational, and then if things don't go the way we would like, it's kind of too late then. That's, put it bluntly, that's how the average person is looking at this. My question is, in our agreement, which again, I can't find the page, the remedy of Gotspace not applying with any material part of this agreement, aside from paying the bill, is that we would, I got it, terminate the agreement. If within 60 days, they didn't, remedy a situation. I'm referring to what happens if this thing turns out to be unacceptably noisy, and we can prove that, and the town goes to Gotspace and says, you're in default of our agreement. And 60 days later, they haven't remedied it to whatever standards are determined to be acceptable. We terminate the agreement. What does that mean? I'm talking to you or our attorney. We shut you down?
Janice, did you want to take a quick shot at that?
It's a big question.
Yep.
Hold on a second here. If they're in default and we terminate the agreement, in terms of, they then would end up being fully taxable, and then we'd probably have to go to court in order to argue that they should be shut down because these requirements are a material condition of this agreement, and that's a breach. So that would be something we'd have to end up going to court over.
But that path is open to us.
Yes, it's not precluded, no.
Okay. I mean, I think it's important to let people know that, I'm sure this is something to be easily be cynical about, but we've all.
We're not prevented from, for example, we're not prevented from going to court and getting a court order that they comply with the terms of the agreement. That would be specific performance. So that's something that would be available to us too.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. And then if I understand correctly, you made a few changes to the changes, and that's the last page you sent us on the sound page. And that's to be included in the agreement with the few changes that you have here.
Correct.
So I'm okay with that. My final questions, thanks for your indulgence, everyone. This goes to our engineers and our developer. I know when this first was proposed to us, I don't know if I'm sure I'm not just speaking for myself. My first concern was, we're going to have generators. Generators are loud. And then we started talking about how can we encapsulate, if you will, generators, direct the sound up, and so on and so forth, and protect everyone from the potential sound of large generators. But as we learn more about these developments, it seems to me that that's not the primary concern when we're talking about noise. And the primary concern is for lack of a better term, the hum, the buzz, excuse me, the hum of the equipment itself, and more than that, the chillers and air conditioning systems that are in place to control the heat. And I know we've seen a lot of stories about this. I've done a lot of research. Everyone has. I will acknowledge that a lot of the scarier stories are from developments from quite a few years ago. Excuse me, I apologize. But I had also seen that some of the worst ones had to do with equipment that was located on the exterior of buildings. So my question to the engineers is this. Where's the equipment going to be located that generates the constant sound? Although I do now understand and appreciate your reference to being able to utilize this equipment potentially a lot less frequently than in the hot climates due to the cold climate. That's refreshing to hear. But where's that equipment going to be located, and how is it going to be controlled, baffled, soundproofed, if you will? Because I'm sure you're as familiar as all of us are with this ambient, constant sound that has occurred in other parts of the country that can frankly be maddening to people if they hear it. So that's what we're concerned about. It's my main concern on top of everything else. The language is good. I think we could handle a lot of things. The finances could potentially be good, but when we get to the quality of life for the neighborhoods, how are we going to control that sound from a mechanical standpoint, an engineering standpoint? Thank you.
So this is
I'd
Jim
like to
Rossman
answer
with
that.
Stady Engineering again. So Commissioner Testa, this, on the conceptual plans, in every case, the mechanicals, the generators, the air conditioners, the air handlers, all those exchangers, the transformers, in every case, that equipment is placed on the opposite side of the building from any residential use. So we're using the massing of the building itself as a deflector for sound as its primary attenuation. As the sound engineers go through the studies together with the mechanical engineers and the architects, additional baffling and attenuation will take place, whether that be mufflers, insulation panels, acoustical walls, or landscape plantings and berms. All of those tools will be implemented to further attenuate the sound at the property line. So first,
Jim,
it's
I'd like to add
orientation.
something. Jim, I'd like to add something on this for Counselor Testa. I have been inside of these generators, Counselor. These are big steel boxes. The generators are awfully loud inside. There's also a little room inside the container with all the computers and everything that run these generators. These generators have big doors on the outside. They're sealed shut tight with gaskets, and they're baffled on levels of 1 through 4, not to be confused with the generator 1 through 4 tier rating, which means that we can bring it down. So the sound engineer goes out and he does a report from the generator box, which is fully enclosed, out to the street. And from that, we work backwards and we get the baffling level to meet the sound requirements that are in the town. Now, these generators are only going to run 1% or less of the year unless there's a prolonged power outage like there recently was in Connecticut. Okay, then they're on. But they only run a short period of time and they're going to be very quiet. The primary concern these days, as everyone is aware, is AC units. Okay. Now, the EPA standards have changed a number of times since this video was presented. I think there's been 4 changes to air conditioning standards. Sound attenuation will determine exactly where they put these. For example, if the sound engineer determines in advance of building this that at the height of 40 feet, the generator will be too loud at the street line, they will then place them in back of the building with proper sound attenuation. We can't even tell you the shape or design of these buildings yet because our JV partners all have their own engineers and designers. They have their own rack storage. They have their own way they handle the cooling, but they do know the general concepts will be applied in all of these areas. So there is a solution, and our job is going to be to create it. Now, I want to just assure you about this and about clawbacks and things to fail. This is all institutional debt. No local bank is financing $300 million for a building. It just doesn't happen. Before you get bonding for institutional debt, they go to their engineers, and those engineers have to provide certified reports. These are 200-page reports on every aspect of this building, because the building has to be bonded with only 3 companies in the world that underwrite the bonding on a secondary level insurance. So there is layers and layers. And once somebody puts in $300 million into a building and orders 2 years ahead, $300 million worth of servers, every single bit of this is bonded and tight. So I know we've spent a lot of time, and I believe the town's doing the best they can to protect themselves, and they should. But I will tell you that no one goes into this lightly and builds a building and hopes that the sound is going to be good. We're going to know before we start the build, or the building will not be financed, period. And that'll be an agreement with the sound engineer from the town and the sound engineer that they hire and the JV partners sound engineer. Everyone's going to have to agree before they take the risk to put the shovel in the ground. The buildings will move. We're not sure how much footprint coverage we'll have, but I can tell you this, that I know certain counselors have made their own studies and so forth, but we're going to be covering a small percentage, nowhere near maximum, footprint coverage allowable in the zone. 50% is to be left open space. A whole lot more than 50% is going to be left. If things go well and we build 4 or 5 buildings and we need a big building because there's a customer for that, we have to come to the town and we have to say, this is the customer we have and here's our sound reports and here's this. Can we get this approved? We'll never go over the amount that's fully allowable in that one large group of the land assembly there, because frankly, there wouldn't be enough utility. So there's going to be a balancing point. What we're asking for is a municipal fee hosting agreement that allows us simply to take the next step, be able to get to planning board. There's a whole lot more to do. So we can't move, we can't put any more money into the project until we know that we've got a arrangement worked out in writing with Wallingford, executed by the parties, and then we're going to start this process. There'll be plenty of input. This isn't a for today and never again process. This is going to be a probably 6 to 8 month process. And we will not have the exact buildings until we get the exact JV partner. So I've been in the development business over 30 years. I've been before boards for all of that time. I understand the concerns. We've worked in environmentally sensitive areas. I have built on-site treatment plants. I built hundreds of units of housing and so forth. So we'll be very sensitive to all of that. I hope that answered your question.
Good, thank you. I think that's, I know everyone else can have a lot of questions, so I've taken enough time for now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and everyone who answered my questions.
All right, before I move on to the next, just in searching my email for something that I have electronically, this is the list I was able to come up with. And Attorney Fasano, if you could just remind us how this list has changed as you described it. You're muted. Len, there you go.
I hit something on my computer and it's gone. Okay.
We've lost you again.
Yeah, I was just trying to get my eyes around this.
Hello.
So down where it says Barnes Data Campus, yes. That is the area that the Ring Rose and the Ring Rose, those two properties, we showed a building on, and we're not going to go there, build there, but we kept it on the list because we need to travel through there, because when you look at the map, the only way to access the Gillespie and Barnes area is through Williams. And because we agreed to stay off of Williams, we need to keep that property on just to drive over Ring Rose to get to Gillespie and to get to Barnes, where we showed 2 buildings and we're only doing 1. So the list does remain the same, but only because we have to travel. We would have taken off Ring Rose if we could come off of Williams, but we can't come off of Williams because you prefer us not to, we agree. So we stay out of the residential area, so we have to go through Ring Rose.
So you're using Ring Rose to access the property from Route 68 next to the hotel.
That's correct. And then we're going to take the balance of Ring Rose. Tom, correct me if I got this different. We're going to take the balance of Ring Rose and donate it to the to the town of Wallingford or have whatever you guys want to do with it. Is that fair, Tom?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen because it challenges my ability to run the meetings. Next up is Councilor Morgenstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So yes, a lot of things have been answered on my part. I had requested us to have the electric division here tonight because there were enough electric questions that I thought were fair to be answered by the town, rather than just the potential developer. So we have someone here, and I appreciate their time.
I saw Mr. Hendershot logged in. There he is.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Hendershot. So I, like Jason and all, I've received emails, I've received phone calls, we've had many, many concerns. So if I can kind of just give you a little bit of a list and ask if I can get some comments, that would be great. So the build up is going to be done by Gotspace themselves, and we're talking about substations and infrastructure, and obviously increased power. There's been questions about, does the state of Connecticut have enough power? Is it going to impact the rest of the town, the people in the area, especially as things are being built up? And then I think another big question I have is this $2.1 million of revenue and the fact that there's been talk of there being infrastructure that the town itself was needing in the future anyhow, that perhaps the town is getting a benefit out of this buildup, is another end of. So it's kind of the beginning part and the good and the bad. And can I pick your brain a bit, please?
Sure, pick away. You said a lot. I don't know what the question is.
Yeah, and I'm sorry that I do that. Let's start with the good that has been presented as good. The additional infrastructure, is there truth to Wallingford was going to be needing to do some work that perhaps these developers doing their work is going to benefit our electric division in the long run?
That's unknown at this time. My understanding, and if you will, vision of how this would go physically is on the properties that's been described, the developer would tap the existing Eversource transmission line and build a new transmission line on their property to a substation, quite a large one, given the loads involved, of their construction. And the buildings, all the data center load would be served from that. It's conceivable, but it has not been really discussed, and certainly there's nothing in writing that there might be some additional substation capacity in this substation usable by the electric division, but that's no more than a concept at this point.
Okay. And do you agree with the additional revenue that is being put forth? A number of 2.1 million was thrown out this evening. I'm not clear, is that per year or that number was thrown out? And
I neither agree nor disagree with it. There's been a lot of back and forth recently about that, and I'm not clear on how that's been calculated. It doesn't sound outlandish, but there's a lot there to be done. We have a somewhat similar, we've proposed a form of agreement to Gotspace that they have modestly commented upon, but not provided a markup of that proposed agreement, if you will. And it includes quite a list of fees and charges, as you might imagine, for the different services and aspects of administering a contract like this. We have a similar one in place with a large manufacturer in town. They don't take service at the transmission level, but there's a series of fees and charges, and we've modeled this proposed agreement after that. Those fees, we want to make them as cost-based as we can. We don't want to be arbitrary in their creation, but they have not been developed yet, and they would then require PUC and ultimately town council approval, because the agreement would be for a length of time in excess of 10 years. That's my understanding. And so that would require council approval. Yes, there will be additional revenues above costs to the electric division. To what extent, I cannot say at this time.
And certainly without a host agreement, it's similar as planning and zoning. Until we have a host agreement, they're not going to move forward with putting that work in. That
I don't
certainly
want to speak for them, but that's probably the case.
yeah, that makes sense. And do you see any difference in residential rates if we are to be seeing an above cost price to this? Could we expect that residents, and obviously we can't say for certain, but is there any chance that this sort of thing could improve residential rates or worsen in residential rates or make no difference?
I wouldn't expect it would worsen it. It's certainly got the potential to improve them because it might create revenues in excess of expenses that then could be applied other places. And when we do rates, and we've recently completed a cost of service study and then the resulting rates for the next 3 fiscal years at the retail level for the electric division, it's always cost-based. You know, what are our costs and what are anticipated sales and what revenues do we need to raise to maintain the place and keep it running, pay all the people, buy all the vehicles and the equipment, and et cetera, et cetera. And if there was other revenue coming in, then revenue above costs, well, just revenues required from other customers might very well go down.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Mayor.
Yeah, I think we got to be careful about that because the rates are not, one rate is not meant to subsidize other rates.
That's a good point.
So we wouldn't necessarily be charging more in one area so that we could subsidize a rate in another. Currently, we're gradually actually increasing residential rates because for a period of time, they've been lower than they should be. And we've been subsidizing commercial industrial. So there's been a process of gradually truing that up. I wouldn't expect that we would go the opposite direction on this.
Well, I do remember a few years ago that we trued up residential rates, and yeah, we won't get into that tonight, but that is something for another night. Okay.
But I just want everyone to understand the rate making process is cost-based, and it's not meant to create a situation where one class of rate is subsidizing another class. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the intent, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Or perhaps payment in lieu of taxes, fees might change to the benefit. So we just don't know, but it was a question worth asking. And then there have been customers, especially along North Farms Road, that have talked about improvements that are being done currently that have given them problems and concerns raised about, as work is being done, whether residents in the area might see difficulties. Is that anything that you could comment on?
I wouldn't expect that to be the case because this campus will not be served from the local distribution system. It will be served from all new facilities that would start from the transmission line that runs through the property. So
Yeah.
the electric system that serves customers in the area. It's not the electric system that will serve this campus.
Right, yeah, that was my understanding as well. And there were some questions about safety and capacity. I myself couldn't come up with any of those concerns, but said that I would ask.
I don't know what the safety concern would be. Capacity wise, we at Gotspace's expense will apply to the independent system operator, New England, ISO New England, the entity that runs the transmission system, and ask them to study and comment upon the application of these proposed loads at this proposed location. And that may very well result in the need for, say, Eversource or United Illuminating to do work on transmission lines some distance away. And that will be at Gotspace's expense, should that be the case.
Right, thank you. Yeah, and so I think my last question is more toward Janice. On the redlined agreement that we looked at, I note that on 3F regarding generators and emergency and peak shave usage, there was redlined a lot of language taken out as opposed to increased. And I was just curious, Janice, what, whether you could just comment on that, because it seems to me that the generator usage has been in a separate from noise, which is really the bigger one, has been a pretty lengthy discussion. If you could just comment a bit on how the emergency use and peak shave use legal wording there has been worked out, please.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Where are you?
I couldn't find it this evening to have it in front of me, but our redlined version of the host agreement.
Okay.
There is a 3F and it's titled Generators, Emergency and Peak Shaving Generator Use.
Hold on, I gotta find it.
I'm sorry. I'm like Vinny. I looked at it all this afternoon and then at looking at other things, I should have printed it because
Yeah,
finding
I
now it's
apologize. I can't seem to find what line you're talking about.
maybe Mr. Quinn or Mr. Fasano has any recollection of discussion about the emergency generators. I know that we're using the latest technology and enclosing them in concrete and all of these things. It just struck me that there was a lot of wording that was removed. There was a lot of red line that was all crossed out, and it basically just says emergency and peak shaving generators will be used. It really just, there's not much detail at that 3F any longer.
I think you're talking about a section that Attorney Farrell wanted it to be amended to make it clear that the key component of that language is to make sure that they're going to have an agreement that's acceptable to the electric division, that's a key condition. And we're only allowing the use of generators for emergencies and peak shaving for their purpose. That's it. It's not for anything else. And that goes in part to the whole issue of them being able to sell power, which they're absolutely will not be allowed to do. So that was language that Attorney Farrell wanted to have clearly state that. So that's why some language that wasn't really needed was taken out and that was put in.
Okay, and then the much more specific
Counselor
will come
Morgenstein.
with that agreement. Yeah.
Counselor Morgenstein.
Yep.
It's Attorney Farrell, and yes, that was to protect any question that our franchise over the only people who sell electricity in Wallingford is the Wallingford Electric Division, period. So that was to remove any question of that whatsoever.
Okay. And then as Mr. Hendershot said, the much more detailed specifics will come in that agreement later, just like planning and zoning. All of those specifics are going to be coming later. Okay, so I think that's kind of my electric division questions. And I think a lot of everything else has been answered by other folks. I may ask to circle back around, but I think I'm good for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on, I just want to inform members of the public who have expressed an interest in asking questions. A lot of you are new to our meetings. The counselors ask questions first, then we go out to the public. So I am not skipping you to skip you. I'll come back to you after the council has had its opportunity. Next up, Councilor Laffin. No audio. No.
Nothing.
There. Now we hear you.
There? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I could hear, but I guess my mic wasn't working. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of the other counselors obviously have asked a lot of questions that I had written down too and talked about. I want to keep things moving a little bit more and simpler. So I want to actually start with the motion. And if I figure if there's going to be any adjustments, it would be easier to amend the motion than just hypothetically talking about things. So I move that we accept and approve the host agreement with Gotspace LLC for the development of data centers as presented.
Second.
There is a second to Councilor Laffin's motion from Councilor Tada. All right, your floor, Mr. Laffin.
Thank you. So I know the administration has talked about limiting or not including other properties, whatever. And that's fine if I or somebody wants to make that amendment later on. But I just wanted to start with the base, with the agreement as presented to us, and we can kind of go from there. I know it's easier to go through something like this with a document, or in this case, the motion to work from. I wanted to clear up a couple things. I had questions, and I think I already know the answers, and I just want to have them out in public. So whoever's best to answer them, Attorney Fasano, I defer to you. Going back to the map of the Tankwood and North Farms area, we've already talked about how buildings 3, 4, and 5 would likely come together. So my take on this, seeing all these different iterations, is that, and as Councilor Shortell usually makes all the pop culture references, but he's been quiet. This is kind of like the Raptors in Jurassic Park testing the fence. This is showing us the worst case scenario. This is the border of where we're going to be, and it's not ideal for you either. So this is just kind of the worst case scenario. And so, but I was curious as I figured that out. I had two questions. One, over by buildings 6 and 7, there's a large, it looks like woods. And I'm sure there's a simple wetlands or land issue that's already been thought of. And because so often I sit up here and people ask me a question, which I think is like, oh, of course we figured that we already thought about that. But here we are, and I want to ask the question anyway. There's a huge space and there's no building there. I was just wondering what was going on over there.
So can I let Jim answer that question? Is from the engineering? I think he knows the land a little bit better.
Knows the best. I defer to you directing who's best to answer the questions.
Thank you.
So Commissioner, Jim Rossman with State Engineering again. There are some topographic challenges in there. There are some very sharp ravines that run through that region. And we also know that in that area, there is a collection of water that will be represented by wetlands. So if you look at this in terms of how it's agriculturally used, we're trying to fit the buildings into those agricultural uses because the farmers know the condition of the land better than we do at this point.
Great. Okay. And then if building 3 was to be where it is, worst case scenario, on that planned map. There's a clearing there. Is there any reason why you wouldn't just plant another forest there? Just a ton of trees to either help buffer or for the land, instead of having just the roadside buffer and then the buffer around the building and then a clearing.
So to answer that question directly, yes, we would consider planting that. What's missing from the distance plan is we removed all of that perimeter landscaping from this plan so you could actually see the dimensions.
Yeah.
So there was in the prior iteration of this conceptual plan, a lot more plantings that were already shown. So yes, we would replant where necessary to, obviously meet the goals of the Planning and Zoning and the Wetlands Commission's comments.
Okay, great. The comment was made earlier, Attorney Fasano, the 12.6 million towards or from electrical and into the fund and everything to capital through electric. Is it my understanding that so a lot of the power is basically going to be a pass through for. I mean, you're going to get your power as a pass through Wallingford. It's not. I mean, there are contributions obviously that we've talked about and we just talked about with the electric division, but a majority is a pass through and leaning on the efficiencies of the Wallingford system, and then you'll have your new stronger systems coming in. Is that right?
I'm going to give that over to Tom. When you say pass through, we're just buying the electrical power from Wallingford. That's all we're doing.
But at like cost almost. Like there's not a huge profit being negotiated there, right? Like we're not charging you as much as maybe a normal business might get in this area, where then some of that profit or revenue, whatever. I know you said too, you didn't want to use the word profit. I don't like to use the word either, but where that money and then ends up in the fund that pays for those expenses. So, but there won't be as much in this situation, and maybe Rick can answer that better. But
Tom,
I can shed a little light on that. Now, there's a formula, and it'll bore you to go through it, but let me just give you some broad numbers. A 32 megawatt building draws more than 32 megawatts because a 32 megawatt is only the IT critical load to run the servers only. So air conditioning systems, lights, and all the other systems are more. You take that number and you buy in today's market, let's say it's around 2 cents for wholesale. Wallingford's the asset manager. Everything passes through Wallingford. We have to pay the distribution that Eversource charges because they own the lines. We're going to put all our own lines in at no expense to Wallingford at all, but Wallingford will then own the lines. It's like when you have a gas line come into a house, you still don't own it even though you pay for it. And then there's a layer of final mile pricing. These are very general terms. There's more to it than this, but there's final mile pricing, which is what the utility gets for providing the service. Okay, and we don't want to use profit, but it is in effect a margin that they make on that. Now, one of these buildings draws between, depending on the type of use, and we're using a hybrid model to be as accurate as you can. So if you have a Facebook use, it's proprietary and they use different servers. And if you have a mall type arrangement in a co-location, it's a different power level. But let's say we blended the two, a 32 megawatt building would draw approximately $21 million a year at current wholesale buy rates, and the final mile pricing that we have with other term sheets in other towns is a roughly 10% number. To give you a round number, we don't know where we're going to end up. We have not done this with the power company. We're not assuming anything. But if you ran those numbers out, you end up with that spread per building in aggregate, approximately that number. And we might be off by $1 million or $1.5 million. We might be short $1.5 million. We just don't know. It's all about who comes and what they put in each of the buildings. So I hope that answers your question from a broad stroke.
No, it does. It does. It kind of like where I was thinking the 10% part is new and then adds, and that helps clarify where that was coming from. So, we talked about, as Attorney Fasano, you mentioned the phasing doesn't work. One of the things I was going to throw out tonight, and maybe look for your reaction, everybody's reaction right now, is, but it's probably in your best interest. You already talked about you're going to do this anyway. is you're building buildings that aren't near the residential areas first. And that would give, so my concept was that part of the host agreement might be that you wouldn't do this, that you would build further away from the residential areas first, so that planning and zoning would have basically experience, a slight, period of operational experience with the first building or two, to see really how far they could go. Maybe they would see then, oh no, they've got to be 1,000 feet. No, maybe 200 is plenty with the trees and the way that this technology shoots the sound out the roof or whatever, I don't know. But you're talking about the phasing, you need a limitation like that at this level. You were inferring it would be difficult when you're trying to get partners. Is that my understanding?
It's a very simple answer to the question. There are 13 Facebook sites, 3 more being built. I use Facebook because everyone knows Facebook, okay?
Yeah.
They come in a big H. The letter H is how they build it. They don't build it any other way. They build it in the letter H, and that's their design criteria, okay? So if we have that letter H, we have to find a place to fit it on the site somewhere. It may not fit in the furthest part away, may not, okay? There might be other reasons it can't be there. I don't know yet, but we'll try to do the best we can working with planning board. Now, if you go to Microsoft, they have multiple designs. If you go to Google, it's a whole different thing. So every company has their own thing. I can tell you now, we have a big customer. They have their own design, which is 3 long buildings attached in the front by an office building that connects across the front, and most of it's glass. That's their design, okay? So it all depends on how they hook it up. And it seems simple, right? We all have computers in our house and we can move them around in rooms. These companies have a particular way the racks are built in the building, how the racks connect to the raised floor, how the raised floor communicates out to the low voltage and the uninterrupted power supply. So there's a whole engineering thing that we are not in control of.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to hide anything, but we need to be flexible. So if we get one of these people to finally commit to come, and we invite them and the table's all set, that we are flexible enough so that we can actually get the job done. It's no use tying our hands before we start to learn how to swim here. So we need that flexibility.
So like when a hotel is building on site, they have the same blueprint. They more or less plop down on the land they've bought and they make minor adjustments from there. So you can't plan right now because it depends on who basically, which chain.
That's right. They're all different. That's correct.
They have their model, they have their design, and okay. All right, that is it for me. Councilor Zandri had a lot of my thoughts and a lot of my questions, so I don't want to duplicate any of that stuff for the sake of speaking and being heard. So thank you very much for answering those questions. Thanks.
Up next is Councilor Tata. After that, Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to bring up anything that was already brought up, but one issue that I thought was important to note was the zoning of this district. And I know that we all heard from residents that are near the proposed sites, and they are concerned about their quality of life and what views they will have. And certainly, living in an idyllic setting with a farm as your front yard or backyard, is a nice thing. That being said, those farms are in the industrial expansion or IX district, which allows for a lot of things. I just wanted to run through some of the things that are allowed there. And I'm saying this with all due compassion for the neighbors. Basically what I'm trying to do and what I've been trying to do these past few weeks since the last meeting is to figure out if this is a good fit for the town as a whole, because we need to think of the whole town, but also if it's a good fit for the neighbors who will be most affected on a day-to-day basis by this. So I just want everyone to understand what possibilities we could get in this zone if we didn't have this, and then maybe we can kind of compare what we're getting. So I'm reading now from the our zoning regulations. The following uses are permitted, subject to site plan approval under the IX district. Agriculture, farming, forestry. So obviously that's That's what's currently on most of these properties. Also allowed public utility facilities, buildings, and storage yards. So that would be quite different, and I assume would not be looked upon favorably by the neighbors either. Offices, printing and publishing, research operations, manufacturing, compounding, packaging and assembling materials and products, and non-retail dry cleaning facilities, storage and warehousing, governmental buildings, facilities, non-residential elder care centers. Then there are more permitted uses requiring special permits. So these are also allowed in the area with a special permit. Helipads, so that was an interesting one. But under helipads was something I wanted to note because, like we said before, planning and zoning is going to get this. And you know, we're certainly not the zoning experts. Some of us have been on zoning boards before. I know at least one other counselor or two were. But planning and zoning will have much more say as far as where the buildings are going to go and what stipulations are on it. Now, here was one. This is a current regulation in regards to helipads. Underneath it, it says helipads with the following provisions: that the location is such that no undue nuisance or danger therefrom will affect any neighboring property. So planning and zoning can very well put that in the regulation for this. They can say no undue nuisance. And if the data centers don't comply, then they're in violation of the regulations. There's some other permitted uses. I don't need to go through all of them, but large satellites with a special exception, hydrogen road vehicle fuel station operations. So anyway, anyone can look this up, but there's various uses that I think would also or would be much more intrusive than this proposed plan. Under special requirements, now this will apply because this is general special requirements in this district. It says any use within the IX district shall be established, operated, and maintained in such a manner as to provide that each use shall be a good neighbor and in no way detract or limit the intended development of the area. So it already says in this zone, per the regulations, that you must be a good neighbor. And if somebody were deemed to not be a good neighbor, then that will go through the process of being in violation of our regulations. That's already there. So, so anyway, I just wanted to go through that because I don't think we've really touched on that much, but you know, kind of what I've been doing is listening to everything and getting all the info and trying to decide what's the best situation for these neighbors. And in my opinion, I think a lot of these other uses that could come there are really much worse for these neighbors than this could be. I think that they've been very willing to accommodate requests that were made on the petition set forth by the neighbors. And I think they really do want to be a good neighbor. I truly do think that. I don't think that they want to be, you know, in people's yards and infringing upon people's privacy. I do think they're going to try to go as far into the land as they can based on the designs. And again, planning and zoning is going to have much more say in this than we are. So we set forth some standards in the host agreement as far as moving the buffer back farther than it was. Planning and zoning can go even further with that if they want. But the financial side, you know, potentially $21.6 million per year when you look at taxes and electric revenue. That's huge. I mean, this could very well be the biggest financial decision that this council or any town council in Wallingford has ever had to make. You know, we argue about $30,000 over fireworks and you know, every dollar counts, but this is $21.5 million a year. I mean, that really changes. I mean, that could really change the landscape of this town and allow us to do things that we don't have the money for right now. So, you know, certainly I think we're all trying to just make sure this is the right thing for the town and for the neighbors. And you know, I'm pretty convinced that this is this is the best possibility for everyone involved. And I thank everyone who's been working on this, because I think that over the past 2 weeks, a lot of improvements were made. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further to your point about the zone is that the Planning and Zoning Commission has to change its regulations to allow the data centers to be built in the district. And so they are going to have another crack at the regulations to address further concerns that the neighbors have. Next, Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chair, I don't want to look at the money, quite frankly. I'm looking at the neighborhood, the people that are going to have to live with the situation, and you would hope that it does end up good. But, you know, quite frankly, if somebody came to town tomorrow and said, we'll give you $1 billion a year, is it worth it? And that's something that I don't know that's before us. So I want to look at the merits. What I'm hearing tonight is that the motion that's on the table is not supported by EDC, and it's not supported by the mayor. And because both of those, the mayor has stated that he's not in favor of the full build out as was proposed. And EDC is saying that they're following the mayor's lead with regard to that. So I'm a little troubled that there seems to be support in opposition to those recommendations. You know, as to terminating the agreement, you know, in certain aspects, we've been down this road with other projects. And the fact of the matter is that, you know, when one says, well, if you just go to court, those of us that actually get involved with these cases know that you don't just go to court. These cases, when there's defenses, take months, sometimes years. And in the meantime, the offensive act, the neighbors have to live with. And that's troublesome. You know, sometimes in contracts, we have waivers of notice on a PJR, let's say, right? It's a commercial contract. There's, you know, they've assented. You're going to go to court, you're going to get an order. It's not in the agreement. Here, there's notice provisions. It has to be 60 days to cure. But the only remedy that we have at that time is then to go to a judge and look for injunctive relief, which us lawyers know that's a very high standard. And the injunctive relief is not on behalf of the neighbors. By implication it is, but it's saying that we have a contract. There's been a violation of the contract, and we're asserting the rights as the town. We're not stepping into the shoes of the neighbors, because the neighbors don't have those rights under the agreement as presented. You know, I think this thing is being done ass backwards, quite frankly, because it should be before planning and zoning first, who would look at the plan of conservation and development. And I know the representation was made that this falls in line with the plan of conservation and development, but I looked at that and data centers doesn't appear in there. So one may say that the concepts that were anticipated by someone, because I was on that committee, that steering committee that created that document and all that stuff, we never discussed data centers. That the expansion could allow for that, but that's a determination to be made by planning and zoning. And then once the permitted use is established, whether it be through special permit for this particular applicant or for anyone that would come to town that wanted to do a data center, then we look at the host agreement, because what we have here is the tail wagging the dog. If some host agreement is approved here, then all you're going to hear before planning and zoning is, if you don't approve this, if you don't let it happen, it's going to be millions of dollars the town is missing out on. That's going to shift that whole discussion to money. And that's what I want to stay away from. Because the ordinary process would be change of the zone, host agreement, and then a site plan. That would be the normal process. And we also have the issue of due process, because when there's a change in the zone, there has to be notice to those that would be affected. You know, I got a call from somebody today who lives on North Farms Road. Has no idea what the hell's going on here. And I had to explain it to them. There's been no notice. There's been concerns about the people that, I mean, Tankwood is right on the Meriden border, basically. Meriden's not having a meeting about this. Or those residents being made part of that process. Ordinarily, due process would permit those individuals to have notice, the ability to be heard, but instead it's cart before the horse. So, you know, I certainly can't support the motion that's before us. I would have it that somebody come to us with something that, because I don't even know that the applicant is in support of the confines that the mayor has proposed. I don't know. So what's before us is a full-blown expansion, which I'm not in support of. I think it should be, if it's going to happen at all, it's got to be on a very small scale. Let's see where we are. But certainly the motion before us, I don't know how I could possibly support. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just looking at the chat bar to work through who's up next. And Mr. Laffin.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify and reiterate my opening comments to the motion where I stated that I was making the baseline motion to be amended as the council saw fit based on the multiple recommendations we had from other sources. So that's it.
All right, at this point, that is all for the council comments. So let me scroll backwards. I think the first member of the public I have is Ms. Polanski.
Hi, I'm Jessica Polanski of 1039 North Farms Road. And I have to take a deep with the latest plans that came out because I'm really upset, which I'm sure you all read in my letter that I sent last night. But before I talk about those plans, I just want to make a point. Chairman Cervani said in the meeting tonight, in every meeting that I've listened in, he started off by saying, if background noise gets noisy, I may press mute. Then he said, mute yourself. I'm already hearing background noise. Now imagine if that background noise cannot be turned off in your backyard or in your home, because these 24/7 obnoxiously loud air conditioners, cooling systems are just destroying every bit of peace in your own yard, in your own home. People who live around these don't have the luxury of pressing a mute button. Mr. Fasano, how incredibly disingenuous is is it these enormous capacity industrial air conditioning and cooling considered quiet? There is not a person who has documented on their result of living around these units that has anything positive to say. Say it's a living hell. I've come on, it's a nightmare. They say on here in every single meeting to defend neighbors because it is family to defend my document again by everyone who lives around these, that they are not in any way, shape, or form neighborhood friendly. So in being on here and discussing and defending my neighbors and defending everyone's quality of life as human beings who live in this town and raise our children and pay taxes and mind our business, we, Mr. Quinn said in a meeting, these companies like their privacy, we like our privacy too. And we don't want our quality of life impeded upon. So this brings me to my next question. What scientific model, what science is behind your 350 feet? Can anyone answer that question? Because if there is no science behind it, everything that has been said thus far is beyond disingenuous, it's discredited. You are all speaking as if you have answers, as if you can just throw this behind a residential property and affect everyone's lives 24/7, as if our lives, science behind anything, any claims you've made to the 300, the 350 feet that these models are based on. What scientific sound model is everything that you've said based on, or is everything going to be discredited right now because of garbage?
So, Mr. Chairman, just to answer the question, the 350 feet is not based upon sound. It was based upon.
Everything that's been said is speculative, because I think I heard Mr. Ross say that, so if that is the case, can be provided. Is there any, am I cutting out?
Yes.
You are cutting out.
Okay, was anything that I said heard?
No, a lot of it came through. The majority of
I
it.
mean, I don't think, it's very, very easy. We're not bad people. Anybody who lives on this and anybody, we're not fighting against it being buried deep where it's not going to affect us. We're fighting against it in affecting our lives. And it's very easy for anybody in town to see the monetary value of this and to see the pros of it. It's very easy to see that when you don't have to be faced and deal with the cons that are going to be our world and our reality on a daily basis. There is not one documented person who lives around this who has anything positive to say. Nothing. So, again, is there a scientific model to the 300, 350, or is everything discredited right now because everything that's been said is garbage to manipulate people?
So if I can, Mr. Chairman?
Certainly, Mr. Fasano.
So the 350 feet is not sound. 350 feet was the visual. To move it further from the neighborhood, and that 350 feet is from the curb closest to the side of the development. And then the landscaping would go between. So it had nothing to do with sound. It had everything to do with visual. So that's why the 350 feet is 300 feet is about a football field, and then the other 50 feet. So that's what that was. So it had nothing to do with sound. Sound will be determined by a measurement at the dwelling relative to topography and the backdrops off. We did 300. And there's no magic to it. And it certainly could be discussed at the next stage. the town wanted some number in hosting agreement, that at least we start as a starting point, and we can have further conversations, not cast in stone.
Okay. Thank you. And then my next question is about these power stations. I assume this is a question for Mr. Quinn. And we already had some health concerns about the one building that the previous proposal, which was the building number 5, but these new maps now having these power stations right there. Can you tell us a little bit more about these power stations? Because I'm very concerned about the health for myself, my family, my neighbors, for being surrounded by this much electricity, this much power based off of what these buildings will actually be. If you could tell us a little bit more about that.
These are substations. I have one right down the street from my house at 6 acres. And we live near them. They're necessary to transform down the utility from high voltage to low voltage. These are going to be centralized in the middle of the complex for distribution needs. In other words, you want them in the middle. You'll see that there's already power lines on this map. If you can see it clearly, Jim may be able to point. It says CLNP electric right of way. There's power lines that run through that right of way, and a road that runs kind of underneath it. And just off of that will be these substations. Again, these substations are a long paper trail away, not a long time away, but a long paper trail. So, we'd have to apply for certain loads. We have to provide all that to Wallingford Utility, and it goes on and it goes on and on. And once we get these done, these will look like any substation you see pass down the road.
Okay.
And by the way, from the streets, I mean, I have the plan up on my other device here. You're talking about maybe 1,500 feet, a third of a mile away. I don't think there's going to be any issue a third of a mile away for anything related to health concerns. Not that there is one right up close, but I don't have those metrics related to any health concerns here, so I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know about the health concerns. Okay. And then also about the amount of staff. You originally said that it was going to be 85 people per building needed to staff these. We're now looking at 2 buildings behind us plus the power station. So are you still looking at 85 people per building?
I can't tell you the number. I can only tell you what the average is in the market with a study done by 3 different companies up in Hartford together. One of them was the old CERC, which is now called Advanced CT, so it's a quasi-governmental agency. They're PhDs that did all the work. The average in the industry is approximately 85 for a 32 megawatt fully entitled. So the people that will be there the outside maintenance folks will probably be approximately 80-ish, and there are 3 shifts. So you divide that out, divide the 80 by 3, 26 or 27 cars will travel to these buildings, but they won't be coming off North Farms or Tankwood. They'll be coming up through the industrial park to the site, and there'll be 3 shifts for each building, however many buildings eventually get built.
Okay, so that was my question, was per building. That's what we're looking at, because you just said 3 shifts. So it's per building. We're looking at approximately 85 people.
Yes, if fully entitled, if we get there, and all the buildings are approved, and all the buildings are built, and there's enough utility for everything, and if all the ifs fall in place, there could be 500 jobs spread over 3 shifts.
Okay, and then my other question is, why can't these buildings be pushed back far enough because of all that land behind there?
The land is wet, so we can only go back so far. There is some dry land, and we may be able to move these buildings, but we can't do anything without a municipal hosting fee agreement. And then the next line item is sound attenuation and basic land planning, where the engineers go out and they flag wetlands and they flag the areas. We will move these buildings as close as we can based on a few metrics. The type of building that the JV partner needs to build, which was not defined yet. No one's defined it yet because no one is invited in to come to Wallingford vis-a-vis the hosting agreement. So if we get the hosting agreement, we can then go further into planning and zoning and work on that land and answer those questions. And you're absolutely right. We might be able to shove these buildings over even a little further. But right now, the engineer is giving us conservative estimates for upland, dryland. So we know what we can do there. And we can report up to our, up to our investor partners.
Okay, okay.
Mr. Quinn, your audio is doing something distorted.
I'm sorry. I need a data center nearby.
Ooh.
Okay, I got it cranked all the way up. Is that any better?
No, I think you need to go in the other direction.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be voting on a data center this big behind your property. But I appreciate for your concern for these residents with that comment that you just made. Have you concerned or considered the property value that's going to go down the drain for all of us residents by putting all of this? Because this map shows, and not only are you putting this right behind us, but the property that was right next to us is now under your control, which will likely be, I'm not quite sure, but knocked down, used for travel, who knows what. But have you considered that, what it's going to do to all of our property value by putting it this close, because apparently you can't push it farther back? Or is that just another?
I'm not prepared to make any property value comments. I haven't done any appraisals. I don't know anything about it. All I know is we went and purchased land in an industrial zone. It's been an industrial zone for a very long time. We purchased land in an industrial zone and we're doing a development. This is the place we selected to do it. There are only a few industrial zone parcels, and this is the largest one right now. This is assemblage. It took we started about 14 months ago working with the first people to tie up the property. It's been a long process. So as far as selecting other sites to go, this would be the site to go to. Power runs through the site. It is all industrial zone, and we now have control of the land piece. So it is a go-to site.
Yeah, but it's not zoned for data centers. So yes, it's industrial zone, but it's not zoned for data centers, which again, is something that should have been taken care of from
Actually,
the
no,
start.
the state legislature and Connecticut Council on, without getting deep in the weeds, it's late. Connecticut Council on Municipalities convinced us, that represents all the mayors in the state and others. They convinced us that we needed municipal fee hosting fee agreements first. And that's how they wanted this handled. So that's what we're doing. So we've done this in every town. It's not the first one. We have other municipal fee hosting agreements we went to first, and we have all these same challenges that we need to face. We're gonna have to go back. We've gotten text amendment changes in other towns. We've been successful now, and we're working through the process. This is a process. But the first thing is hosting.
Okay, can you tell us also what impact this will have on all of our wells, since we're all well water?
Zero. It'll have no impact on your wells whatsoever. There's no water out of these that goes into the ground. It's all contained.
Okay, and you have, there's researchers proof to
Across the country, there's research. There's thousands of examples. These companies are the greenest companies. If you just take the time to really look this up, the greenest companies. I had to do this up at the Capitol. I had to spend a lot of time up there. You'll learn through the process that there is concern about the development on the site as you are. They really are concerned.
So if I can, maybe Jim, you could talk about the water issue from an engineering standpoint, both in terms of how water is going to get to the site and the water that will be used on the site relative to the wells.
Yes, so it's Jim Rossman with State Engineering again. So to answer your question directly, these facilities, this whole campus will be connected to the public infrastructure coming through the industrial park. So the sanitary sewage will be dealt with on the public sewers. The public water supply will supply the water to each of these facilities. There will be no impact from a drawdown point of view or a infiltration point of view to your wells, period. And if you're asking for studies, there's absolutely science out there that shows how this type of development will be managed through a stormwater management. The environmental aspects, all of those things have to be dealt with at both the municipal and the state level. So There's plenty of engineering that's yet to take place, but I can say definitively at this point, there is going to be no impact to your well, period.
Okay. It's very concerning that every question that we ask regarding this is, we don't have the answer, we don't have the answer, we don't have the answer, but we want you to put the trust into us for this. This is hugely impacting all of our lives. And Mr. Quinn, you made that joke about, oh, I must, put a data center near me. I mean, the inconsiderateness from that comment, this is not a joke to us. This is our lives. We're building a family that could be greatly impacted on this sweet farm, quiet land that we had purchased. And you're just saying, oh, we don't have the answers. We don't have the answers. I mean, so please understand our frustration in trying to look for some answers other than these are all conceptual. Well, your conceptual plans, quite frankly, they stink. I mean, to put this many buildings right there when, quite frankly, we see all this other land, how it's all wetlands, I don't fully understand that or believe that to a full extent. But I mean, and not to mention, I understand we've broached the sound topic numerous times, but you're looking and talking about sound that you hear during the day. When we're sitting outside stargazing at 10 o'clock at night, I don't want to have to worry about listening to a lawnmower sound in my backyard 24/7. I mean, that's a huge thing to consider. So please have some more, so what I'm looking for here, compassion to us with the next people coming to comment. But I appreciate your time and thank you so much.
Next up is Mr. Massimino.
Hi, this is Keith Massimino on Calvin Road.
Go ahead.
So just a couple questions. I'm not going to waste my time with Mr. Quinn. That seemed kind of pointless. We got a lot of political answers with, a lot of I don't knows and maybes. So my question more is for the engineering part of things. My main concern is at the end of the day, we're, from my understanding, and you guys can tell me if this is accurate, we're going to basically be giving Wallingford Electric over, essentially handing them over to supply this massive industrial complex with their needs. And then obviously they're going to supply it as they need it. Is that accurate?
Jim?
No, that's inaccurate. So the Wallingford Public Utilities, they're the conduit by which the electrical needs of this campus are fed, but we're not handing them all the complexity without the assistance and expertise of the developer and the associated engineers that go with it.
Okay, so as a whole, Wallingford Electric is going to have to, they're going to be responsible, I should say, to like give them the power for this. So my concern lies in the fact that we've been told that, the company is going to be responsible for paying for the additional grid, for whatever cost that may be assessed. What happens to the year after, and the year after that, and the year after that, when there's added cost for, let's say, personnel to handle this extra load on our system, the extra lines that maintain, where is that cost coming from?
So to answer that question directly, the cost of the infrastructure upgrade is borne by the developer. As you talk about the extension of fees going on into the future, you're talking about maintenance and upkeep. That's the responsibility of Wallingford Electric, and that's borne by the ratepayer.
Gotcha. So that was I think that was my concern, where now they're footing the bill to start it, which is great. And I'm glad I'm not footing the bill as a taxpayer, but now Joe taxpayer down the road has to pay for this, to maintain it year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5 going forward. That's a problem.
That's not exactly accurate, so I need to correct you on that.
Well, the engineer for the state, for the town just said that. So you know more than the engineer?
It wasn't the engineer for the town, that's our engineer.
Oh, okay. So you know more than the engineer.
No, if you could let me finish and not be rude about the question.
Go ahead.
The question, there is a fee that's paid every year by Gotspace in the fee agreement that we have with them. When we buy the energy, within the cost of us buying the energy, just like when a residential person buys the energy, within that fee is the maintenance fee. It's built into the fee. We're paying millions of dollars a year for energy costs for us to use the energy. That includes the maintenance of the facilities that's creating the energy. We're not dictating to them the price. They're telling us the price. And I assume within that is the maintenance price that's calculated in every energy cost. So it's not like after we hook up, we're done and we never give them a dollar. There's an ongoing fee structure that's set up by the town to help maintain the facility going forward.
I fully understand that, and I get that they're, obviously taking on that burden. My issue is that when we put in a new development, let's say of 5 houses, their consumption and their maintenance is very minimal. We're talking about an industrial complex that's going to run enough power to power a small town. So to make the assertion that this maintenance is going to be equivalent to, let's say, a small development or even a small new street, I think is inaccurate. I'm not an engineer, I'm not an electrician, but I can tell you that when you're dealing with the amount of building they're talking about, I would imagine there's an amazing amount of upkeep that's going to need to be facilitated for this. And I'm concerned that this is going to, fall back on every resident who's getting glossy-eyed over the fact that we're going to be pulling into the tune of $20 million a year.
So this is Jim Rossman again. So let me address the disconnect in that statement. So every development has a infrastructure need, whether it be residential, commercial, industrial. They all have a development need. When you build that infrastructure, the developer traditionally pays for that infrastructure upgrade, which is then handed over to whoever the regulating authority is. And in this case, it's Wallingford Electric for the power. Wallingford Electric's responsibility for the maintenance and upkeep of the distribution line ends basically at the substation. There will be, in the contractual agreement between the developer and Wallingford Electric, there'll be a demarcation line, which is beyond this point, you're responsible, just like a residential homeowner is. So as a homeowner, you're responsible for that overhead line that connects your house to the utility pole. Gotspace Data will be responsible from that substation to the building and all of the infrastructure attached to that building. Wallingford Electric doesn't pay for that maintenance and upkeep. They pay for the maintenance and upkeep through the fees generated by all of the ratepayers, including Gotspace. And that's built into that fee structure. That was somewhat explained by the gentleman from Wallingford Electric earlier in this conversation. So the infrastructure from that point of demarcation in that agreement is borne in unequally by the two players. The Wallingford Electric pays for only the distribution portion. Gotspace Data and their tenants pay for everything for that last couple of feet that gets them to the building and everything attached to the building.
I understand that. My concern is the amount of upkeep it's going to take to power such a large station up until those last 3 feet that you're speaking of. But like I said, that's my main concern. At the end of the day, I don't want to just get the idea out there that this is all roses for everyone when there's obviously some major question marks. I think Mr. Fishbein hit every nail on the head. Given this time, I'd like to commend him for his remarks because I feel like he made a lot of the points I was already going to make. With that being said, to close out what I am here to say, I am against this. I hope the council can look at this as a whole and realize that you're changing the landscape not only for the neighbors that butt up against this, but for our town in general. I didn't move into a town that I wanted this kind of infrastructure in this type of build being put in. And for last part of what I need to say, this is for Mr. Chairman. When we started this conversation 3 hours ago, someone decided to, make a comment like, we should open this up earlier, for questions. And your response to him was, thanks for telling me how to run my my program tonight. Well, just so you're aware, this isn't your meeting. This is our meeting. This is the people's meeting. We allow you to sit in that chair to facilitate that. So just please keep that in mind going forward. Thank you.
Mr. Hendershot, did you have any further clarification to add about the bearing the cost of maintaining the infrastructure that goes along with the system upgrades?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, the development of that cost, that what I'll say the kilowatt hour or the megawatt hour charge to cover those costs has just begun and hasn't, so therefore hasn't been finished yet. And it's not yet included in the appropriate line in the proposed power sale agreement. But it's something that we will see too, and propose fees that we feel are more than adequate to cover our costs of the cost of ownership of the facilities that we will be inheriting should this be developed.
Thank you. Mr. Massimino, I just want to note our rules provide 20 minutes of public comment for agenda items, and we are already well beyond 40 minutes on this item. And I have not limited each individual speaker to the 3 minutes in our rules either. I just want that noted for the record. Next up, Ms. Stopa.
Hello, Charlotte Stopa. I live at 1038 North Farms Road. And my first question is for Attorney Small and or anyone in the council that just wants to clarify that, and I know we talked about planning and zoning a lot, I just want to triple check I'm understanding correctly that the current IX industrial zone that we have right now will, if this gets approved, will trigger a revision of the land use?
Yes, there would have to be an amendment to the regulations to allow this as a use. So the Planning and Zoning Commission will have the opportunity to not only weigh in on it, but decide what the parameters of any such use would be in that zone.
Okay, and then once they do that, then the council would have to approve of it?
No, the Planning and Zoning would be independent
Oh.
of that.
Okay, only planning and zoning. So I'm not sure who would know the answer to this. I don't think anyone from planning and zoning is in this meeting right now, or maybe I'm wrong. So planning and zoning does anyone know if they are going to have all the necessary information about data center regulations in place to review all this, or are they going to have to start from scratch and do their own research?
I know that the staff is presently doing their research. And, you know, the Planning and Zoning Commission has been, I think, pretty good about covering whatever it is they think they need to cover in order to come up with a new regulation. So I do know it's being researched at this point in time, but there would be, you know, there's quite a ways to go from that end.
Okay, thank you. I heard a lot about people stating that, you know, you can't provide the sound information, you know, there hasn't been the testing done and you don't have that sound information. And Councilor Tata was talking about in the current industrial zone that we have, that all these there's other things that could be worse that can go in there. You know, in an industrial zone like what is there right now. And also there was talk about in this industrial zone about the sound level that's already in there. She said that, I wrote it down, like something like you have to be a good neighbor and you can't be a nuisance. But I'm wondering who defines what a good neighbor is? Who defines what a nuisance is? That seems very wishy-washy, because something that's a nuisance to me might not be a nuisance to someone, you know, 500 feet down the street from me. So I find that to be very wishy-washy, and I hope that planning and zoning will actually create something more concrete to go on than being a good neighbor and not being a nuisance, because that is definitely not good enough for us. And also, just to go off of what Councilor Tata was saying about things that can be worse going in there, I mean, we have down the street from us right now, a small industrial park, and we have wind supply, we have the tackle supply depot, we have some window building, I can't remember what it's called, but I don't have any problem with them. You know, they are businesses that operate during business hours. They're quiet on the weekend. They, you know, they don't create a lot of noise at all. So I definitely think there's much better things that can go in this space than data center. And I absolutely agree with Councilor Fishbein that due process should be considered in this. I feel like this is such a large scale thing that there shouldn't be special rules for this. So I'm shocked that the regular process of going through planning and zoning would not be thought to go first. And the last thing I wanted to say was, you know, in just listening to all the conversations for the last few hours, if someone had mentioned about the land and the topography and what's behind some of those areas that look like they're wooded areas. And, you know, if you don't know the land, how will you know what and where you can build? And I know, Mr. Visano, you said this is all conceptual, but, you know, it sounds like with all the maps, the buildings, the locations of, you know, oh, maybe this building will be here. Oh, maybe it won't. Maybe it'll be this size. Maybe it won't. That sounds like a big promise of a definite maybe. And I don't think that that's good enough for the residents of North Farms Road and Tankwood, because we're going to be living with it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
The next person who wants to comment is identified as Save the Frogs. If you're still on, your name and address for the record, please. Going once. All right. Save the Frogs has not surfaced. Next is Tony Hayes.
Hey, good evening. My name is Tony Hayes, live at 1083 North Farms Road. And I wanted to first thank the council for taking my comments this evening. I know Craig Fishbein is intimately familiar with North Farms Road. I wanted to acknowledge that and say a special thank you to Jason Zandrew, who came out to visit my home and stand with me in my backyard as we watched what the potential impact of this development is going to do to me specifically, and also to my neighbors on the street. So potentially it's just going to destroy the life that I've built here over the last 17 years. When we're talking about sound, we seem to be getting caught up on the decibel level that the developer wants to present back to us. But sound is not just a decibel level, it's a frequency, it's a tone, and both frequency and tone of sound are much more difficult to manage than a decibel level. A decibel level can be dropped by using suppressors, noise dampening gear, but it's very, very difficult to change frequency of sound or tone of sound. And I had a question for Mr. Rossman, specifically related to sound. I needed to ask him if the applicant in their presentation to the zoning board was going to come back with some, not just sound in terms of decibel measurement, but sound studies in terms of low frequency sound and the effect that that has on people.
So to answer that question directly, you are in this agreement setting a standard by which this complex must adhere. That includes not just the sound decibel level, which is sound energy. You're also talking about the range of frequencies which would be found acceptable. That's part of what that week-long study will determine. And it's at that point, that standard will be set for this campus.
All right, so I'm understanding your answer to be yes, there's going to be a sound study specifically tied to frequency of sound, not just decibel level of sound.
Correct. It's a complex model that includes frequency, sound, and the background environment in which that sound is taking place.
Okay. The reason that I bring the frequency of sound up specifically is because they did a study both in Sweden and in Portugal about the effects of low intensity sound and the effect that that has on the human condition. Now, some of those impacts include headache, unusual tiredness, cardiovascular disease, lack of concentration, and lack of sleep. So those are issues I imagine every single one of us can say that that would be a problem, right? The question to the town attorney then would be, is there anything specifically written into the contract or the contract verbiage relating to the health of individuals living close to this data center who are impacted by low frequency sound?
Well, part of the, as Mr. Rossman said, it is, the issue of low frequency sounds and tones is part of that analysis. So that would be, our consultant would be giving us advice and making recommendations as to whether or not we should agree with what's being proposed on the sound issue. Those factors will be part of that analysis.
Okay, thank you. Just continuing on the sound thing and some observations based on some other things that I happen to look at. When we talk about, everyone talks about the Chandler, Arizona one. That's an issue. I'm not going to get into the decibel level because I don't think that was the primary complaint in Chandler. The primary complaint in Chandler was the frequency of sound. One of the complainants there had to spend $23,000 to put new windows in their house so their 11-year-old child could sleep. In Paris, France, they had a data center that opened in 2012 and was ordered closed by the courts in 2015. It was a data center in a metro area. It was closed or ordered closed. I'm not sure if it did indeed close, but it was ordered closed by the courts because it exceeded the sound allowance for the city of Paris, which I imagine was quite high. In Galway, Ireland, the country that I was born in, Apple spent $15 million to develop a data center, a $1 billion data center in the county of Galway. They proposed it in 2012, were given planning permission in 2012. It was contested by the local folks who lived close to this proposed data center. It worked its way through the Irish court system, making it to the Supreme Court in 2018, where it was denied based on the environmental impact of that data center and that the environmental impact that data center was going to have on the local community. But in that ruling, they found that the environmental impact was specifically related to energy consumption and the effect of noise, both low frequency and regular, both decibel level and low frequency, on both people and wildlife. It's interesting that they put wildlife in that equation. In continuing with the sound thing, this is probably the hardest one that to explain, and I wish the council would pay specific attention to it. The sound that we're talking about, both the decibel level and the low frequency of the sound, it's 24 hours a day, it's 7 days a week. It doesn't stop on your birthday. It doesn't stop on Christmas Day. It doesn't stop on Thanksgiving when you're having dinner with your family. When you get up at 2 o'clock in the morning to use the bathroom, it's still going to be there. This sound does not go away. That is my overriding concern in terms of placement of these buildings so close to a residential area. Every single time that you build a data center this close to a residential area, you invite litigation, and you invite litigation that will stretch out for years. So that is my comment to you this evening. I urge the council to proceed with caution on this one. I truly don't understand why this project did not follow proper protocol in being presented to both the Planning and Zoning Commission so that they could review this plan and that they could make any necessary fixes to it. That's it.
Next up, Ms. Wolf. I'm sorry, Scott Gray, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes, hello. Am I being heard?
Yeah, name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. My name is Scott Gray. I live at 14 Oxford Trail here in Wallingford. And I wanted to start off by thanking the chairman for allowing the public time to comment freely. Appreciate that. And I'll try to be brief. Excuse me. I was just getting ready for bed. My first question is, does this proposal ensure that the user will pay full market price for the electricity that they pull off the grid?
I don't know if Attorney Farrell, or someone on the Wallingford side wants to address that issue.
Yeah, they will have to. This is Attorney Farrell. They will have to pay the full price for that of whatever the town of Wallingford incurs with ISO New England will be billed to Gotspace or its assignee, and they will have to pay that. And part of the agreement will provide sufficient security, letters of credit, bonding, something to make sure that they do pay it and that there's no chance that Wallingford would get stuck with the bill, because ISO New England will bill Wallingford. Wallingford will have to pay ISO New England. So part of the law department's job is to attempt in every way to protect the town from incurring any liability.
All right, thank you. So they're not getting any reduced rate?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Thank you for answering that question. My next question is, I'm curious. My wife and I live near the one of the other sites, the Ringrose Gillespie site, and thus far of this meeting, we've been seeing detailed maps of the proposed site development over off of North Farms there. So why aren't these other sites being included in mapping and more specific discussion? Is this vote, or is this proposal just for this one site?
So actually, it's a pretty good segue. That's called Campus 2. And it is the Ringrose that, I don't know if you've been here for the whole hearing or not, but
Yeah, we have.
Ringrose had one building on it, and then the Gillespie property had two buildings on it. And what we had said during this meeting is where Ringrose is, we're going to remove one building, that building there. And then on the Gillespie property side, we removed one building. So we're only looking to develop one building out of the three that were shown. We do need from 68 going into Gillespie property, going over Ringrose, we have to put a road in because we agreed to stay off of William Street. So we're using the the Ringrose property off of Route 68 for entrance into Gillespie, but we are not going to develop Ringrose. The rest of Ringrose will be donated to the town in some manner. And then we just have that one site over on Gillespie.
Thank you, Mr. Fasano. Then why aren't the maps of that site being presented to us, the public?
Well, I could ask Jim, we have presented them as part of an earlier packet. We made this revision, I don't know, Tuesday or Wednesday last week, when the mayor and Janice talked about, would you think about reducing things? So I'm not sure we updated that map, frankly, in time. So we are making that representation for the record here tonight. And in the list, one of the things I've asked Councilman Savoni is at the end for the list, if I can, Mr. Chairman, can I ask Mr. Rossman to put up the list that Janice and I had exchanged last week? And I think that may help clarify to the point of a modification if the motion has been made, as I understand it, to modify it to show the list that I think we had sent to the town with the change of the number of properties. So in that list, you'll see it says, Jim, if you could go to Wallingford 2, it says, there you go, it is agreed that there'll be, it is agreed that there will be a placement of only one building on the Gillespie site, and the green rows would be for access only. We had a property called H World, which were removed from the list.
All right, well, I'm just a little surprised that this meeting is focusing on this one property and showing detailed maps with setbacks and things, and yet we're not getting any information on any of the other properties. And, you know, I'm concerned about this property as we live near it. So that's surprising. Are you guys voting on this?
Are you voting on this?
Are you voting on this proposal tonight after these comments have been heard and registered and considered?
There is a motion on the table, but that remains to be determined as to whether or not there will be a vote tonight. Mr. Rossman, do you have the ability to share the Wallingford 2 map?
Well, and I would also ask how many other sites are being voted on? Is there 5 sites?
There are 3 sites. Site 1, which is Barnes Road. Site 2, which is the one you're referring to. And Site 3 is the one that got most of the attention. And I understand that perhaps Site 1 didn't get a lot of attention because it's not near a lot of residential at all. And then Site 2 has that little bit of residential, but Site 3 had a lot more. So maybe unfairly so, it got more attention than the other 2 sites.
All right, well, I seem a little bit astonished to have that realization come forth at 10:28 p.m. That we've been talking about one site all night and 2 other sites exist that haven't even been discussed, nor any, even though these maps are very conjective, they still haven't been presented to us as the public. So that seems pretty unfair that I have to bring this up at this point in the meeting.
The Site 2, we did go through Site 1, Site 2, and Site 3 at the first public hearing. This is a continuation of it.
A fair amount of us public were not aware that there was a meeting.
And I respect that, and I apologize. I should have put up Site 2, and I do apologize for that. So that's what Site 2 old looked like, and it is the property, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, the building behind the facility there, or Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, that is being removed.
Oh, so this close.
So which building is being removed? As it lists on the map that I'm seeing here, there's a building 1 and there's a building 2.
That one.
So building 2 is being proposed to be removed.
We're saying we're not going to do it, and that land is going to be donated to the town of Wallingford, as I understand it. Tom or Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, please.
That's right.
Correct. All right. Thank you. I have a few other questions that I had lined up. I might come back to this one, but I promise I'll be brief. And my next question is, the gentleman before me talked about frequency and decibels regarding noise. I was just curious, what is the town's definable decibel level limit? How many decibels before there's an infraction?
Well, the noise ordinance states, you abut the industrial, it's 61 during the day, 51 at night. But the reason we added this section on sound to this agreement is because we do not believe that that is a sufficient protection, and that was the purpose of adding the sound protocol to the agreement. So that could be determined based upon the circumstances of each property.
So it cannot exceed that 61, 51 decibel limit?
Well, that's according to the ordinance, but we're going to set up a sound protocol. It could never go over those because the ordinance is in place. However, we've added the additional layer that they have to go through this protocol, do the studies, do the design work to make sure that whatever sound level is agreed upon, is that it will be one that works for the area, as opposed to simply relying upon the noise ordinance.
Right, but the noise ordinance 6151 is a ceiling that cannot be exceeded.
That's correct. That's the limit of that. That's also, I believe, the limit of the state law too, I believe.
Right. Okay, and does anybody have any examples of situations where those noise limits have been exceeded and action has been taken? And I just say that because I live near 91 also, and I can bet my last dollar that there's decibel limits exceeding that at times, if not frequently. So is anybody from Wallingford familiar with situations where those decibel ceilings have been exceeded and then there's been action taken?
Well, we can't control the highway. I don't, that's.
All right, well then I use the poor example. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I mean, we've had issues with noise. Noise is a complicated thing, which is why, we've added these protections to this agreement, but we have had, the Oakdale situation, and we had an issue with the Thurston Foods facility. I'm not going to say that, entirely happy with the results. I can't deny that, but which is why from day one, we indicated that if this were going to go forward, that it would not be sufficient to simply represent that they would be in compliance with the ordinance, that in fact we needed to build additional protocols to see that it's done properly.
Thank you. Bear with me, I'm just trying to look through some scrabbly notes here. I think my next question focuses on the residents on the whatever site number it is that got all the attention tonight, that sits on the Meriden Wallingford line. Right adjacent to that property is the town line, and there it looks like on that map there's quite a crowded little residential zone there that's in the town of Meriden. Do they know that this is going on? Have they been invited to comment? Are they allowed to comment?
A public hearing, anybody's allowed to comment on this. Usually the procedure is a hosting agreement sets the financial terms of the arrangement between the data center and a particular town. Then after you do that, you go to zoning. That's just the standard in the business as I understand it. The town of Wallingford was concerned about noise and setback and things like that, so it has a tinge of zoning in it. When we get to the real zoning aspect of it, if we ever get to the real zoning aspect of it, a lot more people would be directly notified as per the regulations of the town of Wallingford.
Yes, okay. And I'm just curious, this fact that I'm going to come to next has been addressed by a few other of the citizenry. And it goes back in conjunction with what Representative Fishbein said about seemingly the horse being placed in front of our cart in this, a cart in front of the horse.
It's late.
The back end's leading the show here. And I'm just curious, why is that happening? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. He was very fluent in addressing how it should be and objecting to why it's done this way. And I also share that concern. So I know that Mr. Fasano said that it's standard in the business for this hosting agreement to go backwards, but
So there's a real answer for that. And the real answer is this. To do the land work, which is testing of the soil, the rock, and all that type of stuff, if you don't have a hosting agreement, which sets out the financial terms that makes this a good project for both the town and, in this case, Gotspace, if you don't have that base down, then doing the zoning, and then they don't want to do the hosting agreement, you don't have anything. You can't get people to the table. You have to have a hosting agreement that says, if you meet the zoning conditions, then you've got a project that could fly. So no one's going to invest in all the soft costs and all the hard costs associated with the zoning procedure to get to the town and says, I don't know why you did that. We have no interest of doing a hosting agreement with you. So you really do have to do the financial end, kind of like you got to know you have the building blocks to do the development, and then look to satisfy the zoning end. You couldn't do it the other way around. The money in the business deal just doesn't come together.
well, why isn't that the standard then for all these reviews, these municipal reviews? For instance, we now have a second proposal over for the old Bristol Myers place there, and they're doing it they've done that the other way.
Because they don't have a hosting agreement.
No, the state law is designed to allow these centers to come into the state of Connecticut basically without paying any taxes to anybody on all levels. However, in order to go into a particular town and not pay real estate taxes, they have to enter into a financial agreement with the town. And the town has the freedom to say, no, we're not letting you in. So that is a decision independent of the planning commission. And let's say the town of Wallingford said, you can come, but we want $1 billion. Well, that conversation is over right there. And they'll go their way. They won't buy the properties, and there's no need to go to planning and zoning. So it's a unique circumstance. It's not really the tail wagging the dog. It's a very unique situation created by state law. And this is the first step. It's been the first step in every town that they've gone to, because the town can say the financials aren't working for us. We're not interested. And that's an entirely different question than the planning and zoning. Those provisions of this agreement that we placed in there that arguably are planning and zoning issues, we viewed to be so important that we wanted in this agreement to have them bind to certain conditions, particularly the sound, which is well beyond what planning and zoning normally deals with. And it's well beyond what the ordinance says, because we're making them commit to this by a contractual agreement. So that's why it's being done in this manner. It's because the town can simply say, we're not interested. And then there's no reason for anybody to be at planning and zoning. So that's kind of that. So we've gotten here by virtue of the state law.
Okay, I thank you for that well presented definition. I'm much clearer now. Appreciate it. And I just have one more moment to take, if I may, and that's these data centers are tremendous users of electricity, and they make noise. They make low frequency noise, as the caller before me mentioned. that are likely to make a loud decibel noise in addition. That's my opinion. And that's also my opinion that these data centers shouldn't be anywhere near people. They should be out in unpopulated areas. And Wallingford is not the appropriate siting for these. I also believe that they contribute to, due to the massive amounts of energy that they consume, that they are contributing to greenhouse gases, greenhouse depletion, and climate change. And this is just another example of, I believe, of technology run amok. And I, for one, would rather see the town deny this from the beginning. That's all I have to say. I really appreciate you folks allowing me to take this time. Thank you so much.
Next is Ms. Kofer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council and everybody. Allied Kofer, Wishful Tree Road. I would like to make 2 short comments on statements that have already been made and then ask a question. So comment number 1 was the water concern of some neighbors. Just a rough calculation, if you say 500, up to 500 jobs in 3 shifts, so I would expect maybe 200 parking lots or 150 around that. So I think there is quite some stormwater runoff, and I would ask that you not brush away those concerns about the wells being affected by that. Number 2, the plan of conservation and development has been mentioned by Councillor Fishbein. And I want to remind you, I think I said that at the last meeting, the plan of conservation and development also mentions that it is an explicit goal to conserve farming and forest land as much as possible. And from what I understand, any of the sites will not conserve farming or forested land as much as possible. So please also keep that in consideration. And then my question,
That's a pretty comment. You'll have to engineer around me. I'll be chained to a tree.
Where's that coming from? I'm sorry, Ms.
Okay.
Kofer.
Yep. Let me retrace my thoughts. Sorry. I was under the impression, reading the agreement off the website, that section 3F, I think Councillor Morenstein referred to that as well, had a statement something along the lines, the diesel generator usage or power generation with the diesel generation is limited to emergency and peak shaving. Did I hear correctly that now section 3F is much shorter and only has 1 sentence, or can you update me on that? I might not have the most current version.
I think you might be reading, are you reading from the materials that Mary Mashinsky sent over? I'm not finding this, if it's not the section that we were referring to, then I'm not finding what you're talking about.
I thought I was reading, and right now I'm not in my computer, I apologize.
Oh,
I thought I was reading off part of the agenda package from the website.
Yeah, this material was placed on there too, and I'm wondering if you're reading what language was being proposed.
No. I think I was reading from the agreement with some redlining and some crossed out.
Okay, I don't think 3F. I'm sorry, if it's not that section, I'm not sure where everybody is on that. I'm going to look again. I'm going to mute myself and continue to look for it.
Either way, the question is regarding the peak shaving. So I understand peak shaving is a great thing. By trying to shave off the top of peak demand charges, we keep the rates low for everybody in town, and that's good. However, I think peak shaving with diesel generators is not a good thing, because unfortunately the diesel generators also emit a lot of air pollution. So my question, part one, is to the developer or the engineer. Have you considered, instead of the diesel generators, using battery storage, at least for shorter times? And to part two of the question, to the town council, will you please consider adding language regarding battery storage for peak shaving services or purposes to the agreement? I just want to make sure that the diesel generators really are running as little as possible, or best case, not at all. Besides the noise concerns that we have heard extensively and that I fully understand from residents next to that, it would also address the air pollution, which unfortunately people don't really talk much about because it's harder to perceive, but it's still a big concern.
I guess I'll answer that question. So a couple things. The generators are tier 4. They're the cleanest they can make. They do burn gas, which a lot of people don't understand. They burn a mix of gas and diesel together in the same generator at the same time, all run by computer. The idea is to get it up quickly and be able to shut it down quickly, and that's what this does. These are the latest in technology. They're the best available anywhere in the marketplace. These are tier 4 generators, and we pledge to use tier 4 for peak shaving. Let's see, that was the generator question.
Can I add a quick, can you estimate how much time the peak shaving would be, let's say, per year?
I can do that. It's less than 1% a year, depending on the engine selected. And there are 4 in the marketplace this year. There might be another one next year, but right now there are 4 that are considered the best. And of the 4, you could probably peak shave about 1% or less of the year. And that's all we would be doing. And I'll tell you an exact metric. Last year we had COVID. It was a messy year for everybody, but we would have had to shave 12 hours for the entire summer, and that would have been it to hit the levels that you need to be able to balance the national metrics. So you can shave more than that. I have also pledged to DEEP in writing that we wouldn't do any more than 80% of otherwise allowable peak shaving, because there's no need to. So there's a very, very short point of diminishing returns. In other words, it's way cheaper to buy electricity than it is to turn an engine on. So it would only be at very peak levels, and then they shut right back off, less than 1% a year. Plus, and I put this in the letter to the town, plus 1 hour a month for testing. And anytime there's a power outage, you have to have them on. And we know we had a big power outage in Connecticut this past year.
Okay. If you give me a moment to think that through. So if you say less than 1% a year and it's cheaper to buy the power, I'm still concerned that for Wallingford Electric, they might be very interested in this entire peak shaving idea. Because if you consider up to 5 buildings and each of the buildings consuming 32 megawatts, so that is quite a big peak in the summer months. Not that you're making the peak, but you're adding to our peak. So I'm still concerned
well, I
that.
have a long explanation I'm sure people don't want to hear, but that's not true. Absolutely not. In fact, the fact that we come off helps the grid. The fact that we're off generating behind the meter only helps the grid. And I'd be happy to have this conversation offline and give you the details, but I do have a lot of knowledge in this area, and I'd be happy to talk to you about it. But it actually is a better thing to do to take it off. It lessens the load, which means that Wallingford has to buy, if we were buying it straight, they have to buy less electricity, right, to service us at that point at the higher price. And we don't have to pay the higher price, so it's a double win. So there are reasons people peak shave, and all the municipals, have some kind of a program to do that.
I understand, and that's why I said in the beginning, peak shaving is a good thing. But then the question is, can we do it in a different way? Can you use battery storage instead?
Okay, so battery storage is not, no matter what you read, it is not accepted in the industry for this level of data center. These are hyperscale data centers. The legislation is wrapped around a hyperscale data investment starting at 200 million with a higher threshold of 400 million. So you have to pick a threshold. That leaves you with an investment level. You cannot support a data center for any length of time with batteries. It'll go down. In fact, the uninterrupted power supply, which is the battery between the grid and your engines and your data center, only lasts minutes. That you have to, in other words, you have to be able to turn that on. So batteries are not practicable. People say they are, they're not. Fuel cells don't come up fast enough. There's a lot of knowledge that I'd be happy to share with you. But if you're not seeing the major hyperscalers that have board pledges for energy efficiency using batteries, then that should tell you something. That they're not using batteries now. Now, in a 1 megawatt data center with a lot of backup and a generator to back that up, someone may be testing that. And eventually, there might be batteries, but they don't fit the market at this level today. No one is using just battery-only storage.
Okay. I am only bringing this up because my son happens to work for a company that also processes quite large amount of data. And what he told me is that at least the time until the diesel or gas or whatever generator you have backup turns on and actually works, that is bridged with batteries, correct?
That's correct. So what happens is, we're getting into the weeds and it's late, but I'll tell you that's absolutely right. So in other words, the diesels charge the batteries that run the data center, but the batteries only work for minutes at 32 megawatts before they go down. The idea is if there's a power outage, it gives you just enough time to turn on the diesels while the system is on battery. But you would need to have batteries a couple times or more bigger than the data center sitting out there, all hooked together. And they have a shelf life. They need to be thrown away after so many years. Bigger than the data building itself, you need the battery bank to run the data center. And it would only, again, last for so long. And then you have to charge all those batteries back up again. It's very inefficient. They are working on batteries. 10 years ago, 80% of the country was still using a flip phone, and we didn't see Teslas driving around. I believe at some time in the future, the batteries will be there. When the batteries come, if they can get to that level, at a big enough level to run a hyperscale data center, that you'll see these companies changing over to batteries, but it's not in the technology today.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I guess then we just trust that you really use the cleanest backup generators possible, and B, run them only as little as absolutely necessary.
Just so you know, no matter what Wallingford creates, we cannot get through Department of Energy and Environmental Protection because we have to use what we pledged to use prior to the vote. So that's really going to be the control level down there, and it's a much higher bar than we're asking to have set here. So we're going to follow that metric, and that's what we've agreed to do.
Well, because Ms. Small mentioned Representative Mashinsky's information, it seems to me that it's the limits and the safeguards are actually not in the legislation.
Well, the legislation I supported in writing to DEEP and the DECD Commissioner both, that we would support what they proposed in writing. George Jepson, the former Attorney General, is our attorney. He has all the documents. We agreed that we would support this in legislation. Okay, I still agree to support it in legislation, as long as that's what's agreed to. Often when you do a bill, they add a whole bunch of other stuff in that doesn't make any sense, but we support this, we have it in writing, and we've done it. So we're going to do exactly what we said we were going to do, and we haven't wavered from that.
All right, that was all I had. Thank you very much.
By the way, I responded to Machinsky's, Rep. Machinsky's letter, and I said I agreed to those levels. And I sent it to the town council, and I'm sure Attorney Small has it, and Len Pisano has it. And so I agreed to all of those in writing yesterday. So just so you know that.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Attorney Small, I'm looking at the agreement in this paragraph 3F, a lot of which has been redlined out. The language that was redlined out refers to the agreement with the electric division for the binding purchase power agreement.
Correct. So there is before you get to the red line, it says it's agreed that the use of power generators by Gotspace shall be limited to the purposes of emergency and peak shaving. I mean, so that's so now I'm confused as to what the question is.
I think the question was earlier. I think Attorney Farrell responded to a question to a similar question from Councilor Morgenstein. And I might have heard that wrong, but it sounded like section 3F was only comprised of one sentence. So that might just be my misunderstanding. If you say right before the redlining, there's still the sentence, the use shall be limited to emergency and peak shaving. That was what I was referring to. And that's still in there, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry it took me so long to find it.
Thank you.
Ms. Conway is next.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Danielle Conway at 78 Tankwood Road, which I will note on the previous map shown tonight puts us as one of the closest residents in the area to an actual building. I do want to mention tonight that we do appreciate the consideration given to our petition and some of the remarks and questions that were raised by councilors this evening. Councilor Fishbein in particular, in my opinion, captured our concerns the best. So beyond that, I guess I should first thank you for meeting my new neighbors, though I wish it wasn't under such duress. And what I would like to focus on at the moment is the environmental impact of this proposed development. In my letter to Mayor Dickinson dated on 6/17, which all councilors were copied on, I believe you all received a copy of that, both from myself and the town clerk. I did mention that I believe an environmental impact study should be considered. Something to know about the area for those of you on the call who may not be from Wallingford, and I know there are a couple. Most of the residents in this area are on full well and septic. So my concern is that with no history of data centers in residential areas, I'm actually more concerned about the construction phase than the actual use of the building going forward, especially given the quote unquote unknown topography that has been noted earlier this evening. In addition to the residential concerns of our well and our septic, this is the water we drink every day. We also have a number of different species of wildlife in the area, including coyotes, fox, deer, etc. Any development of this land is going to cause significant displacement. So am I going to end up with a pack of coyotes in my backyard or a bear of some kind? You know, my land is going to be wide open and I'm going to have a humming building across the street. So I am obviously very concerned with that. And finally, as has been mentioned earlier tonight, I am very concerned about the long-term human impact of constant background noise, which has been touched on a number of times tonight, and I won't comment further on that. So I will detract. I'm not sure who can answer this question best. My guess would be Attorney Small, but has the town considered a proper environmental impact study?
Not that I know of, no.
Does anyone else have a comment on that before I proceed? Okay, hearing nothing, I will move forward. So that raises an enormous concern for me. This has been a tree farm forever. I understand that it's zoned industrial, but these animals have to go somewhere. They have to go somewhere. So this evening, I've heard the term conceptual over and over and over again. And as noted by my neighbors who spoke earlier, we have a very hard time getting on board with conceptual. We all love this town, man. We want to see it succeed. We're not against the development, but we need to protect our quality of life. The Thurston Foods issues and the Oakdale issues, they were after the fact of this development. We have the opportunity at this point to get ahead of it before you have these litigation issues. We have the opportunity to mitigate before we spend time, money, and effort in litigation, which during all that litigation, the residents are still suffering because those buildings are not going to discontinue operating without a proper cease and desist from a court. So I would ask the councilors tonight, if you're comfortable with your vote to leave this up to planning and zoning with your prior sign off while you are being asked to approve concepts. And I do appreciate, I was on the town council meeting 2 weeks ago. I appreciate and acknowledge the headway that has been made. I think many questions were answered. And again, we as residents very much appreciate that, and we see that, but I don't think we're there yet. And I would ask that you please do not vote on this motion tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Cohan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully I'll be brief. I want to focus on the host agreement first. And what I'm hearing tonight is that, according to Mr. Pisano, there's a tinge of zoning in here. And based on the initial early presentation on, the setbacks of the buildings, it sounds like you're actually adding that into the host agreement. Is that a proper assumption?
The setback, yes, that's a proper assumption.
So, quite honestly, by doing that, you're superseding the authority of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I should have stated early on, sitting member of Planning and Zoning, not going to speak to actual land use, but yeah, you're actually superseding the authority of Planning and Zoning by adding that into the host agreement, because Planning and Zoning may or may not, decide where that building is going to go. So what you put in that host agreement may or may not, follow what Planning and Zoning recommends. So I would amend the host agreement to avoid that terminology. Be kind of interesting to have Planning and Zoning sue the town of Wallingford over that regulation. And Mr. Testa kind of got into that comment as well. I do understand how the process works with the host agreement coming before hashing that out, agreeing to that with the town before it gets to Planning and Zoning. That being said, I think Mr. Fishbein, I agree completely with his commentary. He covered every aspect of this. And, I think, the town really should follow his lead on this one. $21 million was kind of mentioned as far as potential income to the town of Wallingford. That's a best case scenario. We may not even see anywhere near that amount of money. So I think that's a consideration, again, that several people have spoke about, that we really cannot and should not consider. And then my last comment is to Ms. Stopa. She talked about, planning and zoning and, having experience with data centers. I've been in IT for, more years than I would care to mention. I've been in and around data centers for quite a long time. So, you know, we will have that experience when it gets to planning. So again, I think the host agreement, you can't have that language that takes away the power from planning and zoning. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's not taking away the power from the planning and zoning. The planning and zoning can be more restrictive than that. If the planning and zoning decided to be more lenient than that, then the town of Wallingford, by executing this agreement, has said no to this project. That's the whole point of this agreement, is that the conditions upon which the town is saying that this is welcome into the town. Planning and zoning will get its shot, but yes, if you want to eliminate the setbacks, then the town of Wallingford would be saying that that they don't care what the setbacks are. They're going to allow the agreement. This is an added protection that the town has put into this agreement. So it is not interfering with planning and zoning, except to the extent that if the planning and zoning were to be more lenient than what this agreement applies for, then essentially the town of Wallingford has said no to the project, not to planning and zoning, to the project coming here for free.
You know, yeah, I understand that, but based on the unknown out on those properties, those setbacks that you're agreeing to may not be attainable. And I think that's where, you know, Mr. Fishbein had a lot of, you know, good commentary on how this is set up. So, you know, honestly, I don't see how you can put that in this agreement with that unknown.
Well, that's the risk the developer is taking. That's for the benefit of the town of Wallingford. That's the developer's risk. That if it's not going to work, they have a problem. Because we didn't say they could do it under those conditions. It's an added protection. It's not meant to interfere with anything. It's an added protection, particularly on the sound issue.
All right, next is Mr. Mays.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is, for the record, Eugenia Mays, 76 Tankwood Road. And my question will be addressed to Attorney Small, please, if I could, to follow up on the sound. Reading Article 27(3) about the sound, not being a legal specialist, do we understand correctly that as the Article 3 sound written, the establishment of the standard to which acoustic standard, noise standard to which the buildings will be designed, is this standard going to match our current ambient noise, which is between 30-35 decibels, as Councilor Zandri referred to?
Are you asking if the sound requirement is going to be that it can't be noisier than it is presently? Is that what that means?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think anybody could agree to do that. I mean, I don't. So you're telling your neighbor they can't be louder than it presently is?
No. I mean, it talks about. I'm
sorry,
referring
it's
to.
late. I'm kind of.
I know, me too. It's probably on both sides. So I'm referring to this particular sentence. The owner's consultant shall complete the monitoring per protocol, analyze the data, and create design goals to achieve a standard which is acceptable to the town of Wallingford as advised by their consultant.
Correct.
And so is our understanding correct that this standard, the new noise standard, will be based off the current ambient level, because the preceding paragraph establishes that as a baseline?
They do the testing, yes. They come up with the baseline, yes.
So they will come up with a baseline of 30, 35 decibels, whatever it is for different locations, because we are all different between us. After that, what happens? Is 30/35 being incorporated in the building's designs and noise mitigation technology, or something different is going to be devised from that 30/35 number?
It could be different. I mean, that's what the analysis has to
determine what would be an acceptable level, and they would have to design to that. So the experts would have to take that into consideration. I mean, it's not simply going to be whatever the ambient is. It can't exceed the ambient. That would have to all be analyzed.
Okay, so.
And I'm not a
there will-
sound expert, so I just,
Sure, no. My question is more from the procedural process. So there will
Sure.
be new sound design. It will not match the ambient level. It will be ambient level plus, I assume.
it will be analyzed whether, I mean, me as a layperson would seem to me that to say that it would be at the ambient level, that doesn't sound like that would be appropriate, but I'm not I don't know that for certain. But if the ambient level is in the 30s and the ordinance allows it to be 60, I don't know that somebody would be setting it necessarily right at the ambient 30. That would mean that nobody next to you could make any noise. I don't.
Well, I think I understand, but we're not talking about impulse noise, the consistent background noise as a stem, because we're talking about hum. I mean, I don't care about people mowing the lawn and anything. It's a constant hum. This is something we're going to live with. I'm just trying to clarify, what are we looking at? If we're now,
so, I mean, if you're talking about low frequencies and the tone, that is part of the analysis. It's not like that's going to be ignored because, the ambient is a certain level and they say, oh, well, we're only, 5 above. Well, wait a minute, they're still going to hear the humming. So that all will be evaluated.
Understand. So there will be a measurement of ambient level. Based on that ambient level, there will be a certain design goal developed by the consultants, and that would need to be accepted by the town of Wallingford.
Correct.
Okay, assuming that the decibels we receive at the border of our property will be the result of setback and the technology employed for noise attenuation, it will be balanced. It's like almost an equation with the 3 unknowns, let's say, if we simplify. Who will make a call under this agreement to balance those 3? So they may say, you guys are going to be stuck with 45 decibels around the clock for the rest of your life, or they can say the building needs to be pushed 1,000 feet and then your quality of life is preserved. Or there is a technological solution that will cost Amazon 25 million per building, and that will allow your new standard to be very, very close to your ambient. Is that going to be like a new ordinance and it will come up in front of a town council, or 2 experts will decide on that fate of ours? I guess that's my question.
Okay, so it is my expectation for certain that the town of Wallingford's consultant will understand that if it's his position that it needs to be 1,000 feet away for it to not impact your life, that he's going to say that to the town of Wallingford. That's what I would expect. And if he says that they have to spend $3 million on a particular structure to keep some noise enclosed, I expect our consultant to tell the town of Wallingford, that's what you need. So I understand what you're saying, and I do agree. There's how they end up analyzing it, and at some level, I suppose that there's a judgment. But in terms of what the town of Wallingford is telling the consultants, what our expectations are, that is what I would expect them to do.
Okay, I just wonder who will make that call on exactly how much we will suffer. Is it going to be planning and zoning, or it will be town council because it's a new ordinance in nature, because basically new limits are set?
The reason it's being put in this agreement because we view this as an added protection. It's not in the order. They're going to be contractually obligated to design it properly. And if our consultant says it's not being designed properly, then it stops. And that's the whole reason we view this to be a very important feature of this agreement, because they're bound to do that. And if they're in the design phase, they have to talk to us during the design phase. Our consultant has to be involved during the design phase. And if our consultant working for us tells us there's a problem, they're going to hear about it's not going to be resolved, or will be resolved
as we see fit. Otherwise, it doesn't go any farther.
By we, Attorney Small, you mean which authority? P&Z?
No, the town of Wallingford.
Represented by its elected officials, or so it will be town council?
Well, I mean, whether
or
it's, I think
administrative?
it ends up being an administrative function, but, I would think that,
For
I
P&Z.
mean, all the reports that are being done are public. The Planning and Zoning Commission, the noise ordinance is not the Planning and Zoning Commission. They're separate from that. That's the town of Wallingford is that ordinance. But this agreement is also the town of Wallingford. So administratively, we're going to deal with a consultant, and the town will have all the information, and we're going to rely, obviously, we have to rely on the experts to tell us whether or not there's, how it can work, if it can work, and if it can't work, we expect our consultant to tell us that.
Okay, and that will be, I'm trying to understand it. I'm not sure I'm quite getting it, because to me, it looks like at some point, there's going to be a trade-off between the decibels we receive, the setbacks, and the money they spent on it. And I'm trying to put my finger down on who is gonna make that call. Somewhere between planning and zoning, who has the authority? Because we're talking about setting new limit for noise, right? More restrictive than the ordinance, which we appreciate. But that standard will need to be set by somebody. I'm looking for that somebody's name to later call.
Well, if we're going to have to rely upon our expert to tell us what it is we should be demanding in order to make all that happen.
At
And
the
it's a
stage
town, I'm sorry?
At the stage of permitting process. So
It's in the
planning and
design
zoning.
phase. It's in the design, and if I heard Mr. Quinn say, it sounded like they're doing it sooner rather than later because they have to warrant to the financial people that in fact they can do what it is they're contractually obligated to do. But so it is in the design phase. So I think it's certainly at a point where we're going to have the impact that we want. That's what this agreement is supposed to provide for.
At the level of P&Z then.
Not
Right.
P&Z, the town of Wallingford.
Represented.
If I can help, Bill Dickinson, it would be mayor and council. I mean, we're entering into a contract. The contract has terms. So, it certainly is affected by the administration side, mayor and town departments, and it certainly would involve the council being informed.
Okay, so it will come back in front of the council, basically. Did I understand that correctly, Mayor Dickinson, that it will come back in front of the council to establish that new limit, just as a new ordinance would be?
I think the mayor's connection is failing.
Do the rest of you gentlemen understood it the same way, that it's going to come back to you? Because it's akin to a new ordinance?
No, the day-to-day workings of the agreement are going to be done through the mayor's office. I'm just trying to see what's wrong with this connection. But in the event that there's a decision to be made, that will come back before the council.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand how mayor's office is going to make a decision about balancing the setbacks with the decibels. I thought it was P&Z.
They're going to rely upon the sound engineer that they've hired.
And which office of the mayor would be reviewing that sound engineer's report? I'm sorry, I'm being slow. I'm just trying to catch up. Who is exactly going to be from the town's administration reviewing that report and working with that consultant?
I suspect it'll be the mayor in conjunction with the law department.
Mayor, probably, it could be the town engineering office. There are various aspects to this, but certainly it would be the law department. As I said, could be engineering. If we had to hire additional parties in order to adequately protect the town, then that would have to be done as well.
Okay, and those new limits would be then the guidance for planning and zoning then?
No, the limits on the noise would be more of an operational issue. If there's a standard here that would initially be required that the building be constructed in a manner that would control the noise. Planning and zoning does not have a lot of authority over dictating the details of the appearance of a building, or perhaps even the noise side. Planning and zoning would be relying upon our noise ordinance. As Janice Small indicated, and as previous discussion has indicated, the noise ordinance is inadequate for what we're trying to achieve here. The noise ordinance would undoubtedly result in a much louder, if I can put it that way, much louder capability being on the site. And that would be, the ordinance dictates, I think it's 51 decibels is the range, but 45, 51, or maybe it's 51, 61. I'm not sure offhand. But we expect we will be well below that. Planning and zoning would have to rely upon that ordinance. With this agreement, we're relying upon studies being done, a recognized expert conducting the studies and advising us on what level would be one that would be acceptable given the proximity of residential areas. So initially you determined the ambient level, and then we would be getting advice as to what would be acceptable above that. And the buildings would have to be constructed in a manner, the facility itself would have to be constructed, the housing of the generators, the placement of the air conditioning equipment, all other mechanicals, all would have to be placed in a manner that would allow that construction, that facility, to meet the consultant's advice on the acceptable noise level. That I expect will be well below what the ordinance would allow.
Would you expect Mayor Health Department to be involved in that too, considering the impact on human health that was brought up so many times, or it's just going to be legal department basically and the sound engineer? What about health?
Any expertise the health department would have regarding the noise would certainly be more than welcome. We would not restrict it to any one person or group of individuals. It would be our duty to make sure that we're providing absolutely the best advice for the town and requiring the developer to meet the requirements that have been approved in a contract. So, and again, if we found the need to hire additional expertise, we would be able to, and we would proceed with that as well. If it was necessary to get another opinion, we could get another opinion. We take it very seriously. We've already brought a consultant in who would advise us on this. We wouldn't have done that if we hadn't identified this as a very serious issue, and we really want to do it right.
And that's very much appreciated. And then I guess my question boils down to who will have the authority to say it's going to jump from 30 to say 40 decibels? Who would be that authority? Mayor's authority, council's authority? Who's going to
Well,
make that call?
The authority, I certainly wouldn't have any problem with it being a joint exercise between mayor and council, and we can have the consultant talk to us about what the results are, and ultimately the town would be identifying a decibel level, and certainly that could be a public process and involve all parties.
Understood. Thank you so much, Mayor, for very, very detailed response. I think I'm much clearer. Now, the last question, the quick one. What happens in case if the town council approves the host fee agreement, and which is by extension changing the land use? And then after all of the studies are done for the site, and there's a wetlands involved, and only very small portion of the site can be used. And that means that the buildings cannot be set back in order to provide for sufficient noise control. What happens in this case? The project doesn't go ahead. The agreement is void. Because it didn't go through planning and zoning, we don't know whether that site is suitable.
So maybe I can help out on that. So if the hosting agreement is then approved, and then you go to planning and zoning, and I don't know what the regulation would look like, whether it's an overlay zone or a change of zone, whatever it is. And then I don't know whether or not it would be, sometimes you do a overlay zone with a set site plan, so they're approving both things at once. But so it gets kind of complicated. We're not that far down the road. But if you were to do it and you couldn't achieve the development, the town could always change the zone back to the industrial, and the developer would be left with the way we are today, except owning the property, if that's how the contracts play out. But the town could always change any parcel of land on its own accord. It would not have to stay at the data center. If it's an overlay zone, then you have the underlying zone being the industrial. You just overlay it by saying you can have the industrial or these data centers. So there's many ways it can take form of planning and zoning. But once you change it, it is revocable either by the landowner or by the town on its own accord.
But the ownership will pass at that point, and the developer will own land that might not be just usable for that particular project.
And that would be unfortunate for the developer, but that's the risk he knows he's taking.
Okay, and I guess this brings me to the final pitch that, as many people emphasized, neighbors, Councilor Fishbein, it just looks from common sense that probably a planning and zoning review and some kind of a acoustical studies called for before the council actually enters into this agreement, which puts in motion a chain of events that we don't really know how to get out of. And I guess that's all I have for today. Thank you again for taking my questions and comments.
Next is Ms. Palmer. Kathleen Palmer.
Yep. This is Kathy Palmer at 18 Tankwood Road. I want to thank everybody for taking this time to listen to us. I sent an extensive letter, excuse me, letter to all the council members, some of which have responded to me on such a busy day. I know you have a lot to get through a meeting like this. There's a lot on my mind. I hope I cover everything and don't sound like a lunatic. I'm also grateful that we're not discussing a helipad, by the way, but we are here to discuss data centers. They're rather unprecedented in this area. We don't have a lot to go on with experience of them being anywhere, and having them in my front yard is disconcerting. I've had exactly 10 days to digest this information. 10 days. That's not a lot of time. I don't rush into decisions like that. And I feel like the town is rushing into this as well. I question a lot of this whole procedure and how we got here. There's a lot of people that still don't even know that this is going on. There is absolutely nothing about this situation that is going to impact my life positively. My property values will decline at some point. I have a fantastic view where I live. And I know that seems trite and trivial, but it's one of the things I look forward to at the end of the day, as do we all. You know, I go to try and sell my house after this is constructed, and it's not going to have that fabulous view and that ambiance that I really love. Now, I know somebody commented that we will not see this at all. But the thing is that we won't see anything at all anymore. The view will be completely obstructed. Whether it's by trees or a building or whatnot, it will be completely obstructed, whereas we have this wide expanse. I'm wondering how we got here to where this was the site location for data centers. I can understand how this is the best location for this developer. There's nothing to demolish. It's raw land. It's cheaper. How is this the best location for Wallingford? And I think that's something that council members have to consider, because that's what you're here for. So that's just something I wanted to comment on. I'm kind of concerned that whatever procedure we take on this is going to set a precedent in the future on how we handle this type of scenario going forward. And I just want to urge some caution and to slow this process down a bit so we can consider everything that's happening. Again, I just don't know how this is the best site choice for a project like this. It seems to me we have a lot of industrialized areas that are being underutilized, and why aren't those sites being considered? I don't understand why we're just looking at one developer to bring data centers to Wallingford. I mean, if I'm gonna, you know, maybe have a plumber come to my house, I'm gonna take a look at a couple of plumbers before I decide on one. I just don't understand how this is it doesn't feel like a choice. That's kind of hard. And the other reason I think we need to slow down is there's a lot of things that aren't being answered. I think the only thing that's been addressed on my list is light pollution is not going to be a concern, and water consumption isn't going to be a concern. I'm still a little concerned about my well water and what's going to happen to the water table with all this extensive construction not that far from my house. I can't imagine that that's not going to affect some of our water that we get from wells. I'm also concerned that in the 10 days I've had to see this, I've seen multiple site plans, which seem like none of them are of any consequence. We've been told to literally not pay attention to them because apparently they're being built to spec on whoever it is that you're doing business with. So the shape and size of the buildings is really not determined until you have somebody who needs the data space. So I don't know how you approve this agreement when you don't know what you're approving. I'm not clear on what you're approving. So I don't know how you can be. And now we're up to 7 buildings on the site across from me. How do we get there? That's a lot of buildings. And the other thing I do have a question on that maybe somebody can answer is, I understand that things can't be done in phases, that's not financially feasible, yet some have said that we're only going to proceed, you know, once we see how the sound is affected on one building, then we can go forward and see collectively on the sound. So I'm a little confused about that. Can anybody clear that up?
I think what I was saying when I said that is that the agreement makes it clear that if we built 3 buildings, not only must each building match or meet the sound requirements, but collectively all 3 need to meet the sound requirements. So if 3 buildings go up at once, all 3 through their computer analysis that the consultant for the town and the consultant for the developer get together and determine they have to meet that sound threshold. That's what I was saying. So in other words, it'd be unfair to say, well, we got this building, but we're not gonna, and then we got this building separately, but together they are above the limit. Well, that's not fair. So we had to make it clear that it's all of them together.
Well, I guess what I'm not sure of is, so you've got a couple of buildings that are further from the property lines, and I think there's some encouragement that those buildings get constructed first. But it sounds like it's either you're going to do all of your plan or none of, like, I don't get.
So, this is not a spec. You said something about spec. This is not spec built. No one's building anything until there's some end user saying, this is what I want to be built. And what we were saying is, we're showing the worst case scenario. The further back we are from neighbors, the better we are, because the less cost it is to build the building. And everybody's happy. But we didn't want to show something that wasn't true. So we were trying to be as forthright as we could about where the buildings are going to be.
So let's just say this site plan that I have in front of me is actually accurate and you plan on building 7 buildings. Will you construct 7 buildings all at once?
No, that's a physical impossibility.
So let's just say you construct 3 buildings and then you'll construct 4 buildings afterwards. And at what point do we stop and assess and see where we're at sound-wise?
Before any building gets built, that analysis is done. Before the building is built, you do a computer analysis. It's a trade. I don't understand it, but you could do, and Jim can enlighten us, I guess, but you do a computer analysis of where the building is, what stuff's going to be in the building, top and inside, and generator, and there's some number that comes out. Then they test that number to make sure at the end of it. And if it's not accurate, you're above, you have to do whatever corrective work by this agreement to correct that problem.
Okay. Something else for Gotspace to answer. I see that there's gated access for people to come and go. Does that mean that there'll be a fence around the perimeter of the property as well?
The way I think the agreement writes is that there can be no, not stainless steel, but what,
Chain link,
what's that?
chain link.
Chain link fence facing any residential neighborhood. That could be in the back where there's not facing residential neighborhood, but facing residential neighborhood, there cannot be a chain link fence.
So does that mean there'll
Once
be
again,
no fence or just no chain link fence?
That's something that planning and zoning would get more into. To your point of going to planning and zoning first, that's something that planning and zoning would get more into. But the town wanted to make sure, at least we said no chain link fence facing residential neighborhoods. That's in the agreement.
Okay. Let's see. Can anybody on the council answer to why we were just entertaining the notion of just one company? Is there a reason that we're not looking into other companies to do this sort of business with?
The mayor might be better to answer that question, but to my knowledge, no other developer has approached us.
So we would just do business with the first one that comes knocking?
These deals are with private property owners. The town can't dictate that a property owner sell their property to someone other than Mr. Quinn. He's negotiated the purchase of those properties. So we can't interfere. We can't tell them, we can't say, don't talk to him, talk to somebody else. That's not something the town can do. Those are private transactions.
I don't think that's the part I'm actually asking about. I'm kind of curious as to why we wouldn't seek out other business opportunities, not necessarily for this particular property, but just to talk to other businesses that do this sort of thing and see what they would want to do, where they would want to buy, and how they would want to go about it.
We certainly haven't turned anybody away.
Nor saw anybody out.
Well,
My
I think,
client has
I
come
think
in, my client's come in, did a private transaction. Anybody can do the same thing. That's like saying, well, you got a large piece of land and I want to do a subdivision. And you say to me, well, Len, why are we going to give you permission to do a subdivision? Town planning and zoning, don't let them do a subdivision. There are other people who want to do subdivisions. Anybody could do whatever they want to do and then come to the town after the bill was passed this year and say, this is what I want to do. So it is a free country. And this man came up and he made the deal with the property owners, and he came to the council with the law that was passed and said, give us a hosting agreement. They could either give it to him or not give it to him. It's not a competition.
If this business venture is not successful and gets taken over by another business, where is the hosting agreement lie then? Do they just take over whatever the agreement, does a new business take over the existing agreement? How would that happen if the company changed hands?
The agreement provides for an assignment, so if someone else took over, they would be bound by the agreement.
Okay. I guess that's all the concerns I have. I just would like to just urge a slower pace on this. I think there's just too many things up in the air to vote any which way on this. I don't see the sense of it. But I do thank you all for your time and letting us have all this time to really fully discuss it and answer all the questions that we've had at this hour. So thank you.
We are approaching 2.5 hours of public comment. Just want that noted. Somebody asked, typically each commenter is allowed 3 minutes. I've not been enforcing that. Obviously, the people who are commenting are taking this issue very personally. So I don't want anybody to feel that they're not being heard. And with that in mind, I can only ask that those remaining speakers just be mindful of the hour it is. It's approaching 1:45. And please just mind your comments accordingly. Next up is Kelly Watrous.
Hi, I'm Kelly Watrous. I'm on 183 Pinehurst Drive here in Wallingford. I'm actually the only one in Wallingford on the street. It's directly off of Tankwood. And I just had a couple of questions and a couple of comments. I'll be as quick as I can. I had a question about the host agreement. It says in there in terms of sound that the owner's consultant would be the one doing the sound testing. And I was wondering, does that mean that it's Gotspace's consultant? They get to choose who would be doing the sound testing, or would somebody from Wallingford decide who that consultant is?
So go ahead, Janice.
Well, the town's not going to pick their consultant, so we'll have our consultant, and our consultant, together with the town, will decide on what the protocols are going to be. That'll be all agreed to. They'll be it's going to be reviewed, everything that's done by our consultant. But we're not going to pick their consultant for them.
Great, thank you. I was also wondering if there's any other data centers in Connecticut that are next to residential areas that you know of?
I can answer that if you'd like.
Yes, please.
There are other data centers. I've given Len Pisano a list. There's one, for example, in Norwalk that is 250,000 square feet, and it's within 100 feet of homes, 100 feet, maybe 105, but you have to Google scale it off Google Earth, but very close on both sides of the road. Within 200 feet, there's probably, I would say, 15 houses within 300 feet. There's probably 20 houses and so forth. There are a couple other towns, I don't have them in front of me now, that smaller data centers are located near homes. I do have all the Google Earth photos in my file to show, but I didn't know that was going to come up tonight.
And do you know, have the residents there had any issue with noise?
I haven't done that research, but none of these data centers are brand new. But I have no knowledge or information. I haven't read an article. I haven't found an article that there's been a complaint there about noise. But I don't know that. I'd have to dig into that specific thing. Don't know.
Thank you. I was also wondering if somebody had brought up the environmental issues, and I was wondering if there could be an environmental study and that could be added into the host agreement in any way, that there needed to be an environmental study.
I think planning and zoning certainly has, if and when we get to that stage, the ability to ask anything it wants relative to that area, given the nature of the project. So they certainly could ask for what they want to ask for.
And it's important to note that DEEP has its own set of regulations that are going to be very stringent, and EPA we also have to go through. So this will be state and federal standards, not just a local standard.
Okay, great, thank you. I did want to just also bring up too, because I am the only house here in Wallingford on this street. The whole rest of the neighborhood is Meriden. And I don't know that everybody has gotten a chance to know what's going on. I do ask that we take this a little bit slower, that the counselors think about just postponing a decision on this tonight to make sure that everybody around is aware of what's going on. We have a lot of elderly neighbors in this neighborhood. And I think that another reason for doing that is that there's a lot of things that we don't know. We don't know, how many buildings, we don't know where they'll be. We don't know the noise effects. We don't know the effects on the wildlife. We don't know about wetlands. We don't know about the effects on wells. We don't know what's going to happen to our property values. And I think that the residents around here just need some time to be able to figure out what our next steps are going to be. And my final comment is, Mr. Fasano had said at the beginning of the meeting that it's not all about the money, but it really is about the money on Wallingford Ends. I've been a lifelong Wallingford resident. I obviously want to see Wallingford succeed. I've been a teacher in Wallingford for the last 20 years. And we have to just be outright with each other. And I think saying that it's not about the money is kind of insulting, because it really is about the money on your decision's end, and I understand that, but I just hope that you think about the residents that it's affecting as well. And thank you so much for your time.
Next up is Brad Samus.
Yes, hi, this is Brad Samus. My address is 99 South Whittlesey Avenue. I'm on the board of the Wallingford Land Trust, which owns adjoining property. So my intention was just to listen in tonight and have that perspective in mind. But when something else came up earlier that I just thought was notable to touch back on, because this kind of transitions from the last person that spoke, but my original impression was that one of the main benefits here was a financial windfall to the town. But it's notable to me that apparently might not be so simple that the money just goes into the general fund. For example, earlier it was brought up that we spend, for example, $30,000 or something on fireworks, and the money could go a long way towards something like that. But it also sounds like the money might not be able to just be used for anything, because it was discussed earlier that, for example, the money would have to be used for something like a business affected by COVID or something like that, which we're kind of getting through now, yet this is an agreement that lasts decades beyond that. So
this is that discussion was about the federal COVID fund grants, not about this income.
Oh, okay. So, well, in that case, then that kind of alleviates that concern that I had. So if the money just goes right into the general fund, then that's definitely a better way to do it if that's the case. So, all right. Thank you for clearing that up.
Thank you. Carol B.
Hi, I'm Carol Borsari. I'm on the Wallingford Land Trust, and I'm a concerned citizen. And as Brad said, we have land that abuts this property 3 that you've discussed. I hate to beat a dead horse, but my main concern too is the noise pollution, the noise level, and mostly for the citizens and the poor neighbors around this facility. I've heard Attorney Small answered a lot of questions regarding the ordinance and the levels, so I'm a little clearer on what standards will be held. But what can somebody answer? Perhaps Mr. Rossman can. What is the typical decibel and frequency levels admitted from any data center, or does it vary depending on the site? Perhaps the Norwalk site or the Arizona site, what decibel levels are admitted. And I've tried to research it, but I find lots of literature about internal decibel levels of up to almost 87 decibels. But what's the external? What's outside?
So to answer this is Jim Rossman with Stadia Engineering again. But to answer your question directly, it's very, very site dependent. So every site's going to be different based on what's around it and what the current background soundscape is or could be modeled as. So there is no one size answer fits all. That it's very site dependent.
Do you have a range that you can refer to for some of the data centers?
No, we don't have a range because these things aren't published. Inside a data center, there is noise, but not as much as 87 decibels. That would be inside a generator compartment, for example. So the noise is inside of a tilt-up concrete 100-year construction building as they're building them in these contemporary buildings now. You're not going to hear any noise from the data building itself. The generators are baffled up to the level they need to be to meet the sound attenuation point, and the air conditioners are engineered prior to the day you put the shovel in the ground and approved prior to that, and the sound levels at that same elevation are all pre-approved. So before anything gets started, there's going to have to be these metrics all agreed to by the town, by the people we hire, and maybe, as the mayor said, a third person. We don't know. We'll have to see how that goes. We want to make sure we've got the right metrics before anyone starts spending, this kind of money to begin to put a foundation in.
Where can I see the standards, and what are these standards? Who puts them out? Are these OSHA standards?
No, there are no. I don't know of any standards that are listed like this anywhere. I haven't seen it on Google or any of that. And these companies are highly, highly secretive. So I don't know.
Hang on one second. Can I ask you a question? What standard are you seeking? Because there are standards, but not necessarily for data centers as a label. What standard are you seeking?
I would say the standard for whatever external noise can be emitted.
So in the state of Connecticut, there is statutory law that covers the allowable data or the allowable noise generation given its proximity to various uses. Hang on one second and I can look that up for you.
It's the same as Wallingford's, Jim. They modeled, they brought that.
It is. All right. So there's two standards, right? So there's section 22A-67, which is the beginning of the noise related statutes under the state of Connecticut. And then there's a whole series of regulations that are administered by the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, to which Wallingford submitted its NORS ordinance under the statute. So if you go look there, it depends on the use and the adjacent receiver, i.e. the adjacent user style or type, whether that be residential, commercial, or industrial. So those are the current standards in the state of Connecticut.
And you're saying that the town of Wallingford's ordinance is based upon these?
Correct. Under the statute, the town of Wallingford, in order to have a noise ordinance, had to apply their standard and pass it through the Connecticut DEEP for their approval before its instatement or before its enactment in the town. So yes, there was a standard, it was applied under the state statute. It's currently your operational regulation within your municipal borders. And what is being enacted under the hosting agreement is more stringent with further protections for the municipality in the regard of sound. Did that answer your question?
I think so, yeah. And I keep trying to come back to numbers because I heard, excuse me, Attorney Small say that for the daytime, the level would have to be under 61 dB, nighttime under 51 dB. But that's, in my opinion, highly discrepant from the ambient average noise level that I think Councilor Zandri had 30 dB, and I think another neighbor said around 35 dB. That's a big difference, huge difference. And
so we need to be a little bit careful about using numbers like that. So I'm going to point you back to the statute specifically, since they have pretty well elicited all of how it's supposed to be recorded, how it's supposed to be measured, under what conditions it's measured, the quality, all of those statutes are all of those standards are out there for your use. So you need to do a little bit of looking before you apply the difference between 30 and 60, because there is no equivalency there.
it's a big difference. Okay. I was curious, I read that peak noise levels for data centers, and I mistyped it in the chat, are between 4 and 10 p.m. And if that's the case, how would that be taken into consideration?
There's a minimum sound standard. There is a 1 full week proposed sound study that we've all agreed to. It will be done for every hour of the day for a full week, and the sound engineers deal with that. I can't give you a specific answer on that. I can't give you a specific hour on that because we're not there yet, but we're planning on being there, and the town plans on us being there, and they plan on getting their engineer involved as well. So we can answer that when we know more.
I do regret that did you call him an acoustic scientist, isn't a part of this discussion, because many of us have had questions regarding the noise, and he would be the one to talk to and get answers from, I feel. Thank you for trying to answer all these questions, but I regret that person isn't a part of this conversation. Just a couple other comments and things, and I could be wrong with what I've read, but I read a comment on data centers. Someone complained that they could hear the loud whine could be heard from miles away. That would upset me if I were a neighbor. And I do agree that sound can have its medical and health effects on people. Prolonged sound is, as Mr. Hayes had a lot of good points with health conditions. I won't reiterate them, but prolonged sound is a concern of mine for the neighbors. And just an aside, and this may have no bearing and not be correct, but the American Academy of Pediatrics advises below 50 decibels of white noise. So all of these things I hope are going to be considered. And again, I hope the council I think they should take their time and be cautious on the vote. A lot of what we've heard tonight is proposed, projected, unanswerable, and please consider the impact on the town and the citizens. Thank you.
Next, I have Elaine Robity.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Chris Robity, and my wife Elaine Robity is here, and we both have a couple of questions or comments. We live at 74 Brooklawn Drive. Our address is actually considered Meriden, but our backyard and part of our house is in Wallingford, so we pay taxes in Wallingford. And we abut our neighbors are on Tankwood Road, which is right across the street from where this is happening. So I just wanted to make a comment about most of the people on this street, Brooklyn Drive, and aren't aware of what's going on. And but most of them are taxpayers in Wallingford because they have their backyards at least are in Wallingford. Two of the neighbors on this street, their houses are actually in Wallingford. So even though it's Brooklawn Drive, they're actually Wallingford residents. So I just wanted to make that, a note of that information didn't get over here into the Meriden development. I mean, and then there's people across the street from us that are all Meriden, but still this is going to be an impact on them. And I don't think that was maybe not considered. So my question I have is in regards to the sound measurement and testing that's going to take place, if I have it correctly, 40 days after a certificate of occupancy has been issued for the first building or buildings, there will be the sound will be tested or measured, and then it'll be determined whether or not that sound meets the already determined base or requirement. And if it doesn't, there's 14 days to go back and come up with a plan. So I see all that. And then if I'm correct, the next time, or if there is a next time there's going to be a test, is when a new building is going to be built. So my concern is 40 days after a certificate of occupancy has been issued, doesn't tell us what the sound is 120 days after the certificate of occupancy has been issued. So who's going to come out, who's going to do a sound test then to see if we're meeting the this is meeting the standards? Like, are the citizens, the people who live here, have to hire somebody to go do that to then say, hey, this, yeah, it was meeting the standard at 40 days, but it's not meeting the standard anymore. I mean, how are we going to know that? Or do we have to wait until another building is being built to know that? Wouldn't it make sense to have some kind of regular intervals to be testing to make sure that we're still living within the requirements that were set up? Because that's not, the agreement doesn't say that anywhere. So I guess I'm posing that question to the attorneys who were involved in writing up this agreement, attorney for the city and the attorney for the developer.
So
Yeah, this is not something we'd normally have continuous compliance with any other type of situation. So that was not something we considered putting in here.
So that'll fall then to the citizens. If they suspect that sound level is higher than what it should be, we would have to hire our own consultant to come out and do a test.
Well, I think you probably would complain to the town that you believe that they're in violation, and then it would be looked into.
Okay, by doing another test.
That would be the only way to determine it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I guess it would.
Okay. We had recently, last week, the police department received a complaint about a business, a manufacturing business, I think it is, out of the blue. A residential neighbor had a residential neighbor complain, said it's really, really loud,
And, so I was asked for advice what to do. I said, well, let's start with the company and let's find out, is there something different going on? What's going on? Why does it appear to be noisier? The inquiry was made. The company said, yes, actually, in fact, we're putting something new in there. And yes, it is. We concede it is loud. We're dealing with it. We'll have it resolved. And that's how it was handled. So that's how the approach would be in this case or any other case. And, if they're not cooperative, well, then that becomes an enforcement issue. That becomes a breach of contract issue. But I would just expect that once the testing has verified that they're in compliance with the standard that's been set, if there's suspicion that it's being violated, I would expect people to report that to the town, and the town would make the inquiry.
That makes sense. I guess my main concern is that 40 days after certificate of occupancy seems, I don't know, will the whole data center be fully set up and running, like everything that needs to happen within that 40 days, or could that take longer?
Yeah, I know. I appreciate that. I think that the point is that we've gone, so we start with the protocol, we go through it, we agree upon a design that's supposed to take care of it and meet the standard. And then we basically say, okay, right after you get up and running, we need to know whether there's compliance, as opposed to waiting. So I think that's, and then I think that's an appropriate time, because then if it's something where they're just starting to get running and there's a problem, we can identify it first thing.
Right. No, I get that, but so I don't want to belabor it, but it just seems to me that it may take them longer to get fully up and running, and 40 days it's just a number, right? And so they're going to have something there, but they may not be fully up and running in 40 days. But anyway, I don't want to belabor.
I think that's a good point. And I think that, I would hope that, at that time, if we're dealing with it and they say, oh, we're 40 days out and it's, 3/4 empty, then I would expect there to be some kind of conversation about that. That's just kind of how I would view it.
I would hope so. Yeah. I guess what I was saying, there's no provision or nothing spelled out in the agreement around that. And so I just wanted to, so I think there should be something in there that just kind of refers to that in some way. So it's just not left, to hang there.
And I think it's a good point. I just think that the question is, when in writing it, is question of, okay, well, maybe it's the one piece of equipment that tips it over or doesn't tip it over. I just, I'm not sure. I do think it's a good point, but I'm not sure how you write for every scenario where we would catch that, other than getting a sense that if it's fully operational, that it's in fact in violation.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get what you're saying. So anyway, that's mine, I think. My wife's got, Elaine's got something to say.
This is Chris's wife, Elaine. And I just want to say that the majority of the community finding out about this, such a huge project that is affecting our quality of life, we found out about it through co-neighbors who happened to read about it and were on the ball. It just feels like a real lack of respect and integrity stepping into this project. That being said, I just want to say how much we appreciate the opportunity you've given us this evening for us to ask questions and make comments. I want to echo something that Kelly said earlier, which is, so many people in our community, in our neighborhood, have yet to know about this at all. And I think it is important to slow down the process and include more people in this. It's a lot of community members who will be affected who still aren't aware. And I just have a question for Mr. Quinn. If the host agreement is approved, how long do you anticipate it will be before construction begins?
Well, we're going to go as quickly as we possibly can, but we are going to be at the mercy of scheduling meetings with planning and zoning. From planning and zoning, we have to get, during that process, an overlap with Department of Environmental Protection. And during that process, we have to be filing with EPA. We have to get through inland waterways. There's a lot of steps. I would say this process is going to be approximately 6 to 9 months, 9 on the outside, assuming that all the testing, initial testing comes back, and that soil tests and drainage and all those other things come back so that we feel we can build it. You know, we have a little stake in the game here too. We have to make sure we can build it. We have to make sure we meet the sound attenuation levels that are very strict that the town has proposed. So if we can do all that, I would say 6 to 9 months is probably the approximate time. I can tell you that when a law was put in up in Chicago, in Illinois rather, within 6 months, Facebook was building and is well on the way to being built now, a data center, a large data center. We don't know if that's going to be the case here. Connecticut's got different regulations and it's a different set of circumstances. We think that if 6 to 9 months would be something that we could look forward to. We would hope certainly within a year we'd have what we need for permits.
Thank you. Appreciate that. That's it for us.
Thank you.
That's the last I have of public comment. I believe, forgive me, there's been an inordinate amount of chatter in the chat bar, so I hope that I did not overlook anyone.
Mr. Chairman, if I don't know what your procedure is, but I'd just like to sum up some things if I could have that brief opportunity. I know the hour's late. I will be extraordinarily brief.
Go ahead.
So I understand folks are saying a lot of questions aren't answered. And the reason why the questions aren't answered is that the hosting agreement is not the place to answer those questions. It is in planning and zoning. And more people will be notified during planning and zoning. Traditionally, hosting agreement is just a financial deal and everything else slips over to planning and zoning. The sound is an issue. We don't disagree with that. But what the mayor has said and what Attorney Small has said, that's going to be in control of the mayor and the town council. So you're going to be determining by contract. You don't need an ordinance. You don't need zoning. You don't need some administrative officer. You all hold that in your hands to ensure that everything is done right on the sound. You'll see the reports. It'll be reported back to you. We have to remember, I know people don't like change. It's normal. This is not open space. This is an industrial parcel of land. It is not the way it looks now is only because the farmers are still farming. Who knows how long that would last if this doesn't go through. But sooner or later, this is going to be industrial park. And there's going to be Butler buildings or something close to that, 50 feet off the road, with a lot more traffic, a lot more noise, and a lot less revenue. It is going to happen if Wallingford wants to have a strong tax base. But a lot of these questions are good questions by folks. A lot of these concerns are real concerns by folks. But one that would get answered during planning and zoning. I'd ask, give us the opportunity to go that next step. Absent a yes vote, we can't go that next step. As a final note, the Schedule A, as we talked about, the one that I had Mr. Rossman put up on the screen, it is 3 campuses. The one we had a lot of discussion about, the one that there was no discussion about Barnes, and the other one, which was Ringrose and Gillespie, where we would use Ringrose as a road, donate the rest of the land, and build one building. There was something called H-World. We have removed that from the list. So we have decreased the list from the first time and even decreased it more on Wednesday or Thursday, so less development. So I would ask the council for approval tonight, so at least we go to the next step and see if we can satisfy the concerns of the neighbors. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the council, and I thank the folks who came out to have their voices heard.
All right, apparently I missed comments from at least Mr. Bradley. Ms. Wolf, I thought you already had commented. Forgive me if I'm mistaken, but I'm going to let Mr. Bradley go first.
That was my husband, Scott. Yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's okay.
Well, then why don't you go ahead?
Okay, well, thank you. And we've all been here a long time, and I really appreciate the time as the other neighbors do. So I will also make it quick. We just learned about this. I will say, we live on Oxford Trail, pretty close to where that building is. We're on that land a lot, actually. We hike that land a lot, and off of Williams and 68 there. A lot of wetlands in there, but so my understanding is that the mayor does not endorse Site 2, and Economic Development Committee does not endorse Site 2. So I'm wondering, why is Site 2 still on the table, and what does that mean that they don't endorse them? Can somebody answer that? What does that mean?
That's the recommendation from the mayor and the EDC to the council. The council can agree with that or disagree with that.
That's correct. Bill Dickinson speaking. We just feel that taking all the sites in at one time is more than we need to take on at this point. And obviously, there's a lot of questions and concerns that get raised by all of what is being envisioned and sought. Given the location of Site 2, close to the Muddy River, wetlands involved, et cetera, that's certainly a concern as well. So,
yeah,
some of the reasons for feeling that shouldn't move forward at this time on that site.
Well, I would agree completely with that, with all that. We live on Spring Lake, and the construction, as well as just the fragile area and the headwaters of the drinking water of Wallingford, and and that we don't, this just seems very quick, or under the radar or something. We're usually pretty involved and aware, but I know that none of our neighbors know about this. Ed Bradley lives, pretty close to us, and that's actually how I found out, but none of our other neighbors know that, that this is going on. And I just wanted to comment on, I think Miss Mays had a lot of good comments. She was really thinking through them. And I also was wondering who decides the quote acceptable level. And, and there was a lot of talk about that. And, it's that it's not going to be at the current, it was said that it's, probably not going to be at the current ambient level. So to me, it's like, so you're trying to decide, like, it's going to be worse, but we're going to try to mitigate how much worse it's going to be, which, I think it just kind of comes down to like, aren't we trying to improve the residents' quality of life here? Not like how bad can we make it without, that's acceptably bad. Or how much worse can we make it without it being too much worse? Yeah, I mean, I know that it's already noisy enough. Like, whatever we could do to reduce the noise would be awesome. And I don't know anybody who wants more noise, in their life, or in Wallingford, or so that's another issue. And yeah, that we really didn't talk too much about the other areas. I think that we really do need to slow down and include them in this, just on a conscious, level, I realize that, economically, you just, want to kind of move fast and grease it through, or, and I appreciate all the work that has gone into it. I do. And it sounds like a lot has, but I think it's been kept kind of quiet, and, or if it, or else we've just been oblivious or something. I would appreciate if this could be continued, and just with, some care taken. If there's, I know some questions are not going to be answerable right now, but I think the people deserve a chance to absorb what's going on. And I think that that's the right thing to do. And I appreciate Craig Fishbein's comments, and for taking my call today, just to see what exactly is going on. And I also don't have those maps that other people have, or any of the proposal and kind of stuff, and I don't know really where to get that. So I think that this should be continued, and I am, definitely not in favor for a lot of reasons. I mean, I know these things are going up and stuff, but they are, in different areas, and that's part of what's happening in our world today. But I don't necessarily think it's a good thing, in general. And I definitely don't want to hear and have that presence here. I just think it doesn't belong near people or animals, actually, or plants. So yeah, I go on and on. I digress. Thank you.
If you email the council office, we'll see that you get copies of whatever you want.
Okay. Okay, great. And yeah, if we could have some time to just let people know and get more apprised of the situation, I think that would be the right thing to do. But thank you. Thank you for your time. And that's it for me. Complete.
Thanks. Mr. Bradley.
Ed Bradley, 2 Hampton Trail. I think I got lost in the shuffle in chat many hours ago, but I have some questions and some comments. As I mentioned at the last meeting, I've been in the IT profession for 50 years, and also quite familiar with disaster recovery plans and implementations. I've lived on Hampton Trail, which is just south of the property, Gillespie and Ringrose. I've been there 48 years. I've seen and been involved with the inception of the I-5, the IX, and also the construction of Research Parkway. All those issues, all those projects, Bristol Myers and the construction of Research Parkway, we have had downstream problems with. Down in this area, there's about, right in the Spring Lake area, we have 114 homes. We're all on wells, and naturally the Muddy River traverses the Gillespie project, runs right through the west side of my property into Spring Lake. And like I mentioned at the last meeting, that Mackenzie Reservoir has the largest watershed of the town's 4 public supply reservoirs. And that tributary to Mackenzie accounts for approximately 75% of the watershed area tributary to the reservoir system, which in turn supplies 94% of the public drinking water to approximately 39,000 residents and businesses of the town. The industry data centers, as you are calling them, is a fairly clean industry. The concerns I have on the Wallingford #2 map is the location of one of the centers in which is wetlands, and also to the east of the proposed, I think it is building #1, the Muddy River traverses down through there. I have a question for Attorney Fazzino, if he's still there. I don't know if he's still there. I don't.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I had to take a pit stop here. It's been a long call.
Oh, are you there, Attorney Fazzino?
Attorney Fasano?
Fasano?
Oh, no, this is Tom Quinn. Sorry, no, I don't know if he's.
Oh, here he is.
Let's step away for a moment. I apologize.
I fell asleep for a couple hours. I have a question for you. The Ringrose property, that property, if I'm not mistaken, I know all this land like the back of my hand. That property, I believe, is landlocked. Am I correct?
Can I turn that over to Mr. Rossman?
There's an existing right-of-way from Connecticut Route 68 to the Ringrose property. So it's not landlocked per se.
There is access from Route 68?
I think that's what he said. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, there was a hotel that was proposed next to the Hilton Inn, I think last year, maybe a little bit longer. And I believe their access had to go through the Hilton Garden into that area. And looking at map #2, I still see that there's a egress into that property, along with I guess it's proposed curb cut on Route 68 into the main entrance.
I'm not sure who you're asking that question of.
Well, whoever developed the map, Attorney Fasano, I don't know if.
So there's a signaled intersection there that everybody would share. That's part of the STC, or whatever they call themselves today. That's part of the STC permit for utilizing the state highway.
I just want to say, we have title work on sites. We have separate people doing this work. We're working with title companies now. We don't have all the answers to all these questions. This is really about the hosting agreement. If something gets checkmated out because there happens to be a title problem, a wetland issue or so forth, we haven't had the opportunity to get there yet because we need the hosting agreement first before we can get into these details. But I want to assure you that we've spent time and effort on these properties, getting through title work and scheduling out phase 1 and phase 2s and getting everything ready to go. But it's contingent on the hosting agreement. So we really can't answer this level of detail on these questions only because we don't have that information and won't be able to get, finalized information on this until we know if we get a hosting agreement or not. So if there was no access, potentially, that would checkmate this site out. We wouldn't be able to develop it.
Right now, I just asked that because I realize that this whole thing, based on this agreement, if it gets passed, still has to go before inland wetlands and then on to planning and zoning, which will naturally address those those
Right,
issues.
we're not
But I
allowed
thought-
to skip anything. That's exactly right. We can't skip any steps. We have to go from soup to nuts on this thing, starting with the title company and then then doing the wetland surveys before we go to inland, and at the same time, doing the sound attenuation reports to see if it's viable at the rates that we need to meet. And if all of those things work out, then we'll go to the next step. But we can't do any of that without a municipal fee hosting agreement.
Is there just one gen set at each building?
No, there are multiple, but they won't collectively run louder than the single one. And the gen sets are not going to be an issue because you can baffle them down inside steel containers, like adding insulation.
And
Most thing people are concerned about, and we are, is the air conditioners. But unfortunately, the information's been shared as 10 or 12 years old, and no one's got any recent information, probably because there's high security in a lot of these buildings and so forth. But we believe, based on preliminary information with consultants that we are working with, that we'll be able to achieve the goals that the town has set out with their engineer. It's the town that hired the engineer to bring it down to the levels. Then we hired somebody to look at the numbers and say, is it possible? They believe it's possible to do. We can't get the numbers, we can't build the building. And there isn't going to be a guess. We're not doing this when the building's up after spending, institutional funds at this level. We're going to know all this by very detailed modeling. And the only reason there's a pullback as a threat in the agreement that you're going to fix it if it doesn't work is because the town really wants us to take it seriously. And we do take it seriously because of the size of the investment. So it's late. We can get into the weeds further, but I think that answers your question.
so what are we talking? I thought I read something like 10.
I didn't understand that.
The number of gen sets was 10. I read.
It depends on the gen sets are the average gen set. If these are selected, these exact ones are selected by the end user with us, they run about 3.2 megs is what they generate. So that would be approximately the number. Yes.
Right.
Depending on what's used in the building.
Looking at the map, that building number 1 is right behind the Hilton Garden. Have you approached Hilton Garden?
No, we're not required to. They don't own the land.
Okay, I'm sure that'll come out somewhere down the line. Councilman Zandri measured decibel readings. I'm about 1,320 feet from I-91. I too loaded a decimal reading app on my iPhone, and I measured it for several hours off my deck, which is about 12 feet off the ground. And during that time, the average was 66 dB with a max of 88 dB. So naturally the space naturally becomes an issue.
It doesn't become an issue, sir, for the type of report that the town is requesting. It runs 24 hours a day for a full week. And then you take the low average of that number, and that's where you got to be. So they have a formula. They hired a sound engineer, and this is the formula they come. I've seen the report, and it's, in other words, it's going to be a strict report. So I think that this is the process.
Do you come into the neighborhoods to test in the residential neighborhoods?
Look, and I don't know the answer to that question. It has to be from home. It has to be from a home, right? The home back to the data center is what the requirement is. So there's a whole bunch of ways we could get into this tonight. You know, sometimes it's described in zoning as a lot line. Sometimes it's a lot line of the house that's across the street. Sometimes it's the house itself as a structure. So whatever the sound engineer requires, we're going to go to. Again, we can't get to this level of detail unless we know that we have municipal fee hosting agreement. Then we will engage these people at this level and begin extensive studies. It's going to be a time-consuming, process and a detailed process.
Will the town hired sound engineer come into?
They already did that. They can speak for themselves.
Well, maybe the town attorney can answer that.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
You were allocated, I think, $10,000 to hire a sound engineer, correct?
Yeah, for work to date.
Now,
Yeah.
will their testing come into the residential neighborhoods?
Where that'll be determined when they establish what the protocol is going to be. It talks about it being nearest at locations nearest to residences. So I don't think it's going to be on there, but they'll figure that out at the time. We'll set the protocol.
Okay. And I have another question for Mr. Quinn. I did some research on the company, and you can correct me if I'm right or wrong, but Gotspace, number one, is a startup company. And as of January 2021, as noted by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, there were 2 principals of the company. Is that correct?
There are 2 decision makers in the company. That's correct.
And it is a startup, and it was a startup company as registered as of January 2021.
Every data company, first hyperscale data building was built in 1999. Every company that started up has been a startup since then. Each of these individual companies, they all startups, and we are too.
The other issue I have is with the electric division, the PUC. I went through all their agendas from February and went through the minutes, and there's not one mention at their meetings, unless I'm missing something, of them ever talking about Gotspace. Is that something Wallingford Electric could address?
I believe that's accurate. There's been nothing to bring to them yet. Because as I said, we're just now working through the proposed power sale agreement and starting to do the math to determine the fees and charges.
So none of that's been discussed then at the PUC meetings?
I can't recall if there might not have been an executive session on it. But like I said, there's been no decisions for them to make and no actions for them to take.
Okay. One last comment. Well, 2 comments. All the information that's been coming has been coming real late. And I don't know how you guys can go through all this in a short period of time to vote on this tonight. But let me give the council a caution. Back when Mayor Vumbaco was mayor, we brought in Bristol Myers. And that deal didn't turn out very well. And my caution is make sure that we don't get into a situation like that like we did with Bristol Myers. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman, for now. Thank you for listening.
All right. Back to the council, Councilor. Councilor Testa.
Oh, thank you. Fast question for our engineer. I'm sorry, I forgot your name, sir. It's been a long night. I meant to ask earlier, I've read a lot lately that a lot of the most recent technology that seems to indicate, or that's used to keep data centers quiet, is liquid cooling. Is that even on the table for consideration, or is that too far ahead in the planning?
I'd like to answer that. I read an article today about liquid cooling, and I follow liquid cooling. Liquid cooling is a long time down the road, many years. And it's just being tested at the very, at the atom stage at this point, the atom stage within these microchips. So it's not something we'll ever be doing in the next, period of time, years to come. I don't think in the industry, and certainly this would not be attractive if we required this type of a process in Connecticut. We wouldn't be able to get the mainstreamers to come.
Well, thank you for answering. I just wanted to ask about that. Thank you, Mr.
It's
Chairman.
very cool. It's very cool if it works, just like cold fusion. It's just going to take a while.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Councilor Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I appreciate the diagram from the applicant who, worst case scenario. But, a lot of questions were asked about by the residents, what happens in their worst case scenario. And, who makes that decision whether or not to do something? So, there was a lot of talk. Ultimately, it's the mayor who makes that decision, because the mayor has to come to the council, recognize a problem, and say, do you want to do something about this? We could put an agenda item on. So a neighbor calls me and says, God, it's really loud over there. I don't have the testing equipment, but it's louder than it was, and it's really annoying me, and it's keeping me up at night. So now I can make an agenda item, and we can discuss it, and perhaps we would discuss it in executive session because it's in anticipation of litigation. And then, let's just say the mayor was not on board for whatever reason. We're talking about a lot of money here. So if we're talking about, let's say, $20 million a year, a mayor, not this mayor particularly, because this is a long-term situation, a mayor might be concerned. Hey, if I shut these guys down, I'm not going to have $20 million in my next budget. I'm going to have to raise taxes, and I'm not going to get reelected. That's a realistic way that a politician would look at something like this, and doesn't allow that to happen. Ultimately, the mayor has to be part of that initiative, because the residents don't have a private right of action under this agreement. This agreement is between the town and, right now, Gotspace, could be others, which is a different issue. That's a concern. It's a concern that I have. We've heard we can't go to the next step unless this is approved. And I really have to challenge that, because let's just say that this is not approved. Nothing stops the applicant from going to planning and zoning and saying, hey, will you revise your planning and zoning regulations to permit data centers, or something that's described that a data center would fall into? And then that would be the next step. So it is possible. And then based upon that approval, then a host agreement can be put together. So it's not a fait accompli that if this doesn't pass, that it's done. That is certainly possible. those are just, you know, a lot has been said tonight, but I just wanted to point out those things. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, a couple of things. One, I think neighbors could argue they're a third-party beneficiary to a contract between the town of Wallingford and Gotspace that protects them. So I think they do have a private right of cause of action. And I do want to make it clear, if this is a down vote on the agreement, there are no further steps the applicant's going to make. Because without a hosting agreement, there's no economic benefit, as Attorney Smalls pointed out eloquently, to go forward. To what end? If you say no to a hosting agreement, you're not about to come out of pocket to do land surveys and topographical maps and all the other stuff that goes into this if there's no hosting agreement. It's the hosting agreement that's the heart of it. So I want to be clear that there is no other step if this goes down. It's your call, but that would be the end of it. And it is what it is, if that's what you all decide.
Also, I would point out that the residents have a private cause of action in nuisance. It's a private nuisance. They don't need our contract to give them a cause of action on that, along those lines. That's perfectly viable. In fact, that's probably the better case.
All right, next up is Counselor Morgenstein.
Yeah, thank you. I can't believe I'm gonna do this at 1:45 and we still have another item, but does anyone have the will to say that the 1 Williams Road building should be off of the plan?
Is that site 2?
I believe so.
Counselor Lapp, that's your motion. Would you accept that, the removal of site 2 as a friendly amendment?
I'm not opposed to it, but I'd rather discuss and have a vote just because I'm okay leaving site 2, but I'm okay with site 2 coming off, and I'd rather have a council vote. I'm sorry to keep that. I know that's adding more time, but quick, if everybody makes a 30-second comment or vote, I don't know, but.
My impression from the developer when I was first approached weeks ago, when I was the one person that was out of wanting to be in favor of this, was that that area was really not a good development opportunity. And I had thought that that was not going to be part of this. And I'm inclined to be in favor of the whole thing, but really not in favor of that being part of it. Too much
So, is there a second to Counselor Morgenstein's amendment to remove site 2 from the agreement?
Oh, I'll second it for purposes of discussion at least.
All right, and Counselor Laffin, did you have further comment beyond that?
Not beyond what I was going to say. My request to comment is unrelated to this amendment. But I think I've already kind of said it. I'm okay with leaving it, but I'm okay taking it out, and especially if it's a deal breaker with people. To me, it seemed like it's behind the hotel. It seemed like one of the easier ones to do, but I guess if people are concerned with the environmental pieces.
I just really think that that's feeding a lake which already has a whole lot of allergy and problems to do with that lake. I think
Well, it is proximal to the watershed, to the Muddy River, and there's a lot of water. It's a very wet property. And I mean, I think it has its challenges for the developer anyway. I'm going to go to Counselor Tata before I call a vote on the amendment.
I don't mind just going to vote. I was just saying, I don't think that property is really the one that we seem to have people that have issues with it. So I'm not really sure that the motion is necessary.
Yeah, and I don't mean to sound unfortunate toward the residents, but it's an ecological piece there to my mind.
Counselor Fishbein.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird, but I was sort of gonna suggest that you don't do anything else but Gillespie. So, you know, a while ago, because, you know, for various reasons, it was the smallest, you know, so I guess it's a little upside down world here. You know, and I think inland wetlands would certainly be able to deal with those concerns. You know, that being said, I'll probably support the motion, but you know, that's where I wanted to start with this whole project to begin with. So
I'm not usually up at this hour.
I don't see any more requests for comment on the amendment, so I'm going to call a vote on the amendment. Councilor Testa, are you?
Just a clarification, is the Barnes, what they're calling the Barnes Data Campus, the Williams Road section, is that the parcel that the administration wanted removed as well?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'm going to call.
just to be clear, I'm looking at the list, Mr. Chairman, that was sent to us that's titled Gotspace Development Wallingford Campuses. Is that what we're going by?
Give me a second.
Yep.
No.
And this is to remove campus 2.
Yep. Wallingford to Gillespie Trust, Ringrose Trust.
At this time.
That's what the amendment is, to remove.
Okay, thank you.
But okay. It just happens to be third on the list that you shared earlier this evening with me, just so we're on the same page.
Yeah,
Never
it's
mind.
it's all in the email that we got on.
I see it. I got it. Yep. Just listed differently on 2 different pages. We're all good.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you call?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Just one more comment before we vote. I just want to clarify, if we remove this portion, then we also lose the land that Gotspace was going to give to the town for open space, correct?
That's, yeah, well, I mean, that's likely the result. If they're not going to need to buy it, then they can't donate it to us.
Can Mr. Quinn or Mr. Fasano just clarify that? So that the only property that you would propose to give to the town for open space was on this parcel, correct?
Attorney Fasano?
I don't know if he's on, but I can answer that, Tom Quinn.
Yeah, I don't let Mr. Quinn answer that question. I'm
That
sorry.
is not the only piece. The third campus, I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me. I don't know if it's first or third. The campus that is the Midwood and the Wall property, we intend to donate a sizable chunk of acreage there. I don't have the number in front of me, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning, but it's approximately 8 or 10 acres. It could be 12. We're going to have that looked at. But it would be, you know, around the reservoir area that we'll own, and we intend to offer that. We were going to offer that, you know, one way or another. The other site we intended to develop. The numbers really don't work for a single building very well on that site. So if that site's going to come off, we won't have that to donate for Ringrose property.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. If there's nothing else, then I'm going to call the roll on the amendment. Madam Clerk?
Fine. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fishbein,
Yes.
Laugh,
Yes.
sorry, Rowe,
No.
Morgenstein,
Yes.
Shortell,
Yes.
Tata,
No.
Testa,
Yes.
Zandri,
Yes.
Chairman Cervoni.
Yes. The amendment passes. Now the roll on the motion on the table as amended.
Fishbein,
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, that's to approve everything else.
That is correct.
Okay, just to be clear, thank you. I vote no.
Laffin,
Yes.
Marone,
No.
Morgenstein,
Yes,
Shortell,
No.
Tata,
Yes.
Testa,
Yes.
Zandri,
No.
Chairman Cervoni,
Yes, by my count, that's 5-4, and the motion passes. All right. I'd like to thank everyone involved in this for their patience through the last several hours. We do have one more agenda item, which is a report on the current state of the Wallingford Animal Control Department.
Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Mr. Chairman,
Mayor.
this animal control, well, I believe it started close to the beginning of March, has been under the administrative oversight of the police department. I believe the deputy chief is on the meeting, and he and a member of the staff there will be available to speak to questions regarding animal control.
Deputy Chief, for 8 more days. Congratulations on your promotion. You're muted.
We good?
Now you're live.
Okay, thank you very much. Like the mayor said, since the end of February, the agency has been in charge of basic oversight of the Animal Control Office. It was a short-term arrangement for an extended personal leave for the director, which turned into a retirement for the director, at which point, late March, we took over more day-to-day operations. Lieutenant Saharko, who's sitting next to me, was in charge of the oversight of that and the addressing of certain issues that arose out of the dog pound. So some issues that did come about, we were able to fix. There are some things that we are still working on, but we would stress that during the point, the animals were always taken care of and there was no lack of oversight of those either cats or dogs or what was housed at the dog pound.
So that's your summary?
Now, yes, there's a washer and dryer that we fixed that was broken. That has been replaced and is functioning now. Public Works is working with us to address some other issues, to include some windows and some hot water going into the washing machines. But those issues have been addressed. And the air conditioning unit, which has an issue with it, has been contracted through a service to be repaired.
Thank you. So first, Councilor Zandri requested this item, and then Councilors Testa and Morgenstein. Councilor Zandri, I'm going to offer you the floor first.
Thank you. And I'm going to be really quick because it's late, and I know that there are the public here that wanted to speak on this, and I appreciate the update. And I basically put this on because of a lot of different discussion about some of the staffing issues over at the animal control shelter, the dog pound, and how I guess they were down to about 1 full-time person at this point, and I guess there were 3 part-time positions that are not yet filled. So, I wanted to kind of open that up for a little bit of discussion, and I also wanted to kind of get an update on, there's a trust that's been established for the dog pound. I don't know that it exactly started with the Susan Jewell donation, but that's the biggest one that I can recall. And I know that from time to time, additional donations get added to that. And I did get from in our backup materials some of that additional information. I only had a small set of information that was available from an article that I had found in the Record Journal, which basically spanned 2007 to 2014. And I can see from the information that's been provided in the backup that we had a beginning balance, at 2014 of 736, and there was a little bit that came in, and about 65,000 went out, and we had an ending balance of 680. And that pretty much has progressed forward. So even though some expenditures and costs have been taken out of it, there's been revenues coming in through additional donations received. And fast forward to basically the last update here, which shows as April 30th, we're sitting at $737,000 in that account. So there's funds there to be used. So I guess maybe what I'll do, because again, I do want to make it quick. The Susan Jewell donation, I believe, was more specific than the other donations that are coming in. Do we have any language around what that donation said? I've often had it quoted as for the welfare and the benefit of the animals at the shelter, but do we have any actual language that surrounds that particular donation, since it's the largest one?
I don't have it here. We'd have to check on it. If it was a bequest in a will, there would be language associated with it. Typically, we've used the funds not for regular operational costs, but for out of the ordinary or emergency type things. You're probably aware there was a van requested in this year's budget, and we will be buying a new van, but we will use that trust to purchase the van. So, we try to budget for costs that are reasonably expected for every year. However, there are a lot of veterinary bills that go way beyond what would be anticipated. So that's been one of the primary places we pay for veterinary care, where a cat or a dog has health issues that require a major surgery or other health services by a veterinary office. But that's the best way to summarize it. Is we don't like to deal with a lot of operational issues that should be part of a regular budget, but there's usually a regular request for out of the ordinary expenses.
Okay, and thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. So I would kind of ask then, why was there a particular reason that we didn't budget for a new vehicle in the animal control budget and use these funds instead for that?
Well, I'm sorry, was there a particular reason why what?
Well, so you said that you were going to be leveraging the fund to purchase a vehicle. So I'm just curious why we wouldn't have added that to the budget of the animal control shelter. Why did we use these funds? Why did we didn't budget for the vehicle?
We didn't budget for the vehicle in the town budget because there is no need for that to affect taxes, since we would be using the funds from the trust.
All right, so it was a decision to do it that way. Okay.
It relieves some of the issue over the budget, and obviously the effect on the taxpayers.
And can we get an update just to confirm? We've got one full timer there. We're missing a full timer and 3 part timers. Is that correct? We're still looking to fill those positions.
I believe there's a conditional offer for a part-time, and police department would have more knowledge on that than I right now, but we will be interviewing. I think we have some candidates for the director position, animal control officer position, and interviews will take place in the next day or so. So hopefully we will be appointing, that's the other full-time position. And if we're successful with additional offer on part-time, and then we'll go from there and see how we can begin to restore the appropriate level of service in the office. But right now, as you're probably aware, it's very difficult to find people who are willing to come back to work for any number of reasons. So that's also aggravated the situation with regard to having at least the 2 full-time positions and 3 part-time positions that historically have meant that the animal control department worked well.
And Counselor Zandri, Lieutenant Saharko can speak to the staffing issues. He's been intricately involved in the interview process, so he can give you an update on that also.
All right, great. Please, thank you.
Yeah, so what you have is the director's position, which is the spot that's vacant right now. That's where the testing position is going to be, and the panel is going to be set up a few days to take care of that. Rachel happens to be the one full-time staffer that is currently on. She's doing a fabulous job. And then from there, what we have is we have one part-timer who is on her way out. And then we have one conditional offer for a second part-timer pending the normal procedures.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to ask a question regarding the part-time position. So I've seen the job posting. It's a 19-hour job. It's part-time. The pay range starts at $12 an hour, and there's a ceiling on the pay range at 15. Minimum wage is going up over the summer. I forget if it's July or August. It's going to be 13. The job requirements are there's the potential for nights and weekends and a rotating on-call status. And while I agree with the mayor's sentiment, he's not incorrect by saying that there's a problem getting people back to work because we're handing out a lot of money to stay home. And that's a problem to a degree for getting people to go back to work. But I would also argue that on the other side of that, the ability to entice a person to come back to work at minimum wage for this type of job probably is also a part of the problem. Have we given any consideration about adjusting the rate of pay for a job that's got no benefits and no other structure to it to try to entice people to apply?
I think I'll defer that over to the mayor.
Well, we will be assessing all aspects of this, but we need to get the director, hopefully we will be able to appoint the director, and then that individual certainly may have his or her own ideas about how to staff the department and move from there. I mean, certainly there have been thoughts about having, change the number of full-time people, but that doesn't really solve the problem of when there's vacations, sicknesses, whatever. You need sufficient number of people to cover the hours that become regularly open with full-time people not typically being available over weekends or if it's during the week, that if in the past there was an effort to keep Saturdays open, and I think it was reduced hours on Sundays, but there's a lot of moving parts to this, but anything and everything will be looked at, but we really do need a director, and hopefully our interviews will have us being able to hire one and then look at, with that person's experience and viewpoint and perhaps contacts elsewhere, how we go about staffing additional positions.
Okay, so you're basically saying that when a director is named or hired, that it will be part of their responsibility to put together a plan of how they might see of running that office, which would include whether or not more of the positions are full-time or not, and or the rate of pay that these people will be getting, and they will sit down with you to discuss it.
That's correct.
All right, I think that's fair enough. And it sounded like you have a letter out for somebody to look at that position. So that's pretty good as well. So I think that's all the questions I have for right now. I know a couple of other counselors had some questions. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Counselor Morgenstein. Counselor Testa, by virtue of your head bob, I think you're next.
Yeah, I think Vinnie's next.
All right, well, thanks. One comment on this, on the pay for the part-timers. Yeah, we're talking $13 an hour and a 19-hour job. That's $247 a week. And I'm gonna do that again, so I don't misspeak. So in this particular instance, I won't accept the soundbite that people don't want to come to work and implying that maybe it's due to the extended unemployment benefits and all that stuff. You could take away the $300 federal benefit and you're still making $247 isn't even what the state is paying in unemployment. But let's leave that as it may. We can't expect people to do this job for $250 a week, having to be on call and so forth and so on. I just would encourage the administration to give serious consideration to making this a slightly more acceptable type of job. I mean, for goodness sake, at $18 an hour, all 3 people working 19 hours a week, if you had 3 people hired, would be maybe another $15,000 a year overall in order to get that facility properly staffed. So people aren't, getting overworked and quitting because they can't afford to keep the job. But let's move on from the staffing. I'm glad to hear that we hopefully will have an animal control officer hired soon. I know Rachel is doing a heck of a job down there and she certainly needs the help. I also find it hard to believe that we don't have the language of the fund on the paper in front of us because we knew we were going to be discussing it tonight. I remember bringing this up quite a few years ago, and it was made clear to me that the language of the bequest was primarily for the care and well-being of the animals. And the argument was made, it really didn't allow for, or the interpretation was made by the administration that it did not allow for use of the fund for a new building or operational expenses, and general wages and salaries, which I didn't ask for. And that was, I said, okay, that's fine. But there certainly is, the language is in there for improvements which would benefit the animals. And with that knowledge and with that understanding, my intent tonight was to ask straight out, why hasn't air conditioning been installed in the kennel area of that facility when my understanding is there is ductwork, there was even bids put out, and there was a potential award ready to be put out, but the project wasn't approved. I would like an answer for that, please.
My knowledge, there's never been air conditioning anywhere but in the office area. Work was done on the windows, and there's ventilation and fans, et cetera, and that's what part of what Public Works has to work on. But we have never had air conditioning throughout all of the dog pound.
I know. I'm asking why. It was requested. My understanding was
we have people in town who don't have air conditioning. Historically, there's never been air conditioning through the whole pound. So I'm not sure why that is a necessity for the pound.
because it gets over 100 degrees in that building. These animals are suffering and the people have to work in those conditions. I can't believe that's even a question. I would expect it to be, someone would say economics, not the animals don't deserve to get air conditioning as if it's some kind of luxury. I'm actually furious that there would be that lack of humane consideration for animals and the people that work in that building. I mean, I was in the schools and that they had to be closing down because the children were, it was 95 degrees in a room, 90 degrees in a room. It's like, yeah, this is tough. And in that building, it was, my understanding, it could exceed 100 degrees when we have 90-degree weather out. And there's venting back, and there's duct work. And there was a plan to put air conditioning back there just because the building, the way it's built, it's the only way to keep it cool. And the project was not approved. And I'm saying we have $737,000 where we could put air conditioning in that building. And I want to know why that was not approved, why it hasn't been approved. And the answer I just got is actually blowing my mind. I hope there's a better answer than that, because it has to be economics so that we can fight about the economics. We can't fight about the rest of this. Please tell me more. I was told about the electric bill. I mean,
There
come on.
has never been
open
air
about this.
conditioning throughout the pound.
I know, throughout the
Why that
town.
becomes a major issue now is beyond me. To my knowledge, there is not ductwork or anything else through the whole pound for air conditioning. Naturally, you need ventilation, fans, etc., which are installed and do operate.
Has a bid or a request for an air conditioning system ever been turned down by the administration? Has it been put out? It was and been refused. Has it ever been requested and refused?
I have no knowledge of a bid being put out for air conditioning.
And a request to have a system put in that was never made to you?
I don't know whether it was a request. There may have been a request in the past, but never was a bid ever put out regarding air conditioning, to my knowledge.
All right, I will. Let me keep my cool. I apologize for losing my temper. Is there any reason why, given the money that's available, the conditions of the fund, the conditions that are in the bequest of that fund, that an air conditioning system could not be put into the back of that building so that the animals are not sitting in 100+ degree weather and workers don't have to go back there in that type of sweltering heat during the hot summer months? Is there any reason why we couldn't have air conditioning installed in that building if it was requested?
I will talk to a new director and find out exactly what standards are appropriate. But this has been the status of that pound forever. And now you're saying it should change. Well, maybe it should, maybe it shouldn't. But I think we need a new director, and we'll find out what that person feels about it.
Okay, all right, I will. Let's see how that goes. My only other question is, I understand there was at one point a request or a plan to put some additional, I don't want to call them kennels, cat housing in the front rooms where the cats are now kept. And would that be the type of expense that would be deemed acceptable under the terms of the use of that fund? I don't know how much it would be. Looking philosophically, I suppose.
Absolutely. That's what they should be used for, is structural improvements. As I said before, things that are really out of the ordinary, but structural improvements. I believe that maybe some of the window work previously was done with the trust, but I'm not sure that could have been public works, funding from public works. But if at one point there was discussion about the need to expand the area for the cats, and then nothing happened on it, or at least I'm not aware that anything proceeded. The director went out for health reasons, and then ultimately resigned. But prior to that, I believe there was some discussion about doing something regarding the cats, but maybe that interrupted the plans and the process.
All right. Okay, well, good to know that if it's requested properly, perhaps that's something that could be approved. And last question, I know that there's a lot of talk about the need for the new washers slash and/or dryers or whatever. And I'm glad to hear that that those were actually purchased and are being delivered or were delivered. My understanding is there was a public fundraising campaign undertaken. And I guess the people that raise that money have two options. One is they can probably call everybody and say, we don't need it anymore, and GoFundMe can give them their money back. Or if they chose to still donate that money to the shelter, is it my understanding that they could do so and perhaps do so with a conditional, the condition that it be used for a particular purpose, and that money would then be going to that fund and be funneled into that purpose? Is that how that fund works?
I believe that could be done. I mean, typically donations go into the fund and we would keep track of whatever the conditions were with regard to use of the funds.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, well then we'll give them that. I could give them that suggestion and they can do what they'd like. I'm all set, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Counselor Morgenstein.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear that I understand. So funding from animal donations, the Jewel Fund is being used to purchase a van?
Yes.
Yes.
The new director would be able to process that, and that would be placed through purchasing office, and we'll use the funds in the trust fund to purchase it.
So although we don't have the legal wording tonight of the Jewel money having come into the town, we interpreted it as being able to be used for a van. So I think you would find that if you had been part of any meetings or discussions online about people's feeling of the handling of the animal control at this point, is that people really feel that it has not only been a staffing issue, but a real inhumane treatment in some use of the word, based on the heat in that kennel. So simply because we've never had air conditioning where the kennel is, I would say there is a will to have air conditioning, and my understanding, and people who have gone down there, is that all of the duct work is there, and it's a matter of finishing the project and then paying an electric bill that would be including air conditioning. It's the will of the people, and some really angry people, that animals be treated humanely. And so if we can pay for a van, my interpretation would be that we understand the wording of the way the money can be used, that it can be used for things that help to support the well-being of the animals, as well as the veterinary and actual physical care of the animals. And I want to also say a big thank you to the police. I've sent many people your way when they've had their dog bites, because I knew that it was no longer animal control. That call Wallingford Police for your animal bite, and I hope we found the dog the other day. So yeah, I'm all in with the council requesting of the mayor. The new supervisor could be the person to initiate that, but if that doesn't happen for a while, it's going to be 100 degrees in that kennel tomorrow, next week. I don't think that the public is going to be happy, nor am I, to wait 2 or 3 or 4 weeks for those animals to be suffering. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me respond that, to my knowledge, there's no ductwork for air conditioning there. I have received absolutely no contact from anyone regarding air conditioning for the past, I don't know how many years. So the police department certainly didn't indicate there was a serious problem there. They say the animals are being properly cared for. So whatever representations are being made, we'll deal with this, but we'll deal with it in a professional, logical way.
Yeah, I haven't been there myself, but that is what I was told, is that there is. So thank you.
We had a request for comment from, it's either Jacqueline Ricco or Jacqueline Richo.
Good morning. Yes, this is Jacqueline Ricco. So I had a couple questions with regard to the purchasing process through the town of Wallingford. Can someone enlighten me what is the bidding process or the process to purchase items, namely for the shelter? So I'm going to use the washers as an example.
Mayor?
Depending upon the item, whoever is in charge of the department looks to obtain whatever service or product is necessary. If it's something that is more of an emergency, then it's immediately able to be accomplished. If it's not, if it's an item over $16,000, it requires a public bid. Otherwise, it requires quotes indicating a variety of vendors and what they would charge, and then it's processed through the purchasing office with obviously the account information of the department being used to authorize placement of an order and ultimately the payment of it.
All right, so I just want to call the call to the council's attention that back on June 15th, I placed a call to the shelter, and I just want to make one comment. When I hear my elected leaders use the word pound, I know I have a problem. It's not a pound, it's a shelter. There's more than dogs in there. There's more than cats in there at any given time. So I think we need to change our thought process on the shelter, because also their role is animal control. So animal control extends beyond the four walls of that shelter and also extends to trap, spay, and neuter programs and other programs out in the community to help support the community at large. Now, with that said, back on June 15th, I contacted the animal control officer, the one that is left as a full-timer, and asked her if there was any way that I could support her, because the week prior, I dropped off a bag of bottles. She's collecting bottles for redemption to help support specific projects. Again, specific projects that help support the animal population outside of the four walls of the shelter. Trap, spay, neuter. Keep the population down, you help keep animals out of the shelter. So she had mentioned that she was trying to manage that program, and I asked her if there's anything else I could support her with. At that particular time, she said she needed laundry done. She had no washers. She had one washer that had been broken for a very long time. She had a second washer that she was waiting for parts on. I went down and picked up a couple bags of laundry for her. I also said to her, how can we support you, the members of the community? She said, I said, how about a washer? Do you think a washer would work out? She said, yeah, that would be great. I put the word out there on June 16th on social media. I think it caused quite a stir within the town hall. This is what I'm getting because I got some feedback. And we raised, in a matter of a couple of days, over $3,500. We thought we were all set. We were ready to purchase a washer. I purchased a washer from Foucault's, did all my due diligence, and I got a call from Foucault's on Friday morning. Not from the town saying, thank you for all your hard work, and that's not what I'm looking for, but I get a call from Foucault saying, your order's been canceled. What? My order's been canceled. Now, this has put me in a very difficult situation because I put a fundraiser out saying for a washer, and anything above and beyond the washer would be put into a Amazon gift card for animal control to subsidize whatever they needed. So now I'm stuck, and I asked that you take the funds from the town and do something else with them and let us fulfill our mission. I was told that taxpayers shouldn't be funding the shelter. I fund the shelter. My tax dollars help fund the shelter. So if the rest of the town wants to come together to do something for the shelter, we should have the opportunity to do that without getting pushback. But there again, somewhere along the lines, maybe without a director, I'm not sure, that there was a lot of missteps along the way. And I have a couple of comments on that after I finish this. So now we are stuck with funds that we will be giving to the shelter, not in the form of cash, because I don't want anything going into the general fund. I want everybody to understand where their funds are going. And that is how we're going to leave it. But I think that this was all mishandled. And I really think, first of all, I'm going to say from the perspective of no director, a lot of things are not getting done because there's no director. In any other industry, in any other sector, when a director steps down, an interim director is appointed to carry on the operations of that department. Why are we not seeing an interim director? Why are we not seeing someone who is put into that role? Because my next question is, we're coming to the close of a fiscal year. Who did the budget for the shelter for the next fiscal year? Do they have support in that? Or are they going to be going on the same amount of money that they operated on under last year? Has any due diligence been done from that perspective? Those are my questions, and I'd like to understand if I'd like to get some answers to those.
The budget.
So my first question: why is there no interim director?
Well, the police department, as I explained, has been the administrative oversight for the department. And they have been doing that since March. As of,
and they've been checking
I believe that as of May, the then director indicated she was not going to continue. She resigned. So between May and now, we've advertised and looked to replace the director.
So has somebody been helping to manage the day-to-day operations that a director would do since that time?
Police department was handling the administration oversight of the department.
Who in the police department?
So, Ms. Bricko, this is the Deputy Chief, John Ventura, and Lieutenant Saharko is trying to basically coordinate since May, getting staffing there and then addressing any issues that they had. We've taken all the purchase orders that went through the Animal Control Division, and we put it in our own police department. So we've been signing purchase orders for any goods or services that needed to be done since the director retired. Keep in mind, Lieutenant Saharko is a full-time records lieutenant that also deals with that, but he's been doing everything he possibly could to address the needs of the shelter while, you know, he was doing the oversight on that. But the agency has been purchasing items on their behalf through our lines since the director has left.
That's a problem too. So why are you taking money out of your own budget when there's a shelter budget?
Well, it's being written out of the animal control shelter's budget, but the police department is handling the purchase orders for that. So it's coming out of their budget, but we're overseeing the purchase orders for that.
And you've been consulting with the shelter staff because obviously police officers know nothing about animal shelters. You're not trained to work in an animal shelter. Correct?
Correct. Lieutenant Saharko has been going back with Rachel, and I mean, he can speak to that. That's outside of my purview as far as what goes on a daily basis, but he was the one who was handling that.
So I would recommend that there's more routine communication until a director is appointed, because they've been left hung out in the wind, pretty much. Because if you're sitting on,
let me just say, if there's a problem that was not being resolved with regard to the washer, there should have been contact to at least my office. There's been absolutely no contact with my office with regard to any of this. So certainly I'm very grateful to you for taking a hand and looking to help. But if there's a misstep It was a failure to indicate there was a need for an improvement, and it could have been accomplished very quickly. But there was no contact to apparently the chain of command, whether it was the police department or ultimately the mayor's office.
Correct. So what is the corrective action for that then?
Well,
Routine
certainly there'll have to be
communication until there's a director?
certainly we need a new director, but we also need current staff to be reporting to the appropriate people when there's a problem.
I agree with that, but I think that also their focus, being the staff that's trained to care for animals, is looking for the guidance from their leadership to help support them. I mean, look at the roles. So until you do have a director, somebody should be tapped as an interim director to help support that. Because as I said, who did the budget? Who's doing the budget for 2022 for them?
As
You have
was
no
just
director.
stated, the police department is involved with that. The police department has been doing the purchasing. Why would that not be the person to go to if there's a concern and a problem with regard to what is happening and something that doesn't work, something that interrupts the ability to properly care for the animals or provide for the facility? That would be the chain of command.
So has the new budget been submitted for the
Yes,
upcoming fiscal year?
The budget was adopted by the council.
And who prepared the budget for the shelter? Everybody's cool.
Before the director went out, Katie Ellers, before she left, she provided a budget.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say, the budget was presented to the council by the police chief. A couple of months ago, I got an email from a constituent about management of a timeout, the way time was being managed for part-time employees at animal control. And I contacted the police chief, and to my knowledge, the problem was resolved that way through the police chief and supervision of the department.
So ultimately, the director of the shelter reports up directly to the mayor or to somewhere in the police department. Who has oversight over animal control?
What I'm hearing is on the interim basis, the police department is managing it, but once a full-time director is appointed, the director will report to the mayor.
Okay. So in the meantime, as a constituent and a concerned citizen, can there be more direct communication from someone who is earmarked as an interim director to help support the mission of the shelter and the day-to-day operations? Whether that be a check-in with the one full-time employee you have left, who, if I were her, I'd bail too, to be quite honest. It's a tough road. It's a tough road. She's getting no support, no support. So
Well, we can
somebody
look-
has to go to bat for her.
But I think if you asked, Rachel, and you could actually ask her yourself, I think right now in the interim, if this isn't going on, once we determined that Katie was not returning, her and I have been on a communication on a regular basis. And she could either refute that or she can confirm that.
Okay. And I'm hoping that that'll continue until you appoint someone.
Yeah, and he has been checking in every day. And if you would like to come in and speak with us directly, we could sit down and address any issues you have and maybe, explain some things that we've been doing and maybe go over some things or address some issues that you may have. We're more than open to doing that.
Okay. I'll contact your office tomorrow.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Next, Mr. O'Connell.
Hi, Riley O'Connell, 30 Northford Road. I'll try to keep it relatively brief given the late hour that we're at. I just want to say thank you to Jacqueline, both for her comments this evening, but also for the work that she's put in this past week to bring this issue to, not just to bring this issue to folks' attention, but to kind of start acting on it with that crowdfunding initiative. Also wanted to thank the police department. I know my understanding is that you guys were thrown into this May, so you know, there's only so much you can respond on the interim basis. At the end of the day, you know, this should be coming down to a director. And to that extent too, I want to point out, you know, I think I'm going to disagree with the mayor a little bit on this one where, you know, I don't think it's the public's responsibility to notify the mayor's office when a department that his office in theory oversees, or at least a director that his office in theory oversees, when there is a miscommunication or oversight. That's neither here nor there. I think the reason that we are still having this meeting at, you know, going 1:40 at now at AM into the morning the next day is because there is a lot of urgency with this issue. We've seen and heard from many people all over town. I'm sure the town councilors have had many people reach out to them about this. Generally speaking, one, I think Councilor Testa commented on this correctly already, as did Gina, that the job offer that was put out for this part-time employee, you know, is being mocked as frankly a joke online. I think that's justified. It's minimum wage for no benefits. You're going to get more benefits working at the Dunkin' Donuts in town, you know, if you're getting 20 hours at least than you are working at the animal control shelter as it stands now. So I do hope that, you know, I hope that there's urgency in appointing this new director, and that when we have the new director in place, we open the door to, if we're not filling those positions with the expediency that we need to be, that is considered as soon as possible to make sure that we aren't just left with one employee and having to rely on a police department that has a lot of other responsibilities as well to take care of. And on top of that, the only other comment I wanted to respond to as well was the fact that while it may be true that we've never had air conditioning in the kennels of the animal shelter, we know we've also, you know, you only have to go back so many generations before the majority of this country didn't have air conditioning or electricity or, you know, running water. And those, you know, electricity and running water is still considered, you know, human rights at this point in time, in the same way that, you know, as society has moved on, there's certain standards that need to be met, not to mention the fact that we're also experiencing higher temperatures in Connecticut than we even did so many decades ago when that building was first put in. So I do want to put urgency on that. You know, I think a lot of folks in this town, that me in particular, I've been very upset at how, at least the rumors, I don't want to put too much credence in the rumors, but at least the temperatures that I've been hearing that kennel space has potentially been hitting. I mean, I have a rescue dog myself, and the thought of them being in that environment is just unsettling. And it's already spread to other towns. A lot of people, not just in Wallingford, but have adopted dogs and cats and animals from that shelter. And I just don't think it reflects on the values that this town has. And again, this is something that taxpayer money is going into, and I think it should be treated as such in terms of planning for an animal shelter that, like I said, not just reflects the values of this town, but carries out the mission that it's supposed to carry out. So thank you very much. And that's all my comments for tonight.
Well, thank you to the PD for sticking it out to almost 2 a.m. That's all we have for comments. And with that, there being no further business on the agenda, I am going to declare this meeting adjourned. Good morning, everyone.
Bye, y'all.